Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Seal Master? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was early morning in Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. The sun was just starting to rise, painting the sky in oranges and yellows. People began to slowly wake up and start their day, merchants getting their shops ready, parents making breakfast for their children, and children getting ready to go to school. Like always, it was a normal day. As the sun shone into his apartment, one Uzumaki Naruto groaned, turning over so the light wouldn't hit his eyes and he could remain asleep and dream of Sakura feeding him ramen as he was named Hokage. Unfortunately, it was not to be, as the alarm clock Naruto had set began blaring loudly. Bip, 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 ga! Naruto shouted as he fell out of bed. Blinking, he looked around as his vision began to clear. He stood up and shut off his alarm, yawning loudly as he stretched. He looked back at the alarm clock. It was fairly old and worn from use. Naruto had found it in a trash can and fixed it up. However, he had never actually used it before. For a moment, Naruto tried to remember why he had set the alarm clock in the first place. He scratched his belly for a moment in thought before his eyes caught sight of his calendar, more specifically the date with the large red circle. That's right, it's the final exam before I become a ninja. Naruto shouted in a frantic voice as his eyes widened. He rushed into the bathroom, turning on the water of his shower as he took off his pajamas and stepped into the shower. The water was cold, freezing cold in fact, but Naruto had long since learned to ignore it. The owner of the complex was a rather cranky old lady who, like most of the villagers, meaning around 98% of the population, hated his guts. She had long ago turned off all the hot water that went to his apartment, forcing him to take cold showers. Finished washing, Naruto turned off the water, grabbed a towel and dried himself off. Moving back into his room, Naruto moved over to the closet. Opening it up revealed his entire collection of clothes. All of them were a bright orange tracksuit that he had managed to get. He had actually not even bought these. They had been too expensive since he had been charged triple the price for what most people would pay for normal clothing. Naruto had actually been forced to wait until the store owner had finally gotten rid of them, which was what the man had been going to do anyway when Naruto wanted to buy them, and then snatched them from the trash can. He grabbed one of them and went over to the dresser, opening a drawer and grabbing some underwear. He soon put his clothes on and made his way to the kitchen. Opening his cupboard, the blonde grabbed one of his cups of ramen, opening it up and pouring some water in it. He moved over to his microwave and opened it up, placing the ramen in it and setting the timer for 3 minutes. Like all the appliance he had, the microwave was beaten and battered, having been found and fixed up by Naruto after someone had thrown it out. As soon as the beep sounded, Naruto opened the microwave, grabbed the ramen and a pair of chopsticks, and made his way out of the apartment. Not bothering to lock the door on his way out, after all, no one ever bothered coming here anyway. Naruto opened the door to the room where he had spent the last 6 years in training to be a ninja. He looked around for a seat and was disgruntled when the only open one he could find was the one next to Uchiha Sasuke, brooder extraordinaire and his ultimate rival. Naruto had never understood the brooding emo king. Everyone loved Sasuke, the girls in his class, the teachers in his class, the civilians and other shinobi in the village, everyone. The boy was handed everything on a silver platter, Konoha's golden boy. But for some reason Sasuke remained a cold and aloof bastard. It irked Naruto, who would do anything for the kind of love and attention the raven-haired kid had. Not being able to find anywhere else to sit, Naruto moved over to sit next to the last Uchiha. "Team," Naruto said by way of greeting. "Echen." Naruto merely rolled his eyes at the response he received, having grown used to that kind of response. Hell, that was the only response Sasuke gave anyone. Even the teachers had trouble getting more out of him. The only one quieter than Sasuke was Aburame Shino, a member of the famed Aburame clan, and Naruto was convinced that kid was mute. "I hope you're ready to bask in my awesomeness as I kick butt today, team," Naruto said, seeing if he could get some kind of reaction out of the boy. "Echen." Naruto grit his teeth in frustration. He was just about to start yelling when Haruno Sakura walked through the door. Sakura was a girl with bubblegum pink hair, and wore a red Chinese-style dress with a white circle in the middle, black mid-thigh length skin-tight shorts and blue shinobi sandals. Like the other girls in his class, she was a complete Sasuke fangirl. However, to Naruto she was one of the most beautiful people he had ever met and was the girl he had been crushing on for nearly his entire time at the academy with no success. Not that something as insignificant as 6 years of no success would stop him. "Hey Sakura-chan!" Naruto shouted enthusiastically as he waved at the girl. Hey about after school you and I dash. "Shut up Naruto baka." Sakura shouted as she smashed a fist into Naruto's face, sending the boy sprawling back onto his seat. "I don't want to hear your annoying voice today. And move so I can sit next to Sasuke-in." With nothing left to say on her part, Sakura grabbed Naruto by the jacket and bodily threw him off the seat. "So, Sasuke-in, I was thinking maybe after school we could go on a date together?" Sakura asked in a hopeful voice as she twirled her hair in her fingers and gave Sasuke a shy look. Sasuke didn't even spare her a look as he continued to stare out of the window. "Chen." Naruto winced a bit as he stood up, sighing. He took the seat on Sasuke's left. He had grown used to this over the years. He had lost count of the number of times that Sakura had rejected him for a date, as well as the number of times she had hit him for asking. Sometimes after her particularly more harsh rejections, he would often wonder why he even bothered. Of course, those bouts of depression never seemed to last more than 3 seconds or so. After a while, Irika, the Chunin Academy instructor for the academy, came in with Mizuki, his assistant, following close behind him. "All right class, it's time for the test to see who among you are ready to receive their headband and become ninja of Konoha," Irika said. Naruto grinned. "I can do this," he thought with confidence. Naruto had been up late last night training. He was positive that he could complete any test set before him. "Now when I call your name, I want you to come into the next room and perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, transform." Irika continued, looking down at his roster as he began to call the names of the genin hopefuls. With those words, Naruto began to feel despair. Out of all the things he could have asked us to do, why that one? The Bunshin had always been Naruto's worst jutsu. For some reason, no matter how hard he worked at it, he just could not get it down. Naruto watched as the other kids came out, their headbands proudly displayed on their heads. It was nearly enough to make him lose confidence. However, the blonde quickly shored up his determination. He was not going to fail again. He was Uzumaki Naruto Demenit. "Uzumaki Naruto," Irika called out. Naruto grinned, masking his nervousness behind a confident smile as he walked into the other room. Irika took a seat behind his desk next to Mizuki. "All right Naruto, show us what you can do," Irika said. He was not quite sure what to think about the blonde boy. He had only recently, yesterday, started to try and understand Naruto, after having had a talk with the Hokage after Naruto had done a prank of painting the Hokage monument. The kid in some ways reminded Irika of himself when he had been an academy student, the pranks, the constantly being loud in order to get attention. In the end, he just decided to silently wish the boy luck. Naruto went through the hand seals required for the jutsu as he began to channel his chakra. "Bunshin no Judas," he shouted. A large puff of smoke was created, and when it cleared, everyone's attention was on the clone next to Naruto. The completely dead-looking clone that was laying on the ground and twitching spastically. Several tick marks appeared on Irika's head as he looked at the clone. "You fail." Naruto's eyes widened. He couldn't understand it. He failed? But he had tried so hard, and he really wanted to pass this time. "Come on Irika, I think we can make an exception this time," Mizuki said, surprising Irika and Naruto. While he did not manage to create a clone, he did try really hard. Irika sighed. "I can't do that." Everyone else in the class was able to create at least 3 clones. And Naruto only managed to create 1, and look at it, it's pathetic. The Chunin instructor looked at Naruto. "I'm sorry Naruto, but I can't pass you." Naruto felt his world shatter with those words. He dejectedly walked out of the room and took his seat. As the class ended and the kids ran up to their parents, showing off their new headbands, listening with joy as their parents heaped praises on them. One person, however, was not partaking in the joyous atmosphere. Naruto sat over on a small swing set, staring at all of the students and their parents with a look of longing. Having never known his parents, the blonde had often wondered about them. The people at the orphanage had told him they had left, not wanting to be with a monster like him. The old man had told him that his parents had died during the QB attack and no one knew who they were. Seeing all these kids with their parents hurt, he would never show it and would deny it if anyone mentioned it, but he could not deny to himself how much it hurt. I'm so glad that boy didn't end up graduating. Naruto turned his head slightly as he heard the voice. He had always been blessed with enhanced senses. His hearing, vision, and smell were far more formidable than most people. Sometimes that was more of a curse than a blessing. Yeah, I know. Could you imagine what would happen if he became a ninja? I mean, he's Dash. Shoo. You know we're not allowed to talk about that. Naruto frowned as he turned his attention away from the discussion taking place. He had heard many talks of a similar nature with other people whenever they spoke of him and thought he couldn't hear. They would always stop, however, as if they had been about to say something taboo. He wished he knew what they were going to say. Maybe then he would understand why he was so hated. Hey Naruto. Naruto turned around to see Mizuki looking at him. Come with me, I wanted to talk to you. You know, Irika didn't fail you to mean, Mizuki said as he and Naruto sat on the roof of the academy. He's just worried that you're not going to be ready to face the responsibilities of being a ninja. I know, Naruto sighed dejectedly. But I really wanted to pass this time. An evil of glint came to Mizuki's eyes, but Naruto did not see it. Then I guess I have to tell you. Naruto grinned as he entered the Hokage's office, having sneaked past all of the guards downstairs. It had been notoriously easy for him to do so. In fact, a part of Naruto was surprised by how easy it was, but he just chalked it up to his amazing skills. Now let's see, where is that scroll? Naruto muttered as he looked around. Naruto had been in this office many times in the past, often coming in after a prank or sometimes just to visit the old Hokage. The office was fairly standard. It had a wooden oak desk in front of him that had a window overlooking Konoha behind it. On the left was a couch and behind that were the pictures of the 4 Hokages. On the other side was a bookshelf filled with books and scrolls. Walking over to the shelf, Naruto looked at the scrolls. When he didn't see what he wanted, he frowned. He was about to turn around when his eyes caught sight of the stand right next to the shelf. Because Naruto had only given the room a cursory glance every time he was in here, he had never noticed it. The stand was really just that. A stand made of wood that had a large scroll on it. This has got to be it, Naruto said as he grabbed the scroll. He tied the ends with some ninja wire before strapping it to his back. He was just about to leave when the door opened up and Sarutobi walked in. Naruto, the old Hokage, blinked as he looked at the blonde. What are you doing here? You see. Naruto racked his brain to find a way out of this. In his desperation, he realized there was only one chance. Naruto quickly made a hand sign and called out the only original jutsu he had. Oiroku no Jutsu, Sisi Jutsu. Naruto snickered to himself as he entered the forest. I showed Ajisen who's boss. With how easy it was for me to knock the old man out, he might as well just make me Hokage. Taking the scroll off his back, Naruto sat down and unrolled it. He looked at the first jutsu and groaned, Kage Bunshin. Not another Bunshin jutsu. The blonde sighed. Oh well, might as well get to work. Deciding that it might actually be a good idea to read up on the jutsu in order to help him, Naruto looked over the description of the jutsu first. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, AB rank Kenjutsu, forbidden jutsu, that can only be used by ninja with higher than normal chakra reserves. This jutsu takes the user's chakra and divides it equally in order to create solid copies of the original. The more chakra the user has, the more clones they can create. Be warned, this jutsu also gives memory feedback every time a clone is dispelled and has been known to kill people who overused it due to this particular trait. Naruto gulped a bit at the knowledge that this had killed someone, though a part of him wondered what it meant by memory feedback. He shook his head. It doesn't matter if this killed someone. I'm Uzumaki Naruto and I'm going to master this. Determination renewed, Naruto stood up and began getting to work. With a jutsu this powerful, he would be Hokage in no time. Less than an hour later, Naruto found himself staring at 10 more copies of himself. The jutsu had been surprisingly easy. Blinking a few times he reached out with a finger and poked one of them. "Stop, that tickles," his clone said as he swatted the hand away. Naruto blinked again before a large grin spread across his face. "Yada! I did it!" Naruto shouted as he pumped a fist in the air. "Why?" all of his clones shouted, emulating his actions. Naruto dispelled the clones since he didn't need them. However, when he did, Naruto found himself getting the images of himself and his clones from 10 other perspectives. What the hell? Was that what the scroll was talking about when it said memory whatever? Naruto asked himself. He shrugged. In the end, all that mattered to him was that he had mastered the jutsu. He was just about to go over some more jutsu from the scroll when a familiar voice yelled at him. "There you are." Naruto looked up and saw Iruka stomping up to him. The blonde grinned as he jumped up and pointed a finger at him. "Found you, Iruka-sensei." "Baka!" Iruka shouted as he stopped in front of his blonde student. "I found you." "Hee, I guess you did, sensei," Naruto replied as he rubbed the back of his neck. "You were pretty fast. I only had time to learn one jutsu." Iruka started as he looked around at the ruined clearing. "He has been training hard, I can tell." Naruto jumped on the ball of his feet as he spoke to his sensei in an excited manner. "Hey, but listen, Iruka, now that you're here I can show you this totally awesome jutsu and you can let me graduate. That's how it all works out, right?" Iruka, who was just about to go back to scolding Naruto, blinked. "What? Graduate?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, that's how it works, right? I learn a jutsu from this scroll and you let me graduate." Iruka looked at Naruto cautiously. While he did certainly look like he had been training, Iruka had no idea where Naruto had gotten this idea for graduating this way. "Naruto, who told you, you can graduate this way?" Iruka asked. Naruto tilted his head to the side. "Mizuki-sensei did. He told me where to find this scroll and about this place." Iruka's eyes widened as he realized what was going on. He was just about to say something when he heard a whizzing sound and shoved Naruto away. "Get down!" Several kunai came out of the trees and impaled Iruka in the leg and arms. The Chunin instructor looked up and scowled. "I see, so that's how it is. Wow, you got here pretty fast." Naruto, who had been staring at Iruka in shock, looked up to see Mizuki with a large grin on his face. "Mizuki-sensei, what's going on here? Why are you attacking Iruka-sensei?" Naruto mumbled. Hearing his voice, the two Chunin turned their attention to Naruto. "Give me the scroll, Naruto," Mizuki commanded, holding out his hand. "No, Naruto, don't give it to him." Iruka shouted. What's going on?" Naruto asked, unsure what he should do. "Mizuki used you to get the scroll." Iruka said, "That scroll contains Konoha's secret and forbidden jutsu. He lied to you so you would do his bidding." "Oh, I'll tell you who's lying, Naruto," Mizuki said with a smirk. Iruka looked over at Mizuki and saw the smirk on his face. It was then he realized what the white-haired traitor was going to say and his eyes widened. "No, Mizuki, don't say it, you know it's forbidden." Naruto looked back and forth between his two senseis in confusion. "What do you mean? Who's lying?" "They've been lying to you your whole life, ever since the degree of 12 years ago." Mizuki looked at Naruto with an insane grin. 12 years ago? Naruto shook his head. "I don't understand." "No. Mizuki, don't. Haven't you ever wondered why were you hated?" Mizuki questioned, making the blonde's eyes widen. "Why you were ignored? Why people treated you like you were worthless? Like less than dirt?" "Mizuki, stop it now!" Iruka shouted to no avail. "I'll tell you why, Naruto," Mizuki sneered. "You see, what they don't want you to know was that the Yondaime did not actually kill the Kyuubi. Instead, he sealed it away inside of a newborn baby." Naruto began to tremble. While he never paid attention and didn't like to study, he had never been dumb. Stupid? Maybe a little. But living on his own since he was 5 had forced him to develop a little faster than most. No, he was not the brightest person, but he did have a decent amount of common sense and a keen ability to read others, something that had helped him immensely in the past when he had run into several drunken villagers. He knew that Mizuki was telling him this for a reason, that the child who the Kyuubi was sealed into and he were in some way tied. Mizuki confirmed his theory a few seconds later. "You are the child he sealed the Kyuubi into." You are the nine-tailed fox. Naruto slumped to his knees. Everything made sense to him now. The glares, the hatred, the people muttering behind his back, telling their children to stay away from him. A part of him was actually angry that he had not realized this. His birthday was the day of the Kyuubi's defeat. People hated him with a passion. The one time he went out during the Kyuubi festival because he wanted to celebrate his birthday, he had been beaten by a group of drunken villagers. All of it made sense. So I'm a demon then? Naruto was so caught up in his turmoil that he did not even see the giant Fuma shuriken heading his way. A second later, Naruto found himself staring into Iruka's tear-streaked face. He looked over to see a giant shuriken sticking out of his sensei's back. Why? Naruto asked, his voice cracking with emotion. Because we're the same, Iruka said with guilt lacing his words. I was just like you. Back when I was in the academy I was so lonely, so I played the fool. I know what it's like to feel that kind of pain. It hurts, doesn't it? I'm so sorry, Naruto. I should have done more to help you. Haha. Mizuki laughed behind them. That's a good one, Iruka. But we both know you hate him more than anyone. After all, it was the demon who took your parents away. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that. Naruto did the only thing he could do given what he was being told. He grabbed the scroll and ran. Naruto! Iruka's voice sounded after him. Naruto continued jumping through the trees as fast as he could to get away from the two Chunin. Naruto! Turning around, the blonde saw Iruka coming towards him. Naruto! Mizuki was lying. He was just saying that stuff to confuse you. The Chunin Academy teacher held out his hand. Give me the scroll so we can keep Mizuki from getting it. However, Naruto merely spun around and launched himself back at Iruka, smashing his head into the Chunin's gut. The two tumbled down the trees and onto the ground. How? Iruka questioned as he held onto his stomach. How did you know? There was a puff of smoke. That I wasn't Iruka? Asked the Mizuki. Naruto smirked, because there was a puff of smoke. When it cleared, it revealed Iruka. I'm Iruka. Mizuki scowled. Why are you protecting that demon anyways? You know what he'll do now that he has his hands on the scroll. Naruto is just like me. He'll use the power that's inside the scroll to destroy Konoha. That's what demons are like. You're right, said Iruka, surprising Mizuki. That is what a demon would do. Naruto, who had taken to hiding behind a tree as he listened in, froze at those words. He thought sadly. So Iruka only sees me as a demon too. But that's not what Naruto would do. Iruka's words caused Naruto and Mizuki to snap their attention back to him. Naruto is not the demon. He's my student and a proud ninja of Konoha. Sure, he may not always get things right and he's he's really clumsy and doesn't act all that smart. But he's nothing like you. Naruto is a one-in-a-million kind of person and I believe in him. Naruto went from depressed to elated. Iruka believed in him. For as long as he could remember, only the old man and a nice father-daughter couple at Ichiraku Ramen believed in him. Having another person who believed he could succeed was an elating feeling. You know, Iruka, I was going to save you for later, but I've changed my mind. Mizuki sneered as he began spinning his shuriken on his arm as he got ready to launch it. Die! Just as Mizuki got ready to throw his Fuma shuriken at the Iruka, a blonde and orange streak crashed into him, launching a foot into his face. The Chunin trader scowled as he landed several feet back, glaring at the person who had hit him. If you lay one hand on my sensei, I'll kill you, Naruto declared, giving his opponent a defiant glare. I'd like to see you try, demon, Mizuki shouted with an insane grin. Naruto put his hands in a ram seal and began amassing his chakra for another jutsu that he had seen in the scroll. Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Both Iruka and Mizuki gaped as hundreds if not thousands of Narutos appeared within the forest. They were everywhere, a literal sea of orange that almost blocked out all of the green of the forest. What's wrong, Mizuki team? I thought you were going to kick my butt, one of the clones shouted. Another cracked his knuckles. Well, if you're not coming to us, I guess we'll just go to you. The clones all jumped up and headed towards the terrified trader. Naruto grinned as he looked down at the mass of black and blue flesh that had at one point been Mizuki. Maybe I went a little too hard on him. the blonde said with a sheepish grin. Unbelievable, Irika thought in awe. To be able to have learned such a powerful jutsu in less than an hour, and the number of clones. He said that he wanted to be surpassed the Hokages, and I'm beginning to believe he just might do it. Naruto, Irika said, getting the blonde's attention. Come here, I have something I want to give you. Naruto blinked before walking over to him. What's up, sensei? Close your eyes for a moment, Irika said. Naruto did so, and as he did, felt a weight being removed from his head before a new one took its place. Okay, you can open them now. Naruto did so, and his hand went to his head, feeling the cold metal and notched grooves of a Konoha headband. Irika had his goggles in his hand. Congratulations. You graduate, Irika said with pride. And to celebrate, we're going out for ramen tonight. Naruto smiled and was hard-pressed not to cry. He decided to hide his tears by jumping on Irika in a hug. Irika-sensei. Oh wow, Naruto, that hurts, Irika said, though he was pleased to see the boy so excited. Thank you, Irika-kun, you may leave for now, Sarutobi said as Irika escorted Naruto to his office. It was late and Irika and Naruto had just gone out for some ramen after a clone had given Sarutobi the forbidden scroll. However, he had wanted to talk to Naruto and make sure he was alright. Sure Hokasama, Irika said, I'll see you in a week, Naruto. As Irika closed the door behind him, Sarutobi turned to look at Naruto. Naruto! Sarutobi started, only to stop as Naruto launched himself at him, grabbing onto the old Hokage as he cried. Sarutobi was actually surprised. In all his years of knowing the blonde, he had only ever seen him cry once. The one time he had gone out to the Kyuubi festival and gotten beaten by a group of drunk villagers. I guess what he learned today was too much for him to take, Sarutobi thought as he wrapped Naruto in a hug. Sorry, GG, Naruto said with a small hiccup. For what? Sarutobi asked, amused. The scroll his back, you helped me root out a traitor and just became a genin. I got your robes wet, Naruto pointed at the small wet spot from his crying. The Sandaime looked down to see that his robes were indeed wet from Naruto's tears. Sarutobi held in a snort of amusement. Of all the things Naruto could be sorry for, it was for getting his robes wet. GG, Naruto said in an abnormally quiet voice. Is it true? What Mizuki said. Sarutobi sighed. He had known this was coming at some point and had hoped to have some time to prepare for it. It is. So I am a demon? Naruto said, looking down at the ground, tears forming in his eyes. Sarutobi grabbed Naruto by the shoulders, making the blonde look up at him. Naruto, I want you to listen carefully. You are not a demon. When the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi into you, he had made it his dying wish for you to be seen as a hero. A hero? Naruto questioned, getting a nod from Sarutobi. Why? Because Naruto, it is only thanks to you that the Kyuubi is safely locked away. You are the entire reason that Konoha is still standing today, Sarutobi said. Really? Naruto asked, his voice a little hopeful. Yes, Sarutobi said, you are the hero of Konoha. Then, how come everyone hates me? The blonde asked. Sarutobi sighed. They don't hate you, Naruto. They just don't understand. Sealing, or Fuinjutsu as it's called, is one of the most obscure ninja arts there is, and the hardest to master. Very few people understand this, and so when something like a demon gets sealed into somebody, they are unsure whether the seal can really hold something like that, a being of such power in. You have to understand that when the Kyuubi attacked, many good ninja died that day, and because of that they are unwilling to accept you, fearing that you are really just the Kyuubi in human form. Naruto frowned. That made sense, in some sick and twisted way. But now that he knew why he was hated, he had to wonder what he should do. Would people be able to accept him? Could he get people to see past the Kyuubi and look at him as Naruto? At the moment it didn't seem all that likely. After all, the people of Konoha had 12 years to get over their loss and see Naruto for himself. Then again, he had not really helped in that regard. He had been so desperate for attention that he had turned to pranks, since even bad attention was better than no attention. But maybe if I show them that how good a ninja I am, and that I'm willing to protect the village, maybe I can change their minds. Naruto thought to himself. He looked up at Sarutobi with determination. I'll show them that I'm not the Kyuubi, that I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage of Konoha. I won't let this get to me ever. Dadabayo. Sarutobi smiled at seeing the boy's will of fire returning. That's good, Naruto-kun. I have no doubt you will eventually get there. However, it will require a lot more hard work than what you are used to. You won't be able to do your pranks anymore and will have to actually take the time to learn about being a shinobi. After all, a Hokage is not just the most powerful ninja in the village, he is the smartest and most cunning as well. So then you're pretty smart, Hajizan? Naruto said. Sarutobi chuckled a bit. Naruto-kun, do you know why I earned my nickname of Professor? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Because you're smart. Well, essentially yes. Sarutobi admitted. However, it is much more than that. I earned the title of Professor because of my ability to read people and react to any given situation both on and off the battlefield. In the many years that I have lived, I have amassed much knowledge from reading books. Things that taught me about shinobi basics, to the more advanced ninja abilities and theories, as well as knowledge on civilian practices like politics, which has become essential for every Hokage to know now. He took a minute to curse the Nidame's decision to create the council, the whole reason a Hokage needed to know politics. He had been told by his sensei, Senju Tobirima, before the Second Shinobi War started that he was 100% positive he had been drunk when he came up with the idea. It looked good on paper, having a group of people dedicated to helping the Hokage deal with the everyday affairs of Konoha's civilians. However, the reality was far different. Sarutobi had spent more time fighting with the council than anything, and many of the people in it, especially on the civilian side, were extraordinarily greedy, always wanting more money and to line their pockets with more coin. The old Hokage shook his head and banished the thought. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that to be a good shinobi requires you to be not just strong, but also smart. I guess that makes sense. Naruto tilted his head for a moment before remembering something. Oh yeah. Speaking of being strong, you know that awesome jutsu I learned. The Kage Bunshin? Yes, I know it, Sarutobi said, wondering where the blonde was going with this. Yeah, well, I was reading the description of it, and I was hoping you could help me figure out something I read in it. The scroll said something about memory feedback, and that it was really dangerous for some reason. I don't even know what that is. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sarutobi looked at Naruto as he used his cunning mind, the mind that had given him his title of professor, to come up with a plan that should help the blonde get stronger without really helping him formed in his mind. Memory feedback is the memories of the clone's life returning to the user, Sarutobi answered. Whenever a clone is dispelled, whether on purpose, by accident, or running out of chakra, all of its memories are given to the person who created them. Like when I created those 10 in the forest and saw 10 different sides of myself and my clones, Naruto mumbled to himself, though Sarutobi still heard it. Yes, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is a powerful technique that way, Sarutobi said. Naruto looked up and tilted his head in curiosity. How so? Sarutobi tapped his chin. Well, originally the clones were created because they were the perfect spying tools. You could have one of your clones infiltrate a base without any danger to the original, and when they dispelled, they would give a complete layout of the base. So it's used to memorize things? Asked Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Sarutobi nodded, yes. However, the Kage Bunshin can be used for more than just memorization, Naruto-kun. In fact, that jutsu is an excellent method to learn new things with. You can learn just about anything from your clones, from chakra control and jutsu, to the books you read, writing, and even taijutsu, since muscle memory is a mental faculty. That sounds almost like it can be used for training. Naruto exclaimed, excited by the prospect of what he could get his clones to do. The old Hokage nodded. It can indeed be used for training. Though I suspect that only you will be able to use this jutsu to its full potential. But is that? Asked Naruto, excited at the prospect that there was something only he could do. Because you're the only one who has enough chakra to summon enough clones to really make the training worth it. Most ninja, even jonin, can only make 5, maybe 10 clones if they're lucky, Sarutobi answered. I made nearly 1,000 in the clearing when I beat the crap out of Mizuki team. Naruto said. That you did, Sarutobi chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm. But it will take more than spamming out clones to become a great ninja. You will have to train hard and actually be serious about your profession. Naruto thumped his chest. Don't you worry, old man. I'll train harder than everybody in Konoha. I'll become not only the most powerful Hokage ever, but the strongest shinobi in the elemental nations. That's my promise of a lifetime. Databeo. I'm sure you will, Naruto, Sarutobi chuckled. And to help, I have some advice for you. But before I tell you what it is, I want you to promise me you will listen to everything I have to say and follow the advice I give you to the letter. Naruto grinned as he thumped his chest. Don't worry, Ajisen. I promise on my honor as the future Hokage of Konoha that I will listen to what you have to say and follow your advice. Databeo. Sarutobi smiled before he began. Very well then. Now since you are a shinobi, you will have access to the ninja section of the library. There you will find scrolls on chakra theory and control, ninja basics, and I think they even have a few books on Fuinjutsu if you're interested. Though I would also suggest reading books on things like politics and other civilian practices. If you're going to be Hokage, you will need to know these things. I want you to start off by finding books on basic chakra control and theory, as well as a taijutsu style that will suit you if the basic style does not. I know you do not want to hear this, but the basic principles are the most important aspects of being a shinobi. Without them you cannot grow because you do not have the essential steps necessary to advance in skill. Sarutobi looked at Naruto. Promise me you will do this. Naruto nodded, for once actually paying attention to what he was being told. You got it, Ajisen. I promise. First thing tomorrow morning I will go to the library and look up that information. Naruto frowned for a moment. Though, I don't know if they'll let me in. Sarutobi frowned. He knew that a lot of places did allow Naruto entrance, like many of the shops and restaurants. Thankfully, the library, unlike the shops and restaurants, was government-owned, meaning he was the only one who could bar someone entrance. If they try to bar you entrance, just tell them barring entrance to a shinobi is illegal and that if they try they can take it up with me. Also, might I suggest some new clothes? New clothes? What's wrong with these clothes? Asked Naruto. He liked these clothes. They were orange and warm and comfortable and orange. Naruto, I know you like the color orange, however it is not a good color for a shinobi. Sarutobi said. When you are out on a mission, those clothes will stick out like a sore thumb, and a ninja is supposed to blend in. Deciding to add some incentive, Sarutobi added another thing. Besides, if you wear clothes that are more shinobi-like, it will add a powerful and mysterious image to you, making people recognize how powerful of a ninja you are. That seemed to get Naruto hooked. I'll do it, Ajisen. He frowned for a moment as he remembered when he had tried buying other clothes a few times. However, he had always been kicked out of the stores before he could even take a look at the clothing selection. Good. Sarutobi smiled. Now you have a whole week to get stronger before you get your Jonin sensei assigned. The Sandaime said, I suggest you use this time to catch up with the rest of your class. With Kagebushins you should be able to get a decent level of knowledge and learn the basics. Though you will have to do physical exercise yourself, since clones can't do that for you. Naruto blinked. Why not? Because a clone is merely a chakra construct. It's not your real body, therefore it can't help you grow physically, Sarutobi answered. Now it's getting late, so why don't you get to bed? That way you can start getting stronger early tomorrow. Right. Naruto shouted enthusiastically. I'll see you later, Gigi. Sarutobi watched as Naruto left. With the knowledge of that jutsu, he should be able to grow strong. Sarutobi looked at a picture of Minato. Your son is on the path to being a great shinobi, Minato. The next morning Naruto woke up early feeling fresh as a daisy, despite having been up late last night helping deal with a traitor and the shocking revelations that followed. He stood up and stretched out, working out some of the KNKS he had gotten from the night before, and after that he started to get ready for the day, getting showered, getting dressed, eating his ramen and then heading for the library. As he walked down the street, Naruto ignored the glares and mutterings sent his way. While they still kind of bothered him, he refused to let it get to him in any way. Now that he knew why he was hated, he was more determined to make them see that he wasn't some demon, that he was a proud shinobi of Konoha. He would start by following his grandfather figure's advice and start getting stronger and smarter. Hence the reason he was heading to the library to study. He didn't much like the idea of studying, but he had promised Sarutobi as a future Hokage, so he had to go through with it. And if there was one thing Naruto would never do, it was going back on his word. Who knows, maybe it would actually help. Naruto entered the library and looked around, feeling his eyes widen at the sight before him. He had never been to the library before and was amazed at how large the place was. There were about 4 stories in the library altogether, and all along the walls and in aisles going down the library were books, loads and loads of books. It was giving him a headache just looking at them. Just as Naruto was about to make his way towards the ninja section of the library, he was stopped by the custodian. "I am going to have to ask you to leave, boy," the custodian, a woman who looked to be in her mid-50s, said, spitting out the word boy with venom. Naruto's first desire was to jump at the woman and start yelling about how she couldn't kick him out. However, he had promised Ajisen that he would be an amazing ninja and ninja were mature, and did not lose their emotions over something as simple as this. Instead, he merely looked at the woman calmly as he spoke. "Listen, lady, I happen to be a shinobi of Konoha, and it's illegal to bar me entrance into the library." To emphasize his point, Naruto pointed to his headband, making the woman pale a bit. "Of course, if you feel this is still a problem, I am sure that I could escort you to see Hokage Oji-sama and we can work it out with him." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost called the Hokage Ajisen, but that would not sound good if he called the Hokage that right now. After all, most people could never get away with calling the most powerful ninja in the village an old man. The woman took a step back in shock for a second, unsure what to do in this situation. The boy had never actually come to the library before, so this had not really been a pressing issue. However, like people who worked at other places, she did not want the demon to be in her presence, or in the vicinity of stores of knowledge that could potentially help it shed its human flesh. She soon realized, however, there was nothing she could do. It was well known that the Hokage was quite partial with the boy, and would favor him over her. Scowling, she turned around and left, but not before giving him some advice. "Fine, you can stay, though I suggest you take care when reading, child. Should any of these books be out of place or damaged in any way, I'm holding you responsible." Naruto snorted as the woman walked off. Seriously, did she think someone like her could scare the great Uzumaki Naruto with such a lame threat? Shaking his head now that the crisis was averted, Naruto made his way to the shinobi section of the library. He put his hands in a ram seal and created 5 kage bunchins. "Alright, I want you guys to grab some books and check them out. Anything you can find on chakra, seals, taijutsu, and basic shinobi skills will be fine. Also, find a book on politics, whatever that is. Ji-san said it was important for a Hokage to know, so I need to know it. Bring them back home and start reading them." "Wait, what will you be doing?" asked one of the clones, angry that his creator was shoving off his reading on them. "I'm going to go shopping," Naruto said. He hated that he was going to get new clothes, but again, he had promised Ajisen that he would get new clothes, and the man had made a point. After all, he wanted people to take him seriously, and if this would help, then so be it. After all, if I want to be a good shinobi, I have to look cool too. Naruto sighed as he was kicked out of another store. Walking off, Naruto tried to think of a way to get into a store. Unlike the library, which was owned by the government, aka the Hokage, the stores were all civilian-owned, so they could kick him out if they did not want to do business with him. Which basically meant every store he had gone to had kicked him out, not wanting to sell anything to the QB brat. Looking around, the blonde found a store that looked fairly nondescript. The only sign that told him it was for shinobi was the rather large kunai symbol above the door and the sign that read, Higurashi Weapon Shop. Deciding to give this place a try, Naruto walked in. Looking around, the first thing Naruto noticed was that whoever owned this place had an obvious love for weapons. There were racks upon racks of weapons lining the entire shop. Swords, staffs, scythes, it seemed that anything anyone could name was there. He had never seen so many different weapons in one place ever, and some of these weapons he had never seen at all. It was enough to make even someone like Naruto, who knew next to nothing about weapons, drool. "Can I help you?" Naruto stiffened and almost shouted as he spun around. Behind him was a young girl that was maybe a year older than him, wearing a Chinese-style pink tank top, dark green cargo pants, and had her hair done up in 2 buns. To Naruto they made her kind of look like a panda. Or a mouse. Naruto did his best not to snicker at the thought. Hello. Naruto blinked as the girl waved a hand in front of his face. What? Naruto said, blushing in embarrassment as he took a step back and put a hand behind his head. The girl just looked at him before she rolled her eyes at the kid's inattentiveness and shrugged. I was asking if you needed help finding anything? Naruto blinked in surprise. You work here? That's right, the girl said. My name is Higurashi Tenten. My father owns this store, so I come in and help when I'm not on missions. You're a ninja then? Naruto asked curiously. Yep, I've been a ninja for about a year now, Tenten replied. That's awesome, Naruto stated with a large grin. I just graduated. He blinked as he remembered why he was here. You know you can help me, I was looking into getting some new clothes. I can see why, Tenten said with an amused smirk. Your clothes are hideous. Hey, Naruto said, feeling the need to defend his clothes. These clothes are warm and comfortable and dash. Ugly, Tenten finished with a grin. Seriously, who wears orange? I like orange. Naruto shouted indignantly. Seriously, what was it with people continuing to diss on the color orange? It was the best color in the world. It's my favorite color. Even so, it's not a very good color for a ninja. Tenten replied, finding the boy's defensiveness amusing. Especially when it's so bright. Naruto clenched his fists a bit as he resisted the urge to yell. Remember your promise to Ajisen. Naruto had to remind himself. You promised to act like a real shinobi, and real shinobi do not get upset over things like this. Commend him for making me promise this. He's so lucky I promised not to do any more pranks, or I would be pranking his butt into next week. He took a deep breath before letting it out. Feeling a little more in control, Naruto looked back at Tenten. Look, can you help me with my clothes or not? Naruto asked when he felt he had calmed down sufficiently. Sure, Tenten replied, amused by Naruto's reaction. She took him over to the clothing section of the store. So what are you looking for exactly? She asked. Naruto thought about what he wanted to look like. He needed something that made him look cool and added a mysterious persona to him. Something that screamed powerful and awesome. Something. I'm not sure, he said sheepishly. I've never really shopped for clothes before, so. He had actually tried clothes shopping once when he was 6 and had just gotten an apartment. However, the store owners had kicked him out before he could actually shop. That had actually been the same day he found his jumpsuits in the trash after the same store he tried to shop from had thrown them away. You're kidding, right? Tenten looked at him incredulously. When he shook his head, she sighed. Then it looks like we're just going to have to see what works. She pulled him over to the clothing section of the store, where she began grabbing different styles of clothes and then making him change into many styles she gave him, essentially turning him into a life-size dress-up doll. Eventually she found a style that fit. Now Naruto was wearing dark black shinobi pants that tucked into a pair of black steel-toed combat boots instead of shinobi sandals. He had a black sleeveless Chinese-style shirt like hers but with a dark orange trim. She had tried to talk him out of wearing any orange but was unsuccessful in getting the blonde to completely rid himself of his favorite color. At least there was less orange than before, and it was in a darker tone than his jumpsuit had been. His hands were covered in fingerless gloves that had metal knuckles that he could channel chakra through to increase the damage done. His arms were also covered in black bandages up to his biceps. Over this, Tenten threw on a black cloak that covered his form down to the ankles. Lastly, she changed the strap to his headband, giving it a long black fabric that went down to his knees. There, you look much better now, Tenten said, smiling at him. Indeed, he did look much better. Now that she was seeing him without all the orange, he actually looked cute. Now you like a real shinobi. You think so? Naruto blushed as he scratched the back of his head. Of course. So will that be all? Tenten asked. Yes, I dash. Naruto paused for a moment and his eyes glazed over as the memories of one of his clones hit him. Hello, anybody home? Tenten asked it, seeing the blonde space out again. This kid is so weird. Actually, I do need some more things, Naruto said, turning his attention back to Tenten, who was looking at him with her head tilted. First, do you have any training weights I can buy? Of course, Tenten said, leading Naruto over to one section of the store. She went up to a shelf and grabbed a box. This has a two-pair set of training weights, one for the arms and one for the legs. To change their weight, you just channel chakra into them, and to release the weights, you just hold your hand in the release seal and say, "Hey." Naruto nodded at the explanation as he grabbed the box in her hand. Next up, I need a standard set of kunai, shuriken, explosive notes, smoke bombs, and ninja wire, flash tags, a sealing scroll to put it all in, and… Naruto closed his eyes as the information of another clone hit him. This was going to take some getting used to. And a bow staff. A bow staff, huh? Well, you're in luck because we have all of those things, Tenten said, once more leading him around the store. Now then, what kind of staff are you looking for? She asked as she grabbed some of the other equipment he had asked for. Naruto blinked as he went through the information of his clone. It needs to be made of a light material, but have heavier ends for added force. If I can get something that has studs or some kind of protrusions to do more damage, that would be awesome too. And I want to be able to channel chakra through it. Wow, that's quite a detailed item you want. Ga Kia! Both Naruto and Tenten yelled as they spun around. Naruto found himself staring at a bull of man. Large and built like brick sheet house. The man had muscles on every part of his body that Naruto could see. He even had muscles on his muscles. He had brown hair and brown eyes, much like Tenten. He was wearing an off-white shirt, brown pants, and a pair of brown boots. "Diminute Tusan," Tenten shouted as she clutched a hand to her chest. "How many times have I told you not to sneak up on me? And especially when I'm with a customer." Tenten's dad merely laughed. "Ah, take it easy, Tenten. Besides, aren't you ninjas supposed to be more aware of your surroundings? Do you want to be used as target practice again?" Tenten asked with a maniacal gleam in her eyes and had one of her hands inside her kunai pouch. Her dad merely sweat dropped before he coughed and turned his attention to Naruto. "So I heard what you want. That's a pretty descriptive weapon. You're fortunate that I have just the thing." Naruto watched with a mixture of shock and weariness as the man led him and Tenten to the back room, which turned out to be a forge. Getting a ladder, the large man positioned it above a shelf and climbed up. Not finding what he was looking for, he got off and repeating this process several more times. "I know I put it somewhere, but where? Ah, here we are," the man said as he came back down the ladder with a large object that was wrapped in cloth. This was actually custom made for someone else, but well, he had died before I could give it to him. Since it's just been collecting dust over the years, I figured I may as well get rid of it. Naruto and Tenten followed the large man back to the front where he rang Naruto up. "Now all that stuff you got there will come to around 10,000 yen, Tenten's dad said. Naruto cringed a bit but got out the necessary money. It would put him back by a lot, especially since he would no longer be able to gain a stipend from the Hokage since he was a ninja. That meant he would have to find some other way to get food, so he could use the money he had left to pay for utilities. "I think you missed the staff, sir," Naruto said as he realized that the staff should be a lot more expensive than all of his other stuff combined. "Nah, it's good," the man gave a dismissive wave of his hand. "You can have it to commemorate your first time shopping here." Tenten gasped. Her father had never given anything away, ever. Yet he had just given what Tenten could tell was one of her father's finest pieces of work, and to someone he just met. Naruto was even more shocked. This man had to know about his status as the QB container. There was no possible explanation for him not to know. Ajisen had told him that everyone who was old enough to remember that night knew of his status. Yet here he was giving him something that looked like it had taken more time and effort to make than all the time and effort that Naruto had put into all of his pranks combined. "Why?" Naruto asked in an uncharacteristically quiet voice. "You know who I am?" Both Tenten and her dad saw Naruto's hand unconsciously go to his stomach. One looked at him with understanding while the other was just confused. "Because I'm not like most of the fools in this village, kid," the brown-haired man smirked at the blonde. "Besides, it's not like I'm giving this away for free." Naruto looked up at him. "I expect you to come here for all your shinobi needs." Naruto looked at the man with shock. He realized that this man was also someone he could count on to see him for who he was and not what he held. He gave the two there one of his most brilliant smiles. "Thanks, Mr. Kaito," the man replied. "Thanks, Kaito-sen." Naruto bowed before grabbing his equipment and running off with a grin. "I'll make sure this staff becomes famous when I'm Hokage," he yelled out as he left. Tenten looked over at her father in undisguised curiosity. "What was that about?" she asked. "Nothing that concerns you for now, Tenten," Kaito replied as he looked at where the blonde left. "Minato, Kushina, I hope that this will help your legacy grow. It's all I can do for him." The next day found Naruto in a training field working on several different shinobi aspects. He had summoned around 100 clones to help him and had them divided into groups of 25. The first group was working on chakra control. From what Naruto's clones had read yesterday, the whole reason he could not do a standard bunshin was because he had extremely large reserves and next to no control. At least, that was the theory he had come up with from what he read. So he would need to fix that by getting better control. Right now they were working on the leaf floating exercise, the first and most basic exercise. It was basically floating a leaf over the palm of their hands and making it spin. It was just in one hand at the moment, but Naruto eventually planned on increasing the amount of leaves that he could spin, figuring that the more leaves he could float at the same time, the better his control would be. It was not in the scroll he had read, but Naruto had always been innovative when coming up with pranks, and that ability was easily carried on into other aspects of his life and career if he actually set his mind to it. He wanted to at some point be able to spin a leaf on each finger at the same time, rather than using his palms before he moved on to tree climbing, which was the next exercise he saw when he had skipped to the intermediate chakra control book, just to see what it held of course. Another group of clones was working on his taijutsu. In the academy he had been told the wrong stances by Mizuki team, who had been in charge of the taijutsu lessons, and so he really had no style, fighting more like a brawler than anything. He had originally grabbed a scroll on the basic academy taijutsu style. However, he soon found that even with how simple they were, the style simply didn't fit him for some reason. It was odd because he had only started working on it today. But for some reason it felt wrong, was the best way he could describe it. Like his body type just didn't have what the style called for, or maybe that his mindset did not work for it. Whatever the case, the style did not work and he had to find another one. Thankfully, his clones had found several other styles that they felt would be useful. He planned to learn them all so that he could find out which style would work best and eventually combine the styles into something that he could call his own style, which would be totally awesome, and then he could shove it in Sasuke team's face that he had created his own style. One of the things he had read, his clones had read, that lead to his decision to eventually create his own style was the knowledge that most shinobi stick with one style that suited them, and only one style. But Naruto had read from one of the basic scrolls that certain styles worked better against other styles. Like the Uchiha clan's fighting style worked well against most styles but was particularly good against styles that relied on taijutsu techniques that they could copy and use against their opponents. But it was susceptible to styles that relied on being faster than your opponent, and styles that relied on unpredictable and untelegraphed movement. He figured that with the Kagebushin he could learn them all, even if he was not proficient with them, and turn them into something better. Right now he was learning a style called Muay Thai, a style that relied on stand-up striking along with various clincher techniques. The taijutsu was also known as the art of 8 limbs because it relied on punches, kicks, knee strikes and elbow strikes rather than just fist and feet. So far this style was the one he was most comfortable with, since it was a more of a straightforward style and Naruto was always a bit of a brawler. Once he got this style down he would start building his own around this one once he started adding other styles to it. Another group was working with his new staff. He had found an old Bujutsu scroll and had decided that a good weapon would help him get stronger. He had decided on the staff because of his admittedly short reach, something he hoped to rectify soon. Like his taijutsu clones, they were going through the style katas slowly at the moment, making sure that the muscle memory would be engraved in their minds for when they transferred. There was only really one problem with using Kagebushin to train in a physical activity like taijutsu and weapons training. They could learn the katas of a style due to the fact that muscle memory was a mental faculty, but without a proper sparring partner it would only do so much. He could completely master all of the katas in a style, yet even then, if he were faced with an opponent with more experience than him, he would lose. Still, at the very least this would mean that he could make his taijutsu as impeccable as possible before he found a sparring partner to really get better. His last group was divided into two. One group was reading, most of it was on chakra theory, the use of hand seals, trap making, fuinjutsu and various other shinobi aspects. All of them were beginner books written to teach the basics. The other group was working his calligraphy. Naruto had decided that he was going to be better than all the Hokages, and had figured that surpassing the Yondaime in what he was best known for would be the best way to show how awesome he really was. The first thing Naruto had learned about the complex art of sealing was that it required a steady hand and absolutely perfect brush strokes. One wrong mark on a seal and the results could be explosive. This meant he had to work on his calligraphy, because even if he did not want to admit it, his handwriting esiki. So Naruto had been forced to delegate a group of clones to getting better handwriting. It was a basic skill he needed to learn, and while at esiki, he remembered Sarutobi's advice about basics being the fundamental stepping stone into more advanced stuff. At least he was pretty sure that was what he had said. The man had talked so much when he had been giving advice that Naruto was not sure he got it all. Meanwhile, Naruto himself worked on the physical aspects of his training. He would start off with laps around the training field he had chosen, Training Ground 43, a training ground right next to the Forest of Death, not that he knew that, since it was completely secluded. He was currently doing 20 laps around the training ground, with his added weights which were at 20 pounds for his wrist bracers, and 30 pounds for his legs, even he got tired. He planned on increasing the amount of laps he could do within 1 hour to increase his speed. He also did 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 50 pull-ups on one of the trees, 100 squats, 100 log punches with each fist and 100 kicks with each leg. And that was his morning routine. Naruto found himself laying on the ground as he panted, exhaustion actually setting in. It was an odd feeling, he reflected. Naruto had never really felt tired before, something he was beginning to suspect he got from the Kyuubi. Oh sure, sometimes he could get sleepy but never from lack of energy. Right now he was really exhausted. With a sigh Naruto sat up, he was done with his morning workout but he still had half a day left. Turning to his clones, Naruto gave the order to dispel. Unfortunately, they all decided to dispel at once. Even with his enhanced healing factor, Naruto could not withstand 100 clones dispelling at the same time, which when combined with his exhaustion from his new morning routine, ended up knocking the blonde unconscious. It was nearly an hour later when Naruto woke up, looking at the sky and sighing in relief as he realized not much time had passed. Promising himself to make his clones dispel in groups to avoid the massive headache next time, Naruto stood up and made a few more clones. Go hunting and see if you can find something to eat, Naruto said. He was getting hungry and needed some food. With his money nearly gone from clothes shopping, Naruto did not want to waste it trying to get a decent meal. While his clones did that, Naruto set about to making a fire pit, digging out a small ditch before collecting rocks and putting them in a circle around it. He gathered some dried wood and put the pieces in the middle of the pit. With that done, Naruto went through a few hand seals and used a small katon, fire release, jutsu he knew. It was a fairly basic jutsu that was ridiculously easy to learn, and he had only learned it because of its use in starting a fire for occasions like this. The jutsu was also easy, requiring very little control to create, and one did not need an affinity for fire to use it, meaning that anyone who had the ability to channel chakra could learn it. Hey boss! Naruto turned to see his clones. The one in the middle, who had spoken, was carrying several fish they had managed to catch. Good job, Naruto said, feeling a little awkward at knowing he was essentially complimenting himself. Go ahead and dispel yourselves. The clones nodded and dispelled as Naruto set about to cooking his meal. After lunch, Naruto created another batch of 100 clones and had them restart everything they had previously been doing. Meanwhile, Naruto attempted to meditate. In the book on the basics of chakra theory, he had read that by meditating a ninja could sharpen their senses, as well as their mind, and familiarize themselves with their chakra. So Naruto sat down and began feeling the chakra in his body. It wasn't hard. Naruto had always had a lot of chakra. In fact, finding his chakra had been the one thing he had been able to do before the other academy students. He simply had so much that he did not need to actually spend time looking for it, it was already right there. Once he felt it, he began to channel chakra to his ears. At first he winced, having channeled too much chakra and hurting his eardrums as the various sounds of the world invaded them. But after a while he managed to find an appropriate balance of chakra. He listened to the different sounds of the forest, or training ground. He could hear several birds chirping and some animals that were scurrying around on the ground. He heard running water, so there was a pond or stream not too far from him. It had probably been where his clones had caught those fish. He also heard other sounds coming from the forest of death, roars, hisses and other odd noises that sounded like they came from some kind of ferocious beasts. The place sounded like something from a nightmare. He shook the thought off and began channeling chakra to his nose. Once again he channeled too much and had to immediately cut back. However, when he found the right amount of chakra where it no longer hurt, he began to try and differentiate the scents he picked up. It was hard since he did not know what some of the things he could smell were. But he did manage to pick up the scent of the trees, the dirt and grass of the field. Other scents he could smell, but simply not recognize. After a while Naruto stood up. He did not know how long he had been meditating, but he was getting bored. And a bored Naruto was a dangerous Naruto. Deciding to test his taijutsu limits, Naruto put his hand in the ram sign. Tajuo kage bunshin no jutsu, he shouted. There was a large burst of smoke, and when it cleared Naruto could see nearly 400 more clones than there had been in the field. Alright, all of you who I just summoned, this is gonna be a battle royal, all of you versus me. Naruto grinned as he got into the beginning stance for Muay Thai. His stance as near perfect as could be on his first day ever. Let the butt kicking commence. Without delay Naruto charged into his clones head first. Little did he know that he was being watched from afar by a curious observer who had been passing through. Naruto groaned as he flopped onto his bed, not even bothering to take off his clothes. He was not only utterly exhausted, but also sore in places that he did not even know existed. The numerous cuts and bruises he had all over his face and body were just now beginning to heal. Maybe fighting against 400 of his clones had not been such a good idea. But kicking, yeah right, more like getting my butt kicked. Naruto rubbed his sore but where several of his clones had actually kicked him. Despite the pain Naruto was in, he felt good, really good. All that hard work had given him an odd feeling of satisfaction, and while Naruto did not feel like he had gotten super strong from that one sitting, he believed that he had made decent progress. This day had also been an eye-opener for the young blonde. Before today Naruto had never really trained. He did occasionally go out to an empty training field on occasion, and he would exercise quite often. But he had never done anything like this. Most of his time was spent throwing kunai and hoping they hit, or trying to come up with some bizarre move that he thought would look cool, with a name like Uzumaki Barrage or some other egoistical name. He realized that those times he had never really made much progress. He also felt that he was a little more mature. Maybe it was because of the clones he had been using, perhaps they accelerated his mental age since he technically lived all of those clones' lives, or at least remembered those clones living their lives from their perspective. Or it could be the meditation he had done at the end. He still hated it, but he had felt better afterwards. Well, better until his clones had beat the holy hell out of him. Stupid clones. Or perhaps his change in mentality was due to the events that had transpired and led him to where he was now. Before Naruto had been ignorant, he had not known why he was hated, or why he was treated unfairly in class by the majority of teachers, or why the other students constantly made fun of and belittled him. Now he did. The Mizuki incident had opened his eyes. And he had promised not just himself but the Hokage, a man he looked up to as a grandfather, that he would become the best shinobi and Hokage ever. And he would be the best Hokage ever, Naruto was sure of it. All he had to do was prove to the people of this village that he was not the QB, earn the people's respect by becoming a powerful ninja and show how far he was willing to go to protect the village. Then they would see him for him. Easy, right? Looking over at the clock, Naruto saw that it was nearing 10. With a stifled yawn, Naruto shut his eyes and passed out. Tomorrow and the rest of the week would be just as busy as today had been. Hopefully he could get stronger before it was time for the genin emplacement. The next day. The next morning saw Naruto doing much the same as he did yesterday. His clones had split off into 4 groups of 25. They would again work on chakra control, taijutsu, bujutsu, and then reading and fuinjutsu, calligraphy for the moment. Meanwhile, Naruto would do his physical workout. It was a little harder than before. Naruto had decided to increase the weights by 10 pounds, so he was having a few problems. But he still managed to pull through his routine, and this time, he was not quite as exhausted, since his body was already adjusting due to the QB. Naruto began having his clones dispel in groups of 10, that way he would not pass out from memory overload. He created 4 more and told them to go out and hunt. Meanwhile, he was getting the things necessary for the fire pit. However, as he was walking, Naruto heard the distinct whistling of kunai, a sound he had grown intimately familiar with yesterday during his battle royal. Dropping the rocks in his hand, Naruto rolled forward, pulling a kunai from his pouch at the same time. Standing back up, Naruto looked over where he had been to see an odd flat kunai sticking out of the ground. Looking around, the blonde tried to find where the person who tossed the kunai was located, even going so far as to channel chakra through his nose and ears. When he didn't find anyone, Naruto became impatient. "Show yourself before I kick your butt," Naruto shouted, a bit of his old self coming back. Several kunai were launched from within the trees. Naruto dodged some and blocked others, tossing his kunai into the trees they had come from. He was not very good at throwing kunai, having been focusing in other aspects, but he had merely wanted his opponent to reveal himself. Or rather herself. For it was a female who jumped out from within the trees. As she landed on the ground in front of him, Naruto got a good look at the woman. Said woman was wearing clothing that could be considered more of a lack thereof than anything else. She had on a dark orange miniskirt that barely covered her unmentionables, a fishnet shirt that once again did really nothing to cover her. It was especially bad since she had no bra under it as far as Naruto could see. Over that she had a tan trench coat that covered just enough of her bias that Naruto could not see her nipples. She was wearing a pair of standard shinobi sandals with shin guards over them and had a Konoha headband on her head that held up dark purple hair that looked kind of like Shikamaru's pineapple hairstyle. The sight of this woman, who Naruto actually found really beautiful, read CC, he's just too innocent to think that right now, and yet at the same time frightening for some reason, made him blush and look away. Of course this caused the woman to grin at him. "I take it you like what you see, kiddo?" Naruto blushed as he began to sputter nonsensical words. Anko's grin widened. "You know I usually castrate men for staring at me, so you should be lucky I'm making an exception this once." Those words seemed to reboot Naruto's mouth as he turned back to her. "You know, I really don't think you have any right to attack men for looking at you. Since your clothing you're wearing, or perhaps I should say the clothing you're not wearing, makes you stand out more than Sasuke team does when he's running around town from his fangirls." "Oh ho," Anko said with an amused smirk. "So the Gakkai can speak after all. You know I had almost taken you for a mute." Naruto scowled. "Look, I'm not in the mood to play games with you, whoever you are. I need to get back to my training, so why don't you tell me why you're here or leave?" "Now don't take that tone of voice with me, Gakkai," Anko said in a teasing tone. Before Naruto could even blink, Anko tossed a kunai that cut across his cheek before reappearing behind him, another kunai, held to his neck. "Holy shit," Naruto thought, his eyes widening. "She's fast. I didn't even see her move. I was just curious to see who was training out here is all," Anko said in a pouty-sounding voice as she wrapped her arm around his neck and pressed her chest into his back. She grinned as Naruto released an involuntary shudder and his blush came back full force. "Really, I mean when you get a new neighbor it's common courtesy to greet them." "And neighbor?" asked Naruto as he tried to ignore the feeling of the woman's bias pressed against his back. Having never had to deal with any kind of physical contact from a member of the opposite SEC, except for the times Sakura hit him, he had absolutely no clue what to do in this situation. "Aha!" Anko said with a grin as she leaned closer to him. Naruto blushed when the woman liked the blood off his cheek, causing Ank's grin to widen, though she was slightly disappointed and confused when she saw that it was already healed. "This training ground is right next to my home away from home." She pointed over to the Forest of Death. "You train there?" Naruto asked incredulously. He did not know what was in there, But if what he had heard the other day was any indication, it was not a friendly place. Yup, Enko said, smiling at him. It's such a great place, all the creatures there that would like nothing more than to kill you, the giant tigers that love to feast on human flesh, spiders, man-eating plants. As Enko continued to list off all of the amazing animals that could be found within the forest, Naruto was thinking about other things. Dear Kami, this woman must be effing crazy to go in there. And listen to her talk, it's like she gets off on life and death situations. As he continued to listen, his mind went down a different path. Although she does seem strong, I didn't even see when she threw that kunai and then she moved right next to me in an instant. It was obvious that when she had first gotten my attention she was toying with me. Wonder. You know, you never told me your name, Naruto interrupted the scantily clad Kunoichi, who was currently talking about the best way to eat dango. How she got on that topic without Naruto noticing is anyone's guess. Well, since you're asking, why don't you tell me your name first, Gaki? Enko said. Naruto gave her a cheeky grin. Since you interrupted my training to introduce yourself, I believe it's common courtesy for you to give your name first. Heh, well, I suppose you got me there, Enko smirked. Well, alright. I am the Super CC Mitarashi Enko. Naruto gave the woman a grin as he turned around after she let go of him. And I'm Naruto Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha. He stuck out his hand. Pleased to meet you. Enko blinked in surprise. Wait, this is the Gaki? Last time I saw him he was wearing that hideous orange jumpsuit. She had not seen the boy often. Usually she would spot him after he had done some kind of prank and started running from the Chunin, Jonin and occasional Umbu afterwards. She actually found the boy's pranks to be pretty funny and had always looked forward to seeing what kind of havoc he would cause next. Enko looked the boy up and down. Well, he definitely looks more like a shinobi in that. I wonder what happened to his jumpsuit? Pleasure to meet you, Gaki, Enko said, taking the hand and shaking. One of Naruto's eyes twitched. You know I told you my name so you would use it. Enko's grin threatened to split her face. I know. Naruto was about to growl at her when he remembered how fast she had been and his disgruntlement vanished. Hey Enko, said woman looked at him. That was really awesome the way you were able to throw that kunai so quickly, and then you got behind me like super fast. So I was wondering if you would be willing to help with my training. Enko's eyes actually widened for a second. She had not thought he would actually request something like that, or request anything at all really. Truthfully, she had just been curious to see who was near her turf, since most people stay away from any training ground near the Forest of Death, and had hoped that he would amuse her. However she thought about the request, she would not be able to spend much time with the boy, but she was curious. She knew of the child, hell everyone knew of Uzumaki Naruto. Aside from being just the Kyuubi brat, as some of the civilians had called him, he was also known as the prankster king from hell, as well as the dead last of his class. In fact, she had heard that the only reason he graduated was because he managed to help that Chunin Academy teacher Irika catch Mizuki with a high-level jutsu. Yet here he was, training with a buttload of Kagebushin, truly an ingenious training method and something she suspected only he could really do. He was still totally rough around the edges. She could tell that he had just started learning his taijutsu style. Even with the clones his moves were sloppy. Better than most on their first day, but still sloppy. What makes you think I would want to train a brat like you? Asked Enko. Naruto growled as his eyebrows twitched. Hey, I'm not a brat. You stew dash. He stopped right there and clenched his hands together, taking several deep breaths. Getting himself back under control, he looked at Enko and smirked. Because if you train me, you'll be able to brag about how you trained the future Hokage of Konoha. Future Hokage of Konoha, huh? Enko mumbled with a smirk. She had been getting bored with the monotony in her life anyways. Who knows, maybe training some brat would actually be fun. Okay, you got yourself a deal, Gaki. Just meet me at the entrance to Training Ground 44 tomorrow and we'll begin training. Which training ground is Training Ground 44? Asked Naruto, completely oblivious to her slight slip-up. Enko grinned and pointed to the forest where he had heard all of the creepy but noises coming from the other day. Naruto felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine but agreed anyways. After all, how often was it that he actually had someone aside from the old man pay attention to him? The next day, Naruto cursed as he dodged the incoming snakes that were launched at him from the left. Jumping over to the next tree branch, Naruto panted a bit as his cuts healed and the bit of snake venom in his body was flushed. Standing up, Naruto looked around in fright. He had met Anko today just outside of Training Ground 44 as asked. Naruto had been hesitant to follow her when she had begun walking in the forest, but at her insistence he had followed. Almost immediately after that, the hunt had begun and he had been running ever since. Anko had disappeared and then began to play a game of death tag, using snakes, kunai and anything else she could think of throw at him. He had yet to see her since, only catching a few glimpses of her here and there, right before she launched a snake or some other projectile at him. To top it off, there were all of the creatures that were in here that seemed to be flocking to the noise he was making in his haste to get away from the crazy snake using Jonin. Everything from giant but spiders to large man-eating plants were there, and all of them trying to kill and devour him. So he had to not only worry about Anko, but also worry about the creatures in the forest. Training my butt? Naruto growled to himself. I'm starting to think she just wanted to torture some poor sap, and I was unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was beginning to regret asking Anko to help train him. Hearing a snap from behind, Naruto rolled to the left, just dodging a giant spider that had tried to land on top of him. Grimacing, Naruto grabbed a kunai and wrapped an explosive tag around it. He had tried early on to kill these things another way that would be less wasteful, but had learned that he did not have enough physical strength to kill them with just muscle power yet, even when it was enhanced by his chakra. And Naruto had not actually bothered to learn jutsu either, preferring to get his basic skills in chakra control, tai, and bujutsu up to snuff. He told himself as soon as he was out of here, he was going to learn some jutsu that would get through these things' thick hides. As the spider began to move towards him, Naruto threw the kunai. It managed to hit the creature right in the left eye, one of its only weak points. This was the only good thing this demon forest had given him right now, better aim, since without it he would have been killed from wasting so many kunai. The creature shrieked and thrashed in pain, however it still continued to charge after Naruto. Putting his hands in a ram seal, Naruto activated the explosive tag. He jumped off the branch as the creature's head exploded in a gout of blood and brains. Bouncing from branch to branch, Naruto eventually landed on the ground. He leaned up against the tree, panting as he tried to get a breather. Before he could, however, several kunai came at him from above. Naruto pulled out his own kunai and deflected some away from him as he rolled across the floor. Coming up on his feet, Naruto's eyes widened as Anko swooped down on him like some kind of bird of prey. He dodged her first kunai slash, jumping back as he tossed his own kunai at her. Anko merely caught and threw it back twice as fast. Naruto was able to dodge the attack but was not fast enough to dodge it entirely and ended up getting a nick on his left arm. Deciding to test his taijutsu, Naruto ran towards Anko. He ignored the fear that welled up inside of him when he saw her grin. Anko flicked out her hands and shouted, "Sanaijishu, hidden shadow snake." Several snakes were launched from her sleeves. She had used this jutsu enough in the time he had been running from her that Naruto had come to expect it and dodged to the right. What he did not expected was for the snakes to change in mid-direction, coming at him from behind and wrapping tightly around him. You know, charging at an opponent who is clearly superior to you is just stupid, Anko said with a large grin on her face. She had actually had fun today. Naruto winced as his bones compressed. Yeah, I kind of figured that. But at the moment I don't have many jutsu to use. Kagabunshin, Henge, Karawimi and my own Oiroke no jutsu, and that's it. None of those can be used for long-range attacks, and you're too fast for me to track to even think of using my kunai. Anko nodded. This is true, but you should have taken the time to think ahead and set up some traps or something instead. It's kind of hard to do that when you're busy fighting for your life. Naruto deadpanned as Anko's snakes disappeared in a puff of smoke. Anko rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I suppose it is, huh? Naruto's eyebrow twitched. But then again, in real life, you're going to have to think quickly or you'll get yourself and others killed in the field. Naruto winced as he rubbed his sore ribs. Yeah, I know. Now then, Anko rubbed her hands together. Since I was kind enough to help you train, you're going to buy me some dango. What? Naruto asked, thinking he hadn't heard her clearly. Yep, that's right, you're going to buy me some dango since I was gracious enough to help you, Anko stated. But that's fine. Naruto sighed when he saw her pout. This would probably take the last of his money, but she had helped him, and now that she had brought the "I helped you" trump card, he would feel guilty if he did not do as she asked. Where are we going? He held his head down as he mourned the coming loss of his money. Anko smirked as she grabbed Naruto and began dragging him to her favorite dango stand. That was good, Anko said, patting her satisfied stomach. She had taken him to the place she usually got dango from, and like she had commanded, he had paid for her meal. Of 14 plates of dango. Naruto was actually unsure whether to be shocked or impressed that this woman seemed capable of eating almost as much as he could. Glad you liked it, Naruto said dryly, listening to his stomach gurgle a bit. Anko blinked as she too heard the sound. If you're so hungry, why didn't you eat as well? Naruto sighed, thinking about lying to her, but he had been talking to her, or at least he had listened to her ramble, and found out her profession was in torture and interrogation, so she would specialize in catching lies. You already cleaned me out of money, Naruto said with a sigh, holding up his empty frog wallet. Until I begin going on missions, I don't even have enough money to pay for utilities. Anko actually looked down a bit at that, actually starting to feel bad that she had pretty much just eaten him out of all his money. Contrary to popular belief, she was not some heartless beach like most of the villagers made her out to be. However, she had to put up a hard front or the villagers would try to harass her like they had after her sensei. She shook her head of the thought and looked at the blonde in front of her. Then why did you actually agree to pay for my food? Because you helped me, Naruto shrugged as if that explained everything. You're the first person to ever help me this directly. Even Hokage hasn't helped me like that. Anko actually felt worse at hearing that. What about your stipend? You're an orphan, right? Don't you get some kind of monthly allowance or whatever? Naruto shrugged. Yeah, when I was a civilian. But now that I'm a shinobi, I won't be getting one anymore since I'm considered an adult. He noticed her guilty expression and sighed. Look, don't worry about it. I can see about getting some kind of part-time job when I'm not on missions, so it should be fine. That is, if anyone will actually let me work. Anko looked at him oddly before shaking her head. You know, you're a weird kid. I eat away the last of your money and you tell me not to worry about it. Great. Now you actually made me feel bad. She groaned for a moment and looked at Naruto. So tell you what, I'll help train you when I'm not on missions or torturing some poor sap, for free instead. In return, all you have to do is start giving me a good fight. Naruto looked at Anko for a moment, thinking about the offer. It wasn't bad all things considered. Yeah, she kind of scared the shit out of him. Actually, she really scared the shit out of him. But she was also super strong from what he had been able to determine today. Strong enough to wipe the floor with him at least. He gave her a large grin. You've got yourself a deal. Sanaijishu, Hidden Shadow Snake. C-rank offensive jutsu. Allows the user to project several snakes from their wrist as they make punching motion towards their intended target. The snakes bite and wrap around the given target, potentially inflicting multiple wounds. They are also capable of poisoning a victim. Henge, Transform. E-rank supplementary. A basic technique taught in all academies. This creates an illusionary transformation which can be used to transform into objects, such as items, animals, or other people. This technique is merely an illusion and upon being displaced by an object passing through will dispel. Karuwimi, Body Replacement. E-rank supplementary. This lets the user quickly switch places with another nearby object, usually a log, but can be done with others like a plant, animal, or even a person, leaving the opponent to counterattack. Many forms of debate have gone about as to what kind of jutsu this is. Some are under the belief that this jutsu is in fact a space-time ninjutsu at its most basic. Space-time jutsu includes jutsus such as the Hiraishin used by the Yondaime Hokage. Oroiki no jutsu, CC jutsu. E-rank, or a rank, depending on who you ask. The technique utilizes the true transformation technique, or shadow transformation, in order to transform into a beautiful NDE woman. Unlike standard transformations, this is a real transformation which creates a chakra construct that envelopes the user. 2 days later, it was early in the morning as Naruto went about his daily exercise routine. Anko had gone on a mission today, so she was not here with him like she had been the past couple of days. Not that he was going to complain, the woman's training method may be effective, though if you asked Naruto it was more torture than training, but he really had no desire to come home looking like a walking bruise today. Not to say his training had not been progressing well. Even Anko had been impressed by how quickly he was learning, though her way of saying that was, wow. Keep this up and maybe you won't continue to SCK. Yeah, not exactly the nicest thing for someone to say when giving out compliments. Still, he would not complain about her or her training methods. Each day they sparred, or he would be forced to run from her in the forest of death. He would last just a little bit longer, meaning he was just a little bit stronger than he had been when first starting. And really, wasn't that the whole point in training? Naruto's chakra control was getting better. He could now float 5 leaves on one hand, each of his fingers, and rotate them. His clones were beginning to work on the other hand now. It was his hope that he would master this soon and then get started on tree climbing, since the idea of being able to walk on a solid vertical surface was the coolest thing he could think of. Even if he had promised not to do pranks, he could just imagine all of the potential that ability would have had for his pranking career. His taijutsu was better, still nowhere near enough to beat a jonin like Anko, or even one of the better chunin, but it was still good enough that Anko had been impressed with the short amount of time it took for him to learn it. Normally during their training, Anko would literally tear his taijutsu apart, picking the entire style apart piecemeal. Often when she found a weak point in his guard or an attack that would overstretch him, she would take full of advantage of it, beating him into the ground before telling him what he did wrong. After all, there was nothing like getting your butt kicked to make sure you really did not want to get your butt kicked again. His physical strength also had increased a bit. His arms' weights were now at 30 pounds while his leg weights were at 40 pounds. The ability he had to increase his weights faster than normal was thanks to his healing factor. Naruto had found out that when his muscles ripped or his bones broke, the Kyuubi's chakra would come out of the seal and heal his body, making it twice as strong at the break. It was probably the one good thing that had come with the Kyuubi so far. Bujitsu was a bit slower than the other things he was trying to learn, especially since learning to use a weapon was a completely new experience unlike taijutsu. He was still getting better every day, but learning to use a staff was harder than everything else he was working on. Surprisingly enough, it was his studies in Fuinjutsu that made the biggest leap. He had been told that the art was one of the hardest to learn, however Naruto seemed to take to it like a fish to water. He had already read the basic book and was reading the first level intermediate book. His ability to actually make seals was a little slow, having been forced to make his hand writing perfect so that he would not accidentally make some mistakes on the seals and have it blow up in his face. Still, he understood the subject well, and had hoped that he would eventually be able to create some seals without it killing himself. He had also learned a few new jutsu that Anko had decided to teach him. The first one was the Kunai Kagebushin no Jutsu, Kunai Shadow Cone Jutsu, and its shuriken variant. It was a simple C-rank jutsu that multiplied the amount of kunai thrown and was used for mass bombardment of an enemy's position. The jutsu required little control, and for someone like Naruto who had learned the Kagebushin in 1 hour, this jutsu was simple. Aside from that, he had also learned the Bushin Daibagaha, Great Exploding Clone. This had in all honesty become his favorite jutsu. Basically, it was a shadow clone that you simply overloaded with chakra to make it explode. The key to doing this was to send a large dose of chakra to the clone in one go, rather than gradually building chakra in it like when he created reinforced clones. Other than that, his aim with kunai and shuriken had gotten better. He could now hit a moving target with some degree of accuracy. He had also found the limit to his seemingly limitless energy, though that had come from spending several hours playing death tag with Anko in the Forest of Death. The last of Naruto's accomplishments was with his issue of money. Originally, he had been tempted to go and see if Kaido would be willing to let him work there for money. However, he had decided against it since the man had already been so kind to him and he did not want him to lose customers for having the demon brat working for him. The solution had been for Naruto to create Kagebushin and have them henge into regular people. They would go and find a job to earn money and he could continue his physical exercise. So far he only had 2 of them that found a job. A female clone with long black hair and brown eyes he had named Akira, and a male clone that looked like an older version of him except with brown hair and gray eyes, neither of them had whiskers, called Kian. Akira had managed to get a job working as a waitress for one of the Akimichi-owned barbecue restaurants. Surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, the girl was a hit. Of course, Naruto had learned from Anko that SEC appeal goes a long way towards being popular, with guys at least, and since Akira was basically just his Oiroke no Jutsu with some minor altercations, different colored hair, eyes, and war clothes, she was very, very popular. His other clone had gotten a job working as a clerk for a grocery store. Of course, he knew there would be a problem with the two clones later on. Eventually, Naruto would be forced to leave Konoha for missions. When that happened, he would not be able to make his clones to do their jobs. But he was trying to work on a solution for that, and had even already thought of a possible answer. But it would have to wait until he got better at Fuinjutsu. Looking up at the sun as he finished his daily routine, Naruto realized it was time to get back home. Today was his last day to exercise before getting his Jonin sensei assigned. Tomorrow was Sunday and he had decided to get some rest. After all, the body, even his body, needed rest in order to keep from burning out. Naruto ordered his clones to dispel in groups before heading back to his apartment. The next morning, Naruto got up and started getting ready for the day. After getting showered and dressed, Naruto moved into the kitchen where one of his Kagebushin was trying to make breakfast. Naruto had decided to change his diet to a more healthy food than just ramen, having read that he needed to have more balanced and nutritious meals if he wanted to get taller, something he was desperate to do, even desperate enough that he would stop eating just ramen to do it. His clones had only recently started cooking, so nothing they made tasted all that good. But at least they hadn't burned the house down yet, so Naruto was counting his blessings. After eating his meal, Naruto left the house, locking the door before leaving. Hopping onto the roof of his building, the blonde made his way towards the Hokage Tower where he would get his ninja registration and photo ID. Naruto smiled as he made his way towards the academy so he could present his photo and registration to the Hokage. Walking in the door where the old man was, Naruto greeted him in the way that only Naruto could. He slammed the door open and shouted, "Yo Ajizan! I've got my registration." Sarutobi smiled as he looked up. "Ah, Naruto, Tao." Sarutobi trailed off as he looked over at Naruto. He blinked as he took in the change of clothes that the blonde was wearing. The orange jumpsuit the blonde had worn was gone. In fact, Sarutobi could not see anything other than the large cloak that the boy was wearing since it went all the way down to his ankles. He had only managed to catch a small glimpse before Naruto had moved his hand away from the door, but what he had seen was infinitely better than that orange jumpsuit he used to wear. The boy actually looked like a real shinobi with that outfit. It was surprising actually. He had not seen Naruto since the incident. In fact, no one seemed to have seen him since then. It had actually caused a bit of commotion among the villagers who had feared some kind of grand prank from the prankster king. Sarutobi himself had been concerned that the boy may have had some trouble coping with the new knowledge that he held the Kyuubi. However, it seemed as if he had been worried over nothing. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Sarutobi offered the boy he thought of as his grandson a smile. "Well, this is certainly a surprise, Naruto-kun, though I am glad you took my advice. I like the new look, you look like a true shinobi." Naruto blushed a bit in embarrassment. "You think so? Well, I thought if I was going to be a real ninja, I should change into something that made me look a little more, ninja-ish." Sarutobi chuckled a bit. "Indeed, I take it you are here to give me your registration?" Naruto nodded as he gave the old man a grin. "Yep." Walking up, he handed Sarutobi his ninja ID and registration. Naruto moved over to one of the seats and waited for Sarutobi to approve it. After a few moments of studying the information and pictures, Sarutobi nodded. "The picture looks good. I can see you have matured greatly." Naruto beamed at the old Hokage's praise. "To be honest, I expected you to do something like paint your face, or some other childish act." "Hey!" Naruto shouted indignantly, standing up and pointing at Sarutobi. "I've grown up since then. I'm not some brat who would do something like that anymore. I'm an adult now." Sarutobi just gave the boy an amused expression. "Yes, that is true, you do seem to have grown exponentially this week." I was merely talking about what you would have done before. Naruto calmed down slightly at that and gained a sheepish expression. He probably would have done something like that before. Oh, I suppose you're right. Sarutobi smiled before remembering something. I forgot to mention something important the night of the incident, Naruto. Sarutobi began, catching the blonde genin's attention. Due to the fact that you were able to root out a traitor to Konoha and keep the Forbidden Scroll safe, I have listed it as your first B-rank mission. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at the new knowledge. So I want you to come to my office later today so you can receive your mission pay. Really? Naruto asked. At Sarutobi's nod, he pumped his fist in the air. That's awesome. My first B-rank mission and I only just started as a genin. I'll be Hokage in no time with this kind of track record. Sarutobi just chuckled at the overenthusiastic blonde. I am sure you will, Naruto. Speaking of Hokage, you might as well give me that hat right now, Ajisen. Seeing as how I beat you that night. Naruto said with a grin. Sarutobi blushed a bit, remembering just how he had been beaten. I am afraid that did not actually constitute as a fight, Naruto-kun, the old Hokage replied smartly. Therefore I can't actually give you my hat. Oh? Naruto asked with a devious smirk on his face. So if I were to beat you now, would you? Maybe you need a little reinforcement of just how badly you lost. Sarutobi paled as he saw the blonde putting up a familiar hand sign. Naruto, wait, don't dash. Oiroku no jutsu. A cloud of smoke covered Naruto, and when it cleared enough to see, it was no longer Naruto that Sarutobi was looking at. He was now staring at a young blonde woman who looked to be about 18 years old. She had long blonde hair that was done up in 2 pigtails which traveled down to her butt. Her face was heart-shaped and lightly tanned, and she had a set of sky-blue eyes that held an alluring quality to them. She had a small nose, and on either side of her nose were 3 symmetrical whisker marks that seemed to add an exotic quality to her. Her lips were a light, moist pink that contrasted a bit with her skin and gave her a pouty and stuck expression. Her body was what one could only describe as perfection. Luscious-looking C-borderline D-cup BRSTs that, while not as large as his former student Tsunade, were amazingly round and perfect. A narrow waist with a flat-toned stomach led into flared hips with a perfectly round and firm butt. Going down even more were a set of mile-long legs that seemed to go on forever. She was also completely naked, with only small bits of smoke covering certain key areas. Yet that only seemed to add to her allure, leaving just enough to cover her with and make you want more. The Sandaime Hokage took all of 4 seconds to notice these key features about the woman. When he did, it only became a matter of time before he gave the inevitable perverted reaction. Boom. Like last time, the old Hokage was thrown back as a geyser of blood flew out of his nose. Haha. Looks like I got you good, Ajisen. Naruto shouted as he turned back into himself with a puff of smoke and held his stomach while trying not to fall on the floor. A few seconds later, Sarutobi managed to pull himself back up and set himself in his chair, dabbing his nose with a tissue. That jutsu again, I must admit it's very clever, but very dangerous. I'm going to have to list it as a kinjutsu. Naruto blinked as he looked over at the old man. So you're going to make this a forbidden technique? Sarutobi nodded. It seems much too dangerous to be placed in the wrong hands. The grin that stretched across Naruto's face threatened to split it in half. That's awesome. I just graduated and I already made a kinjutsu. I'll be Hokage in no time if I keep this up. Who kicks butt? That's right, Naruto kicks butt. Sarutobi looked at Naruto with an expression somewhere between amusement and exasperation as the blonde did a victory dance. Naruto, he watched as the blonde completely ignored him and continued dancing. Naruto. His voice was a little louder, hoping it would catch the blonde's attention. When it didn't work, he shouted, Naruto. What is it, Ajisen? Naruto asked as he stopped his victory dance. You need to calm down, you're a shinobi, remember? Reminded Sarutobi. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck as a sheepish grin crossed his face. Right, sorry. Sarutobi sighed. I swear sometimes dash. The old Hokage was interrupted as the door opened and a little kid rushed in with wooden shuriken in his hand. Now I've got you, old man, the child yelled. After I defeat you, I'll become Hokage. Naruto blinked as he watched the kid run. He was wearing a head cap and a blue scarf that was several feet too long for him. If he keeps running like that, he's going to trip. As if on cue, the young boy's feet got caught up in his scarf and he tripped, landing flat on his face. Ow wow! The boy yelped as he put his hands on his face and rolled back and forth along the floor. Oh boy, Sarutobi thought as he sighed, if it's not one thing, it's another. The old Hokage pulled his Hokage hat down over his face in embarrassment. Naruto merely stared at the kid, wondering how the hell he could actually be dumb enough to wear a scarf that was so large. At the same time, a man wearing dark plain clothes and sunglasses appeared in the doorway, panting a bit. Gah! Dang, did someone set up a trap to trip me? The kid shouted as he sat up, holding his head. Honorable grandson, are you all right? The man wearing the sunglasses asked. And pardon my observations, but there are no traps here. The surface is completely flat. The man said as he regained his composure, pushing his sunglasses up on his nose in what Naruto thought was a snooty gesture. Naruto just continued to look on at the scene, one eye twitching. Kami, I don't think even I'm that clumsy. The boy got up from the floor and looked around, noticing Naruto staring at him. At the same time, the man with the sunglasses spotted Naruto as well. It's him. The QB brat. He's the worst kind of troublemaker around. The man thought as he sneered at Naruto. Naruto, however, did not notice the man's sneer of disgust as the boy stomped up to him and pointed. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who tripped me, he accused angrily, pointing a finger at him. Naruto's first reaction was to smack the kid, but he took a calm breath. It would not do for a ninja to hit a civilian. Slowly and deliberately, Naruto reached out and grabbed the boy's scarf, flinging it back and forth in front of the child's face. This, Naruto said in a slow voice as if talking to someone who was red dead, is what you tripped over. Seriously, if you're going to wear something like this, get one in a smaller size so your clumsy feet can't trip over it. No, 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 and the boy shouted as he stomped his feet on the ground. You did it. I know you did. Just admit it, you coward. That was enough for Naruto. No one called him a coward. Standing up, Naruto lifted the boy off the ground by the scruff of his shirt. Now you listen here, you demon brat. Naruto shouted through gritted teeth. I'm not a liar and I'm not a coward. You should be more careful when you're speaking to a shinobi, or someone might just end up putting you in your place. Uzumaki, take your hands off of him this instant, the sunglasses man shouted. He is the honorable grandson of our leader Sandaime Hokage-sama. Naruto paused as he turned to the man in the sunglasses, thinking about what he said before turning to the kid in his grip. Huh, so this brat's related to the Hokage Ajisen. Naruto thought, since the sunglasses man did not have any reason to lie to him. That's right, the boy thought with a smirk. He's just like the rest, stopping from doing something as soon as he learns who I am. Feeling confident that nothing would happen to him now, the young boy took this opportunity to gloat. What's the matter, tough guy? I thought you were gonna teach me a lesson. Afraid because the Sandaime Hokage is my Ajisen. Despite being held up in the air, the young child puffed out his chest. Naruto's eyes twitched several times. I don't care if he's your Obon. Naruto yelled as he dropped the boy on the floor and smashed a fist onto the top of his head. Konohamaru, who had tried to get up from being dropped, fell back to the floor as Naruto smashed a fist on his head. This guy's different, thought Konohamaru as he hit the ground again. The man wearing the sunglasses looked scandalous. He just assaulted the honorable grandson. Sarutobi merely sighed and shook his head. What a mess, he muttered. Demon brat, Naruto grumbled. He looked up at Sarutobi. I'll be heading Ajisen, I need to clear my head. Naruto walked out of the room grumbling about stupid brats needing to learn their place. The sunglasses man whirled on his leader. Hokage-sama, how could you let that dash? He stopped as soon as he noticed his leader's harsh gaze. That delinquent do something like that to your grandson. He must be punished. Punished? Sarutobi questioned, raising an eyebrow. For what exactly? It's not like he did any permanent damage, Ebisu. And Konohamaru did deserve that for questioning and insulting Naruto-kun the way he did. The old Hokage sighed. Now then, if you could take care of this. He gestured over to Konohamaru, who was sitting back up with a groan. Honorable grandson, are you all right? Ebisu asked, helping the boy to his feet. Hey, where'd that guy go? Konohamaru asked, looking around. He had to find him. That guy was different from the others. He didn't treat him special just because of who his grandfather was. Ebisu looked at Konohamaru with a frown as he pushed his glasses up. Now you must listen to me, honorable grandson. You must not associate yourself with juvenile delinquents like that, nor should you attempt to draw him into a conflict even if he does deserve it. Ebisu lectured the boy. He is far beneath you, so you must not stoop to his level. As your distinguished Jonin-sensei, I am never wrong about these things, which means I am always right. Ebisu smirked to himself as he turned to look at the village through the open balcony on the left side of the room. I'm above the more mundane trainers, so you must heed my every word. Your goal is to become the next Hokage, and I can teach you the best way to go about it. Indeed, stick with me and you will gain the shortcut to becoming Godame Hokage. You understand, don't you, honorable grandson? Ebisu asked as he turned around, only to find himself talking to thin air. Where did he go now? Ebisu wailed. I believe he followed Naruto, but I have no idea where they're headed. Sarutobi offered up in a calm and casual tone as he lit his pipe. What? Ebisu shouted in shock and consternation. This is a disaster. Ebisu ran out of the room and down the hall. How did Konohamaru-kun turn out to be like that? The old Hokage had to wonder, sighing a bit as he took a puff of his pipe. He's quite determined. That was his 10th sneak attack today alone. He thought to himself as he blew out a few smoke rings. Although if he hangs around Naruto he might learn a thing or two. He paused in his thoughts and grimaced. At least so long as Naruto doesn't teach him anything tricky. The image of a naked blonde woman quickly sprang to mind before he banished it. Sighing, Sarutobi looked down at the paperwork he had gotten from Naruto and began to read it over. Naruto sighed to himself as he walked down the street, the confrontation with the little boy already placed in the back of his mind. As he wandered around the village, the blonde tried to figure out what he should do. Today was supposed to be his rest day, so he wasn't going to be doing any training. However, because he had told himself that he would no longer do any pranks, he didn't really have anything else to do. Maybe I can go visit Tenten, Naruto thought. He had not really spoken to her much, but she had treated him like a normal person, unlike most of the people in this village. Though she may be out of the village or with her team. I could just go and look at some of the equipment since I need to buy some more kunai and explosive notes. Naruto made a silent curse to Anko for making him waste so much equipment on those demon monsters in the Forest of Death. Then he sighed. Of course it would only be looking since I don't have as much money right now, and what I do have I need to save for my housing bills. Naruto's thoughts trailed off as he noticed a cloth that was near the fence that was designed to blend in with it, except that it was dirtier than the rest of the fence. And being held sideways. And there were a pair of hands holding it up on either side, and a pair of feet sticking out of the bottom and a small tuft of hair sticking out of the top. He can't seriously think that's going to work on me, does he? Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Sighing, he went over to the camouflaged child and grabbed the cloth, pulling it down. I take it you want something, seeing as you're following me? Naruto asked in a bored tone. He really didn't feel like dealing with this brat right now. I'm impressed that you saw through my disguise. Your reputation is well earned. Konohamaru said with a large smile as he pointed at Naruto. So that settles it. I'll be your apprentice and you'll be my trainer. Naruto blinked. What? He asked slowly as if not understanding. Yeah. You gotta teach me that Oiroke no Jutsu thing you used to beat Ajisen. Konohamaru shouted as he bounced on the ball of his feet. Hey, hold on. Who said anything about me teaching you? Asked Naruto. What the hell was with this brat? Thinking he would just up and teach someone he did not even know. Come on. Please. Please, please, please say yes, boss. Konohamaru begged. What, boss? Naruto asked, tilting his head in a quizzical expression. Yeah, that's right. You're the boss. Boss, boss, boss. Konohamaru shouted as he jumped up and down. Naruto looked up at the sky as he scratched the bottom of his chin. Well, he was getting bored and had been trying to find something to do. Well, I suppose I can give you some pointers, but it will only be for today. Naruto said, looking at the overactive child pointedly. What? Konohamaru cried out, looking ready to complain. Why only today? Because tomorrow I have genin orientation, so I won't have any free time after that. Naruto said with a smirk as he pointed to the headband on his head. Or did you not notice the headband? Konohamaru looked at the headband and his eyes widened. Sugoi. That's so cool. I suppose it is. Naruto took a step back at the boy's enthusiasm. Anyways, let's head over to one of the parks. Naruto smirked as he jumped up onto the roof of one of the buildings. It was one of his more recent accomplishments, being able to jump that high by using his chakra. But it did a good job of making Konohamaru get all starry-eyed. I hope you can keep up. Naruto shouted and began to jump to another building. Konohamaru, who did not have the chakra control for that, had to travel on the ground. Naruto always made sure to stay in the boy's sight as he hopped across the rooftops, making sure that the boy had to make a concerted effort to follow him. He made sure to circle the parks at once or twice before heading over there. By the time they had reached the park, Konohamaru was stumbling and falling over as he panted for breath. He fell down onto the ground as he looked up at Naruto, who was sitting on a tree branch a few feet above him. What was that for? Konohamaru asked as he tried to regain his breath. Naruto frowned at how tired the boy was. Are you in the academy? He asked. Konohamaru looked indignant, or as indignant as an exhausted 8-year-old could look. He stood up only to fall back down. Of course I am. What are you doing sitting on the ground like that? Interrupted Naruto. Stand up. Konohamaru glared at him. I'm tired from you making me run all over the place. Naruto shrugged. That wouldn't even constitute for my morning runs. If something as mildly strenuous as that made you tired, then you're obviously not training your body enough. Man, this is weird. The blonde thought. I wonder if this is what Irika-sensei felt like when he gave me a lecture? He had to admit that, while it felt odd, it was also satisfying to actually be able to teach someone else. Maybe there really was a point to all of those boring lectures Irika-sensei gave. Anyways, Naruto shook his head of thoughts on Irika. Since you're so exhausted, it's obvious that your chakra reserves are too small to do anything more than the basic jutsu. So I think we'll start with Dash. Hey! Konohamaru shouted with an angry expression on his face. I am not small. Naruto face palmed as he listened to the little kid. Please, Kami, tell me this is not how I sounded to Irika-sensei and Ajisen. If it is, I swear I'll never be such a brat again. I said your chakra. Siare? Naruto pronounced the word chakra extra slowly. I made no comment on your height. I am merely saying that your chakra reserves are a tad on the small side. This means you'll have to work on getting your reserves up to snuff. I'll write down a few exercises I found in a book and give them to you to practice on your own. Naruto paused for a moment. Though if your reserves are smaller, then you should have better control. Tell me, how good is your chakra control? He asked. Well, I don't really know much about that. Konohamaru admitted. Four Eyes Sensei hasn't gone beyond what the academy has already taught me. Naruto sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. Which means you have had absolutely no practice in chakra control. He paused. Come to think of it, he hadn't been taught chakra control exercises either. Though he had assumed it had been one of the days he had been sent out of class, or skipped. He frowned to himself before shaking his head. Have you at least been working on the Henge no Jutsu? Please tell me you have? Konohamaru puffed up his cheeks indignantly. Of course I have. Alright, no need to get defensive. Naruto held up his hands in a defensive gesture as he jumped off the tree branch. So show me what you can do. I need to see how far along you are, before we can start doing anything. What should I transform into? Asked Konohamaru, scratching the back of his head. Naruto shrugged. Anyone, it doesn't matter so long as I can see where you're at. After that I'll show you some material. I have to create your own version of the Oiroku no Jutsu. The thing about the Oiroku no Jutsu is it requires an innate understanding of the female body. Or at least it does now. Naruto thought with a snort and a light blush. He had read 1 or 2 books on anatomy, and one of them was on female anatomy as well as a book on the reproduction system. Plus all that time he had spent with Anko this past week had pretty much guaranteed that he would know what certain female parts looked like. Naruto shook his head to clear. Alright, let's see what you can do. You got it, boss. Konohamaru shouted as he did the hand seal for the jutsu. Henge no jutsu. Ebisu scowled as he looked out across the village from the roof he was standing on. He had been searching the village for the better part of an hour and it was getting on his nerves. Where is that filthy delinquent? What could he be doing to the honorable grandson? It could only be something truly evil, Ebisu thought, viciously as he clenched his hands into fists as he scanned the streets. I am an elite jonin. As one in a long line of senseis that have shaped and guided potential candidates to the illustrious position of Hokage, I cannot allow such a disaster to occur on my watch. I'll crush any insect that clings to my student, even if it is a Jinchuriki. Without a second thought he began hopping across the roofs, searching for any sign of the blonde brat or his wayward student. Naruto sighed as he dropped some change into a vending machine to get himself some soda. If only vending machines ended up taking over for shops, then I wouldn't go broke because of stupid prejudices. He shook his head of the thought, knowing that thinking something so negative would do him no good. Turning around he looked at his temporary student. The boy had done remarkably well for his first time, though Naruto could see signs of exhaustion setting in. Though, Naruto attributed his success to the fact that he had less chakra, therefore more control to use jutsu, making learning something like this easier. Walking over to Konohamaru he sat down, popping his soda can and taking a long gulp. So, tell me, what was going on with you and Ajisen? It didn't seem like this was a singular event. Ajisen named me Konohamaru, after the name of the village. He said it would bring me luck. Konohamaru murmured. Naruto nodded to himself as he listened. You'd think that it would be easy to remember. But no one, not a single person in the whole village ever calls me by my name. It's because when they look at me, they don't see me, they see the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Konohamaru kicked a rock. They don't see who I am, just who I'm related to. It's like I'm invisible, hidden behind Ajisen's shadow, and I'm so sick of it, that's why I'm going to become Hokage now. So people will know who I really am. This kid has the reverse problem of me. Naruto thought incredulously. He's still basically ignored, but it's more of ignoring who he is, rather than his existence. The kid reminded him a lot of himself, how he used to be before the Mizuki incident. Not that something like this would make Naruto give the kid any sympathy. If anything Konohamaru needed and but kicking. Naruto snorted. You think it's that easy? Konohamaru looked up at Naruto. If you could become Hokage so easily then everyone would try to be Hokage. The Hokage is not just the strongest ninja in the whole village, but he's also the smartest and the one who's dedicated his life to serving the village as its protector. You have to think of each villager as if they were a member of your family and be willing to put your life on the line to keep them safe. That is what being Hokage is about. And it will take hard work, dedication, blood, sweat, and tears to get there. Not just anyone can be Hokage. Naruto suddenly grinned. Besides, if you're going to be Hokage, you're going to have to defeat me first. Naruto stopped as he watched Konohamaru, who was gaping at him, waiting for the boy to say something, when he heard a rustling of leaves. I've found you, a voice came from above them. Naruto and Konohamaru turned to see Ebisu standing on a tree branch. That filthy Uzumaki, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Ebisu glared down at Naruto, who could not hold in a flinch at those icy eyes. Those eyes. He recognized them as the same ones that some of the more hateful members of the village gave him. The kind of people who he was sure would kill him if they had the chance. The kind who would try to beat him if they caught him when they were drunk and had lost any inhibitions they might have once had. Leaping down from the tree, Ebisu landed on the ground and approached the two. Honorable grandson, it's time that you return home. Ebisu said in the same overly confident tone as before, adjusting his sunglasses. Konohamaru jumped to his feet. No way. I'm learning how to beat Ajisen and become Hokage. Don't interfere. Naruto couldn't hold in his smirk. It sounds like he thinks I'm a better teacher than you. Ebisu sneered at Naruto. Silence, Uzumaki. I will not just sit idle while you corrupt my student with your rubbish. Shut up. Konohamaru yelled. He's a better teacher than you'll ever be. At least I can understand what he says. Both Ebisu and Naruto were startled by the boy's exclamations. No, no, honorable grandson, you must not listen to him. He cannot teach you the things you need to know. To be Hokage, one must understand virtue, justice, ceremony, wisdom, loyalty, prudence, and be skilled in 1,000 jutsu. You don't even know one jutsu. Ebisu continued. However, it seemed that Konohamaru had heard enough. I'll show you a jutsu. This Oiroku no jutsu. Where before there was a small brown-haired boy, now there was a tall, older, and absolutely drop-dead gorgeous female with dark brown hair. And she was naked. How's this for a jutsu? She asked with a stuck voice as she made a pose. Ebisu froze and his jaw nearly fell to the floor. Naruto watched as the man shivered. However, he was still standing. Well, what do you know? Naruto thought to himself. He hides it well. Konohamaru poofed back into existence and frowned. Why didn't that work? He asked, scratching the back of his head. WWH, what kind of disgraceful jutsu is that? Ebisu shouted indignantly, though Naruto could see the red tinge to his cheeks. Such things are not fit for the eyes of a gentleman. I would never fall for such a vulgar and outrageous jutsu. I am far above such things. Naruto's eyes began to twitch at the bold and obviously false declaration. Ebisu grabbed Konohamaru's scarf and tried to start dragging him back with him. Honorable grandson, you must stop this at once. That Uzumaki brat is turning you into a delinquent. Do you want people to see you as an imbecile? Only with my teachings will you gain the shortcut to becoming Hokage. Ebisu continued to pull on the scarf, trying to drag Konohamaru away. No. Just leave me alone. I don't want to learn from you, I'm learning from the boss. Konohamaru yelled as he yanked back. What sort of nonsense is this? Ebisu shouted back. The pair continued their little tug-of-war until Naruto decided to intervene. Kagebushin no jutsu. The pair paused when Naruto shouted and turned around to see around 50 clones puff into existence. Konohamaru looked at all of the copies with wide eyes. Come on. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? One of the clones shouted. Oh wait, I guess you. We're doing that. Another clone said. Well, maybe you can pick on someone bigger than you. Another spoke up. Ebisu sneered at the clones as he let go of Konohamaru and walked into the group of Narutos. I'm not impressed. I am a Jonin, an elite ninja. Not some lightweight like Mizuki. Ebisu pushed up his glasses and gave an arrogant smirk. Yes, I heard of your run-in with Mizuki. And for someone who was pushed away by their own sensei, you have no right to lecture me, upstart. Now, watch closely, honorable grandson, and see how a real ninja fights. Konohamaru looked back and forth between Ebisu and the group of Narutos, not sure what to do, but praying that Naruto could win. Sarutobi sat down in his spying room. Irika had visited him a little while ago and they had just finished a discussion about Naruto, and he was now watching the events on his spy orb. Naruto may have been fortunate against Mizuki, but this is most likely out of his league. Sarutobi frowned as he put his pipe in his mouth. Ebisu better be smart enough not to hurt him too badly, especially in front of Konohamaru-kun. And I think I'll need to talk to him about his attitude problem. Ebisu stood in the middle of the formation of Naruto's with a cocky smirk in place. This kid didn't honestly think that a technique like this would be enough to beat him and elite, did he? Well, he asked with a sneer and cocky tone. All the Narutos grinned before putting their hands up in a hand seal. Oiroku no jutsu. All 50-something clones shouted, surrounding the area in smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Ebisu was assaulted by 50 very hot and very naked blonde girls, all of whom began grabbing at him. They began pressing and rubbing themselves against the now shocked still Jonin while whispered seductively into his ear, but all of their words were lost as the feeling of their biceps and legs and other parts pressing against the Jonin became too much. Ebisu shuddered, before being thrown out of the group of girls by the geyser that was his nose, shooting blood as he flew into the air. Naruto grinned as he saw the now completely unresponsive Jonin twitching on the ground a few feet away. A puff of smoke later, and all the clones dispelled. Turning to his shorter companion, Naruto grinned. And that is what I like to call Rem no Jutsu, harem jutsu. Sugoi! Konohamaru shouted, pumping a fist in the air. Sarutobi watched the events that transpired with a shocked look. Naruto seems to have gained quite the dangerous skill. Sarutobi thought. Combining his Oiroke no Jutsu with the Kagebushin no Jutsu is a dangerous combination. I don't know if even I could survive that. He reached out and grabbed a tissue, dabbing away at his now bloody nose. Naruto looked at the still twitching Ebisu, satisfied that he wasn't going to be getting up anytime soon. The blonde walked back over to Konohamaru. "Ah man. I couldn't even get Four Eyes Sensei to fall for the jutsu. I want to be Hokage so badly, but I keep messing up. Why can't I do it?" Konohamaru grabbed at his hair in indignation. "Because becoming Hokage isn't easy," Naruto said. "You want to be at the top right now, to be Hokage as soon as possible so people will see you for you. I know how you feel. Until recent circumstances I was the same way. But the fact is being Hokage is a long and hard road. You can't just become Hokage because you want to. It takes dedication, skill, hard work. You have to be willing to bleed and cry and sweat in order to be the strongest shinobi you can. You have to train both mind and body. But most importantly, you have to be willing to risk your life for the sake of this village and its people." And also, Naruto looked at Konohamaru with a serious expression, causing the younger male to gulp. "You have to remember the most important truth about how to become Hokage." "Oh yeah," Konohamaru shouted as he puffed out his chest. "What truth is that?" "That there are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage," Naruto said, his eyes taking on a fierce and determined look. "By trying to take the easy path you limit yourself, you weaken yourself, because you weren't willing to take the harder road. Weren't willing to train until you dropped, or work until you felt all of your muscles straining against each other. No ninja in this village would respect a Hokage who took the easy way out of everything. Sometimes Hokages have to make hard choices and deal with the consequences of those choices. It takes a kind of commitment that very few people have, and those who don't have it need to get out of the way for those who do." Naruto stared at Konohamaru, the boy a little red in the face and looked like his eyes were on the brink of turning into swirls. He was trying to come to terms with all of the information he had just received and felt completely overwhelmed. However, one of the things Naruto had said rang through his mind. "Besides, if you're going to be Hokage, you're going to have to defeat me first." Konohamaru turned away from Naruto and stuck his nose up. "Who do you think you are? Lecturing me like that?" Naruto smirked a bit at Konohamaru's reaction. "That's it. I won't be your apprentice any longer. From now on we're rivals. Got it?" Naruto just gave the kid a grin. "Well, that's cool. This was a one-time deal anyway, because I'm getting assigned to my Jonin sensei tomorrow. However," Naruto's grin widened, stretching the whisker marks and making him look like a fox. "I accept your challenge to be my rival. But keep this in mind, you're going to have a lot of catching up to do if you want to be at my level. You're going to have to train hard if you want to even think of competing against me for the title of Hokage." Naruto looked at the sun and sighed. He had just wasted a whole day training a kid. "Well, it was fun and I was resting today anyway," Naruto thought with a chuckle. It was nice being able to act like nothing more than an overly cocky kid and show off to someone else, something that he knew he probably would not get to do again. "Well, I'm off. But don't for one second think you can just slack off. You never know when we might meet again, and I find out that you've been slacking." Naruto trailed off with the implied threat, causing Konohamaru to gulp. "All right then, I'll see you later, Konohamaru." Konohamaru felt his eyes widen as Naruto turned around and tossed a wave over his shoulder. Sarutobi smiled as he leaned back in his chair and watched Konohamaru give a salute to the leaving Naruto. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for helping Konohamaru-kun. True path of a ninja." He sighed. "I just wish he hadn't taught Konohamaru-kun the Oiroke no Jutsu, Kunai Kaibushin no Jutsu, Kunai Shadow Cone Jutsu, a basic C-rank jutsu that creates copies of thrown projectile weapons. Used for mass bombardment of enemy positions, distractions and creating distance between the user and his/her foes. Bushin Daibakuha, Great Exploding Clone, a rank kinjutsu. Basically a kagebushin that is overloaded with chakra that will explode either when the user activates it, or it gets hit in some way. Rem no Jutsu, Harem Jutsu, S-rank kinjutsu. This jutsu is simply a combination of the Shadow Clone Tekniyu and the CC Jutsu. It is used to create any number of clones of beautiful, NDE women. This technique is known to many in Konoha as the pervert killer due to the massive nosebleeds many perverts have suffered from it. This includes on Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who after suffering massive hemorrhaging decided to rank the jutsu as a Forbidden South class ninjutsu and place it in the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing. It was early morning, the sun hadn't even risen yet. But one Uzumaki Naruto was already up and about, getting ready for his first day as a ninja. After a quick rinse in the shower, and a somewhat decent breakfast of eggs and toast, Naruto was ready to start the day. He looked himself over in the mirror, checking his clothing and equipment to make sure everything looked good. He wanted every one of his former classmates he reminded himself, to leave with a good impression of him. He looked at his bow staff attached to his back, angling over his shoulders slightly for easy access. Nodding to himself, the blonde genin left and began making his way towards the academy. He had decided to walk to the academy instead of roof hopping, even though he had come to enjoy the activity. There were not any people out at this time, being so early that the sun was just beginning to rise, so Naruto did not have to suffer through any glares this morning, and since it was so early he could afford to take his time. However, as Naruto turned around a corner, he stopped when he noticed a small section of the fence that was dirtier than the others. And sideways. And had a pair of feet sticking out of the bottom, a pair of hands on either side and a tuft of hair sticking out at the top. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Seriously, you think he would have learned yesterday? Naruto thought as he started walking forward again. Just as he passed the sheet, Naruto pulled out 4 kunai, tossing each one into a corner of the sheet, pinning his rival to the fence. What the? Let me go. Get me out of here. Came the muffled response from inside of the cloth. Naruto grinned as he walked up and rapped his knuckles against Konohamaru's helmeted head, making the currently complaining kid quiet down. So can I help you, Konohamaru? He asked, amusement leaking from his voice. You saw through my disguise again. That's why I respect you as my rival. Konohamaru tried to get out of the restraining cloth by slipping through the sides, but the kunai had stretched the sheet enough so that they were too tight to slip through and in too deep to pull out from his position. Now can you let me out? Naruto grinned as he grabbed the kunai and pulled them out, letting the covering drop to the ground. So, I take it there's something you want from me? The blonde asked. I challenge you. Konohamaru shouted as he pointed at Naruto. Naruto laughed at the kid. Sorry, but I can't. Remember, I have to head over to the academy today to get assigned my Jonin sensei. Oh yeah, Konohamaru said, his eyes getting stars in them. Man, that's so cool. I wish I was a ninja. Well, just make sure you work hard and don't slack off. Naruto looked up at the sky and saw the sun had risen. He would have to hurry now if he wanted to get to the academy before the glares started coming his way. Anyways, I need to head over to the academy or I'll be late. See ya. Naruto tossed the energetic kid a wave as he ran off. Naruto ended up getting to the academy a tad later than he had expected due to the interruption. However, it was still early enough that he doubted anyone else was there. Making his way to his homeroom, Naruto walked up to the door. Opening just as Irika was about to walk out. Irika blinked in surprise when he laid eyes on Naruto and for a moment, didn't recognize him. Oh, morning, Irika-sensei. Naruto greeted his teacher with a large grin. Irika blinked once, twice, thrice. Naruto? He asked, getting a nod in response. The scarred Chunin Academy teacher looked his former student up and down, taking notice of the rather large cloak covering the blonde's frame. You look different. Irika smirked a bit. You actually look like a real shinobi now. Hey! Naruto said indignantly. Are you saying I didn't look like a dash? He stopped, took a deep breath and started again. Thanks Irika-sensei, hee. The Chunin instructor raised an eyebrow at the small turnaround in emotion, but just chalked it up to Naruto being Naruto. You're here a lot earlier than I expected. Yeah, well. Naruto trailed off for a moment as he tried to come up with an excuse for being so early. It would not do if he said he felt like walking and did not want to be subject to the villagers' glares on the day he became a ninja. I guess I was just too excited to wait. I've been waiting a whole week, you know. Irika chuckled. And waiting was never one of your strong points. Naruto's left eye twitched, but he quickly calmed himself down. He was a ninja, and he refused to let himself get so worked up over something as trivial as this. Instead, he plastered a large grin on his face. Yeah, I guess I did. But I've gotten a lot more patient now. Really? That's good. I look forward to seeing this patience you're talking about. Irika resisted the urge to chuckle when Naruto's left eyebrow began twitching. Anyways, why don't you go have a seat? I have some things I need to get, so I'll be back a little later. Right? See ya, sensei, Naruto said as he walked inside. Looking around, Naruto decided to choose a seat in the back right corner, where he could remain inconspicuous. Not that he did not want to be seen by his peers or anything, but he had read in a book called Ninja Basics for Dummies that a ninja should always remain aware of his surroundings in order to gather information. Naruto figured that he could practice this by using the better view that seat offered so he could find out more about his potential teammates from there. Taking off his staff, Naruto leaned it against the wall before taking out a book and sitting down. He flipped the book, which was called Intermediate Level Fuinjutsu, Level 1, a book written by a man called Jiraiya, and began to read while he waited for the orientation to start. Slowly but surely people trickled in, giving him a curious glance, but because his head was buried in his book, no one really knew it was him and just wrote him off. Naruto flipped another page in his book as he continued reading, this chapter being about seals that affected the body, namely training seals. The gravity and resistance seals sound pretty useful. I bet they would work better than my weight bands, since they affect the body as a whole rather than just one specific spot. Naruto frowned as he read one particular note about the gravity seals. It seems they affect height if used at a young age, so I guess that's out. Still, the resistance seals sound useful. While the weights will increase my strength, the resistance seals are specifically designed to help boost speed. He sighed, however, when he noticed that there was no example of a resistance or gravity seals, and that this chapter was only talking about what seals can do to affect the body. Naruto continued reading as more and more students came into the class, ignoring most of the conversation around him as he read. However, he paused when he felt and heard an odd rumbling sound that increased in volume as time went on. It sounded almost like a stampede. He turned his head just in time to see two familiar girls burst through the door. Yamanaka Ino, a girl with long blonde hair done up in a ponytail and bangs on the right side of her face. She had a purple sleeveless shirt, purple arm warmers, and a purple skirt with cuts on the side and bandages covering her legs from mid-thigh, which moved down into a pair of blue shinobi sandals. Ino was a member of the famed Yamanaka clan, which was made famous during the Third Great Shinobi War due to Ino's father Inoichi, who had been a member of the Ino Shikacho trio, a team that had used phenomenal teamwork to defeat enemies and opponents far tougher than they were, making them one of the more feared people during the war. The Yamanaka clan was also well known for their jutsu that allowed them to invade the minds of their opponents, making them wonderful interrogation experts. Despite the fact that Ino came a powerful clan, she was just like all of the other girls in class, more concerned with being her hair and dieting to be twig-like thin in order to impress the resident emo Sasuke. The second girl to appear within the doorway was Haruno Sakura. Both held up their hands as soon as they entered the room. I win! They both yelled at the same time, causing a few people, Naruto included, to sweat drop. Beat that forehead girl. My foot was in the door first. Ino shouted with a smirk. What are you talking about, Ino pig? Sakura asked with a sneer. My foot was at least 1/4 of an inch in the door before yours. Were they always this loud? Naruto wondered to himself. He watched as the two walked up to Sasuke, who had taken his usual spot at the front of the room in the right side next to the window. Sasuke-kun, would you like to sit by me today? Sakura asked as she walked up to Sasuke with a smile that she hoped was cute. Naruto sighed as Sasuke ignored the girl like she did not even exist. I wish she would look at me like that. He shook his head. He had not actually thought about the girl who he had a crush on this past week. What, with all the time he had been spending with Enko? Enko's more attractive anyways, so is Tent? Naruto blinked for a moment as he set his book down. Where had that come from? He shook his head and was just about to start reading when Ino decided to make her displeasure of letting Sakura sit next to Sasuke known. You can't sit next to Sasuke-kun, because I'm going to sit next to Sasuke-kun, Ino screamed, before turning to said raven-haired boy. Right, Sasuke-kun? Once again the Uchiha ignored her. Sasuke-kun doesn't want to sit next to you, Ino pig. Sakura yelled. I'm the only one he wants to sit next to. Naruto sighed as he put the book down, finding it impossible to concentrate with all the noise they were making. He had never really paid much attention to it before, but for whatever reason the amount of noise they were generating was starting to bother him. Of course he had also never tried to read before, so maybe it was just that they were distracting him from his book. Standing up, the blonde made his way over to the two bickering girls. Excuse me, he said, getting their attention as well as that of the rest of the class who, after noticing his whisker marks, stared at him in shock. But you do both realize that there are two available seats next to him. Naruto pointed at the seat on Sasuke's right, away from the aisle. So neither of you has to actually fight for a seat. Naruto looked at everyone as they stared at him, surprise and recognition in their eyes. He would have smirked but held the urge in. It would not be cool if he gave them the impression that he enjoyed seeing the surprise on their faces. Naruto? Sakura asked as she noticed his whisker marks. It quickly changed to a sneer of disgust as she decided to berate him. What are you doing here? In case you didn't notice, this is only for people who graduated, not for failures like you. As the class laughed at Sakura's words, Naruto frowned. He had expected this, to be honest, but had kind of been hoping that with his new look it would change her opinion of him. Guess not. He sighed lightly, before deciding that he didn't want to put up with her abusive words right now, especially since for whatever reason they hurt more. If you had used those two eyes stuck in your orbital sockets to look up, you would see that I have a headband. Naruto pointed to his head where Irika's headband sat. So I have graduated, thank you very much, perhaps you're not as smart as I thought. Naruto walked off and moved back up to his seat, leaving a stunned crowd behind. Did he really just insult me? Asked Sakura as she tried to comprehend what had just happened. That had never happened before. Naruto would always ask her out, and she would always hit him because it made her feel better about herself. Sakura felt an odd sense of emptiness as she wondered if Naruto had decided that he didn't like her. He's just trying to make you feel bad, Shinaro. Sakura's inner persona shouted, getting Sakura to snap out of her shock. You're right. I bet Narutobaka's trying to make me feel bad for him, so I ask him out on a date. Well, it's not going to work. Sakura sat on Sasuke's right as her and Ino once again began to fight over said Uchiha. As the rest of the class got back to what they were doing, one girl kept her eyes on Naruto. I had thought that Naruto-kun had failed. Hinata looked at Naruto, who had gone back to his reading with a blush. I'm glad he didn't. In the special spying room located within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi and 9 Jonin were gathered around the crystal orb. These Jonin were the ones who had been assigned as the Jonin senseis for the newly graduated genin. Though only 3 would end up getting that position. Well, that was slightly unexpected. One of the Jonin in the room said, a man with spiky silver hair, wearing the standard Jonin attire named Hatake Kakashi. He looked into the spy orb with a lazy expression, though if one looked close enough they could see him analyzing everything. And that one must be Uchiha Sasuke, the most promising student and rookie of the year. Yes, the one with the dark hair and blue shirt is Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi replied evenly. Truthfully, he did not think Sasuke was deserving of his title, especially when the teachers in class handed the boy everything, but he would not deny the boy was at least mildly talented. He's the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan. Spoke up a Jonin with curly black hair and exotic red eyes. She was a new Jonin, but had quickly risen as the most prominent genjutsu expert. Her name was Yuhi Kurenai. At least the only Uchiha still left in the village. Sarutobi countered, making the red-eyed woman wince. The crystal ball changed view to close in on some of the genin, one such view showing Naruto, who had gone back to his seat and picked up his book. Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi muttered to himself. Naruto frowned as he continued to read his book, doing his best to ignore the new stares he was getting. Why did I do that? Naruto wondered as he thought about what he had said to Sakura. He had never actually insulted anyone before, and Sakura was the last person he would have expected to insult. Yet something about what she had said just then had rubbed him the wrong way. Her words had hurt, of course, even more than it normally did. But he couldn't just chalk it up to that. Maybe it has something to do with learning about the Kyuubi. He considered that thought. After learning about Kyuubi being sealed inside of him, the villagers' hatred made sense. However, that still couldn't quite explain why he had been rude to Sakura. After all, from what Gigi said, only the adults knew of his status as a Jinchuriki. Like most of the kids in his class, Sakura often berated him. In fact, out of all the people in the class, she was the one who treated him the worst. But it had not always been like that. The first time he had met her, she had been getting picked on by some bullies due to her large forehead, and Naruto had seen it and chased them off. After that, she had spent the day with him. It had been his first and only time he had gotten to spend with someone his own age, and the first time he had really had any fun in his childhood. Sakura had even promised to be his best friend during their time together. However, when her mom had seen them together, she took Sakura away and told her to never go near the blonde again. Sakura had followed her mother's advice, and Naruto had not seen her after that until he entered the academy. When he did see her again, the blonde had been ecstatic at seeing his first friend. However, she had either not remembered him, or had become heavily influenced by her mom, because the first thing she had done when he had tried to say hi was to hit him and tell him to leave her alone. That had of course not stopped him from trying to get his friend back. He had tried again and again to no effect. Eventually, despite the amount of abuse he had taken, Naruto had become so desperate to get his first friend back that he developed a crush on her. After that, he had begun asking her out on dates, not really understanding what the difference between a date and a get-together with friends were, since he had never had the talk, because he was an orphan. This only seemed to further aggravate Sakura, who had started developing a crush on Sasuke. This in turn caused her reactions to become more and more violent. Now she was easily the most abusive person in class, at least to him. No one really liked him, and everyone made fun of him, but she was the only one who had ever actually hit him. Naruto shook his head, thinking about things too much made his head hurt, so he decided to just let whatever he was feeling run its course. A few minutes later, Irika came into the room and noticed that it was oddly quiet, only a few people huddled about whispering to each other. That's odd. I would have expected everyone to be jumping around and yelling their heads off at finally graduating. Deciding not to think about, Irika coughed to get the attention of the newly graduated class on him as he began his speech. As of today, you are no longer academy students, but full-fledged ninja. But in the ranks of ninja, you all are only genin, the lowest ranking in the ninja hierarchy. However, the first step has now been made and your greatest challenges are now ahead of you. Irika paused and pulled out a clipboard. For the next stage, you 27 genin will be assigned into 3-man squads, with each squad being assigned a jonin sensei, who will supervise and continue to train you from here on out. Several students looked up with surprise etched on their faces as they heard they were being assigned into groups. Naruto looked up when he heard that, but only spared the thought a moment before he went back to his reading. He had already known he would be assigned a team when he had recently read a book on shinobi basics. Sakura and Ino were busy ribbing each other and making comments about who would get to be with their Sasuke-kun. Much to said Bruder's annoyance, since he was in between the pair and had to listen to them. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he heard Irika's words and tried to ignore the two useless fangirls bickering. A squad of 3 will only slow me down. Irika coughed into his hand before he continued. Now then, the squads have been arranged to give each team a balance of abilities and skills. I will now read the roster, so pay attention to when your name is called and who you will be teamed up with. Irika looked at his clipboard and began to call out names. Team 1 will be... Naruto stopped reading and began paying attention as the genin squads were called, not wanting to miss who his teammates were. I kind of wish I had some friends that I could be in a squad with. Shikamaru and Choji are okay, but we're not really friends. Kiba, I suppose, could be considered a pranking rival, but now that I'm trying to be a serious ninja. He shook his head of his thoughts and just concentrated on paying attention. Team 7 will be Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika was forced to stop and wince as Sakura let loose an ear-splitting victory screech. And Uzumaki Naruto. What? Came the voices of both Naruto and Sakura. Irika-sensei, how could you even think of putting me in the same team as him? Naruto shouted as he pointed at Sasuke. Acting like mature ninja beat med. This had to be corrected now. We don't get along, we can't work together, we aren't friends. Now I'll concede to you the team isn't friends with anyone. He seems to enjoy spending more time sticking that 20-foot-long metal pole further up his butt and practicing his brooding pose. But out of all the people in this class, we get along the least. The guys in the class laughed when they heard Naruto's words. Well, everyone except for Sasuke, who scowled intently at the blonde. Meanwhile, the girls were fuming at the insult to their Sasuke-kun. They began leaking a pathetic amount of killing intent at Naruto, who ignored it, having gotten far worse from Anko. Naruto, Irika said with a sigh. As I said, these squads are assigned to balance out. Sasuke got the best scores in class, you got the worst. Naruto's head slumped down a bit as the class now snickered at him. The Hokage assigned these squads, and they are not negotiable. I'm sorry, but you'll just have to deal with it. Now Team 8 will be Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamachi Chuji. Naruto sighed as he slumped into his chair. Despite his slight outburst at her earlier, he still wouldn't mind being with Sakura. However, Sasuke was a different story. Throughout his entire time at the academy, he had considered Sasuke his rival, always trying to outdo the raven-haired ninja, who in turn always ignored the blonde like he was not even worth his time. The last thing Naruto wanted to do was be on the same time as him. Now then, you'll all meet your Jonin senseis after lunch. Until then, class dismissed. Irika said, gathering his stuff and leaving. The assembled genin all got up and hurried out of the room. Sasuke-kun, Sakura called out as she walked out of the academy and looked around for the elusive raven-haired genin. Now where did he go? And I was hoping since we were the same team now, he would have lunch with me. Hey Sakura-chan, Naruto said, making the pink-haired girl go rigid, even more so than usual because of his insult in class today. What do you want? Sakura hissed with venom in her voice as Naruto came up to her. Naruto winced a bit but pressed on. Well, I wanted to apologize for getting angry at you. I didn't mean it. Sakura stopped glaring as she looked at him with shock and curiosity. I wasn't really myself at the time, so I'm sorry. I can't believe Naruto is actually apologizing. Sakura thought in shock. Naruto never apologized to anyone, even when the teachers tried to force him to for playing a prank. Heedless to the pinkette's thoughts, Naruto continued on. I also wanted to know if you wanted to go have lunch with me so we could get to know each other better. We could even see if Sasuke wants to dash. However, he didn't get any farther than that as Sakura hit him on the head. I should have known that's what you wanted. I bet that was your plan the whole time. Insulting me and then apologizing afterwards to make me think you were a good person so you could ask me on a date. It's not going to happen. Naruto winced a bit as he rubbed the new lump he had gotten on his head. Standing back up, he tried to defend himself. That's not what's going on. I just wanted to get to know my teammates. Dash. Shut up, baka. Sakura screeched as she smashed a fist into Naruto's face, sending the young blonde flying. God, why do you keep asking me for dates? I'm never going to go out with you. You're annoying. Naruto watched as Sakura walked off with a huff. She didn't even try to hear me out. A few odd tears stung the corner of his eyes, but he banished them before they could fall. Getting back up, Naruto made his way over to the tire swing that he had been on after he had failed. He didn't really understand it. Was he so undesirable that Sakura would not even listen to him? Or had I pestered her for so many dates that she just assumed I was going to ask her for another one? He asked himself with a sigh. The answer to that question probably no longer mattered anyways. Reaching into his left kunai pouch, Naruto pulled out a containment seal. Unrolling it, he unsealed the contents, revealing it to be some rabbit that he had caught a few days ago, cooked and sealed. Grabbing the chopsticks he sealed with his food, he began to eat. What you doing, Gakai? Ga! Naruto shouted as he threw his food up in the air and jumped off the swing. Spinning around in midair, Naruto landed on his feet and came face to face with a grinning Anko. Sweat Kami! You scared the shit out of me. Naruto yelled as he clutched his rapidly beating heart. Don't do that. Anko snickered. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. You're just too easy. Naruto scowled. You know I'm going to get you back for startling me like that, right? I'm not called the prankster king from hell, for nothing you know. I'd like to see you try and get me, kid. Anko spoke with a smirk. We both know you're 100 years too soon to get me. Naruto sighed as he calmed down. Truthfully, he was glad for the distraction Anko would provide, and it did feel nice to know she had come here even though she had most likely just gotten back from a mission. So how was your mission? He asked, sitting back down on the swing and unsealing another scroll of cooked rabbit. It was a mission. I went in, assassinated some deech who messed with the wrong people and came back. Anko said, grinning at the glare Naruto gave her. And? Naruto asked, wanting more details. And that's it. Anko shrugged. Naruto just sighed. Anko rarely ever talked about the things she did. He had asked her about her normal job at the INT department and all she had said was, oh, it's amazing listening to the screams of your victims as they cry for the mommies, not really a descriptive explanation. So what are you doing here? Asked Naruto after swallowing a mouthful of food. What? Can't I visit my favorite Gakai? Anko asked with an innocent expression on her face. I'm pretty sure I'm the only gay you know. Naruto deadpanned. Anko grinned. Well, if I knew more you would still be my favorite. I'm sure. Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. So, who did you get stuck with for your Genin squad? Anko asked. Naruto looked up from his meal as he swallowed a bite of rabbit. Well, I'm on Team 7 with Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Anko shuddered. Man, do I feel bad for you, getting on a team with that brooder. I've seen that kid walk around Konoha before. He's got a bigger stick in his but than his old man did when he was alive. Naruto grinned. I'm glad to see that someone understands my plight. Yeah, I feel for you, kid. I'd probably end up killing the team if he's as spoiled as I think he is. Anko chuckled. So what about this other teammate, that Sakura girl? Naruto frowned as he thought about her. She's a girl in my class. She has pink hair and was listed as second best in academics. To be honest, she didn't do well in the physical portion and has small reserves, but from what I've read she would be the genjutsu and medical ninja support, so I suppose that wouldn't matter. Anko noticed the boy's frown and slight monotone voice. Come on. There's more to it than that, right? Well, Naruto sighed. I kinda have a crush on her. Ooh, so the little Gakai is growing up? Anko asked with a grin. I've had a crush on her since I was 8, Anko. Naruto said in a deadpan voice before sighing. However, she never seems to like me, no matter what I do. She's too stuck up on the Uchiha team. Naruto scowled a bit at the thought. I had really thought that my new looks would change her opinion of me. Anko looked at the kid's growing depressed expression. You can't change people's opinion of you within a day, Gakai. Anko said with a blunt tone. If it were that easy then everyone would love you by now. I was able to get you to like me, wasn't I? Naruto said with a smirk. Anko blinked a bit, before blushing. She would not admit it to anyone, but she had grown fond of the blonde soon-to-be ninja in a short amount of time. That's different. I'm not like the rest of those stupid villagers. Naruto saw Anko's hand go to her neck and frowned at the almost instinctive move. I guess that's true. Naruto said, shaking his head as he smiled at her. That's right. I'm not to be lumped in with those bakas. Anko said, pumping her fists in the air. Now don't worry about that girl anymore. If she doesn't like you, just say screw her and move on. There are plenty of other fish in the sea, or, however that saying goes. I wonder why they say fish anyways. Yeah, I suppose I should. Naruto said, turning to a trash can as he threw away his empty plate and chopsticks. Besides, I am a shinobi now. Romance should probably wait until after I get more powerful and accomplish my goal of becoming a powerful ninja. That's the spirit. Forget all about that pink-haired chick. Anko said as she came up behind him. She grinned as she felt Naruto shiver when she wrapped her arms around him and pulled the blonde against her feminine assets. Besides, I'm way better than some premature little girl. Wbuch, what are you doing? Naruto stuttered, his voice cracking as he squeaked. Not that he was actually surprised by her actions, mind you. She had started doing this a while ago after an incident where he had surprised her during sparring, only to trip and land smack dab in between her bosom. Rather than kill him, she had grinned and asked if he liked it. Of course, Naruto being Naruto had not been able to speak and stuttered out incoherent gibberish, which of course caused Anko to get amused. Since then she had taken to either sneaking up on him and doing this, or grabbing him and setting her in his lap when they were eating dango, claiming she could not get comfortable without her fox plushie. What's wrong? Don't you like this? Anko whispered in his ear, an unseen grin on her face. Really, this kid was too easy. She had always enjoyed using her feminine wiles to toy with men and then put them down. With Naruto it was even more fun since he obviously had no clue what to do in this kind of situation. That's the problem, Naruto thought, because he did like it. The way her chest pressed and rubbed against his back made him feel things he had never felt before, even when he was thinking about Sakura. It was also due to the oddly warm feeling he got. He had never been hugged before by a member of the opposite SEC, or even having women get close to him, with the exception of Sakura, who got close enough to hit him. So having someone who was actually willing to be this close and physical with him was, well, it felt nice to say the least. Naruto tried to get out something, but like the last time she had done this, all that came out was gibberish. Haha. Anko started laughing as she let go Naruto go. Gakkai, you are far too easy to fluster. You better hope some enemy kunoichi from another village doesn't try to stuck you, or you'd be in deep shit. Naruto scowled as he watched Anko clutching her stomach and trying to get her breath back. However, he could not give her any retort, finding it impossible to come up with anything suitable to say due to his scattered brain. Anko's laughing calmed down to an occasional snicker. So who's your Jonin sensei? She asked at last. Naruto fought down his blush and re-established a mental link with his mind as Anko brought about an abrupt change of topic. However, he shrugged. Her ability to randomly switch subjects easily enough, he had gotten used to it over the past week. I think his name was Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi? Anko asked before snorting. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He had always had a soft spot for that spoiled Uchiha brat, given his own past relations with that clan. So you know about my sensei? Naruto tilted his head in curiosity. Know about him? Anko scoffed. Gakkai, everyone knows who your sensei is. He is one of the best ninja in the village, known as Sharingan no Kakashi or the copycat ninja. Only a few of our Jonin can rival him in power. Naruto looked at Anko before a grin formed on his face. So what else can you tell me about my sensei? Where the hell is our sensei? Naruto sighed to himself as he flipped another page of his book, trying to ignore Sakura's rather loud exclamations. Not that he could quite blame her, he was infinitely less patient than she was. If it wasn't for his book he would probably go mad. Calm down, Sakura, Naruto said, deciding to not add the affectionate chan suffix at the end, something that neither of his teammates seemed to notice. Kakashi is always 3 hours late to anything barring an A rank or higher mission, or a direct order from the Hokage. Both of his teammates turned to him. How do you know that, Dobe? Asked Sasuke, for once curious about what the blonde idiot had to say. Naruto smiled lightly as he remembered his enlightening conversation with Anko just a few minutes before. A little birdie told me, he replied, flipping another page of his book. He and Anko had agreed not to let anyone know she had given him the information on their sensei, agreeing that it would be much more fun to let them suffer and stew in their ignorance. Both Sasuke and Sakura waited to see if he would elaborate. When Naruto didn't, Sasuke scoffed and turned away, while Sakura went back to what she had been doing, switching between pacing and staring dreamily at Sasuke. Several minutes later, exactly 3 hours after all the other genin had left, a man with silver hair entered the room and looked at them. Team 7? He asked in a bored tone. Naruto almost snickered as he saw the man's lazy half-dropped eye and slumped posture. It seemed that Anko's assessment of the man was right on the dot. That's right, who's asking, Cyclops? Kakashi ignored the blonde's statement as he continued studying the group. How should I put this, my first impression of this group? He paused for a moment to build up suspense. You're all boring and I think I hate you. Sakura face faulted, while Sasuke's left eyebrow gained a twitch. Naruto just looked at the man and snickered. Meet me on the roof. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Was that a sunshin? Naruto asked himself, having seen Anko perform a technique similar, except it used leaves instead of smoke. I'll have to see if she can teach me that later. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura walked up the stairs and onto the roof, seeing their Jonin-sensei sitting on the rail. The three sat on the steps below him with Sakura in the middle, Sasuke on the left and Naruto on the right. Alright, since we're all here, why don't you all introduce yourselves? Kakashi suggested in a voice that said he really did not care who they were. Introduce ourselves? Sakura asked in a quizzical tone. What are we supposed to say? Naruto blinked as he looked over at Sakura. Did she really just ask that? He shook his head and for a moment, he tried to recall why he liked her in the first place. Oh, you know the usual. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, stuff like that. Kakashi said in a dismissive tone. Well, since we already know a little bit about each other and nothing about you, how about you go first? Suggested Naruto. Kakashi looked over at the blonde before shrugging. Sure, I don't see why not. Let's see, my name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes? I don't feel like telling you that dislikes are none of your business. Dreams for the future? Well, I have lots of hobbies. Dear Kami-san, Anko really was on the book with this guy. Naruto thought before grinning as an interesting idea took hold. This would be fun. Your name is Hatake Kakashi, your likes are reading your pawn, called Ika Ika Paradise. Dislikes are anything or anyone that tries to take you away from your pawn. Hobbies are reading your pawn in broad daylight and public places. And your dreams for the future are to star in one of the Ika Ika books and an Ika Ika movie if one ever comes out. Naruto said with a smirk as he watched the other three. Sasuke looked over at him before going back to brooding. However, he seemed to have developed a nasty eye twitch. Sakura was looking red as she stared between Naruto and her sensei, though, whether from anger at him, their sensei, or embarrassment because of the information just given, Naruto didn't know. And Kakashi was looking at him with narrowed eyes. How do you know all of that? Kakashi asked in a serious tone. Naruto just smiled. A little birdie told me. Everyone stared at him with a mixture of confusion and incredulity. None of that stuff is common knowledge. Kakashi thought to himself before blinking. Some of that stuff is common knowledge. He corrected, after all, he did often walk down public access ways reading his precious Ika Ika. However, some of that other stuff is only be known by a handful of people. That means Naruto knows one of my associates and somehow convinced them to part with that information. But who? And how did he convince them? The Jonin shook his head and decided he would figure this out later. Well, since you were kind enough to talk about me, why don't you go first, Goldilocks? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man as if to say, is that the best you can do? Well, alright then. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, training, and a little birdie. Naruto smiled as he saw Kakashi's visible eye twitch. He was really going to have to thank Anko for telling him about this guy. I dislike arrogant fools who can't tell the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed into. Naruto scowled. The other two genin just looked at him oddly, but Kakashi's brow furrowed. I had been told that he knew of his tenant. It seems he's taken a disliking of people who can't see past their hatred. Kakashi resisted a sigh. I hope this doesn't become a problem. As well as the 3 minutes it takes to cook ramen. My hobbies include training and, well, that's it for now, I guess. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. And my dream is... He thought about it for a moment. He still wanted to become Hokage, but there was also something else he wanted even more. It was the original reason he had wanted to become Hokage. I have 2 dreams for the future. The first is to earn recognition and respect from the people of this village by becoming the most powerful shinobi in the world. The second is to become the greatest Hokage the world has ever known. While his 2 teammates scoffed at him, Kakashi analyzed the boy in surprise. Interesting, he doesn't seem anything like what the reports say he is. Was expecting him to be loud and obnoxious, screaming at the top of his lungs about wanting to be Hokage. Hell, I was expecting some kind of prank when I came here. The boy was definitely becoming something of a surprise, which was not quite what Kakashi wanted, having learned to dislike surprises. Either the academy teachers had a biased opinion of him and put it in their report, quite possible given that most people have an irrational hatred of him, or the incident with Mizuki affected him more than we thought. Kakashi put his thoughts on the back burner for now as he pointed to Sakura. "All right, you Pinky, you're next." Sakura scowled at being called Pinky but answered anyways. "My name Haruno Sakura. Twilight. I mean the person I like is..." She looked over at Sasuke and blushed. "My hobbies are..." She looked over at Sasuke, blushed and giggled. "And my dream for the future..." She looked over at Sasuke, blushed, squealed and got a slight nosebleed. Kakashi and Naruto both sweat dropped. Sasuke was too busy brooding to sweat drop. "This is great, I've got a perverted fangirl." Kakashi sighed to himself. "Is there anything you don't like?" he asked. "Naruto baka." Sakura screeched. Naruto winced at the volume of her voice before sighing as he realized that kind of answer was to be expected. "What else is new?" he mumbled under his breath. "All right then." Kakashi picked out his ear with his pinky finger. "You, the broody one, you're next." Sasuke scowled but otherwise did not rise to his sensei's remarks. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't particularly like anything, and I dislike too many things to name. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and kill a certain someone." As Sasuke finished his speech, the people around him had varying reaction. "Oh man, Sasuke-kun is so cool." Sakura squealed in delight. He's so hot." Inner Sakura let her opinion be known. "So he wants to kill someone," Naruto thought to himself. "I wonder if it has something to do with the person who killed his clan? It's just as I thought." Kakashi sighed. He had figured that this was how Sasuke would be. "I can only hope he'll eventually turn away from this path." "Good," he said out loud, keeping his lazy expression and not letting a hint of his thoughts betray him. "You've all got your own opinions and you're all unique." He nodded to himself. "Now tomorrow we will have our first mission as a team." "What kind of mission?" asked Naruto, eager to finally prove he could be a great ninja. "Are we going to be fighting some missing ninja? Or maybe we'll have to protect a princess?" "Come on, sensei, don't leave us hanging." "Calm down, Naruto." Kakashi spoke in a lazy voice. When the blonde finally stilled, he spoke again. "Our task will involve just the four of us. A survival exercise." Kakashi looked over at the different reactions. Most of it was surprise. However, Naruto had narrowed his eyes as he looked at Kakashi with a thoughtful frown. Now that surprised Kakashi. "A survival exercise?" Sakura questioned. "But we already took those back in the academy. This isn't going to be some simple exercise. This is nothing like your training at the academy." Kakashi stated with a smirk, not that his soon-to-be students could see it. Or not, it all depends on if they pass the test. Naruto's frown deepened. There was something going on here. "Then what kind of training is it?" Kakashi began to chuckle, causing the three students to give him odd looks ranging from confusion to consternation. "Hey, that was a normal question, sensei. What's so funny?" asked Sakura. "Well, if I told you, you'd chicken out," Kakashi said, laughing some more. Naruto glared at the man fiercely. "Just try us." "Oh, don't worry, Naruto, I will." Kakashi laughed, before shifting his personality to be more serious. "Of the 27 graduates that made it this far, only 9 will actually be accepted as genin. The other 18 will be weeded out and sent back to the academy. In other words, this is a make-it-or-break-it pass-fail test, with the chances of passing being at least 66%. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as she began to worry about what her sensei was saying, wondering whether or not she would be able to pass and still remain with her Sasuke-kun. Said Uchiha, on the other hand, looked irate at having to do another test, especially with 2 other people who would only slow him down. Naruto, however, was in thought. "I've never heard of this test before. Maybe I can ask Anko to shed some light on this new development." "But we already graduated," Sakura shouted. That's not fair. Then what was that test we took at the academy all about? Oh, that. Kakashi shrugged dismissively. That was simply to weed out the hopeless cases. The ones that pass that test are the ones who have the potential to become genin. I'm the one who gets to decide whether you three pass or fail. Be at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. Bring all your gear and weapons. Kakashi paused for a moment before giving them the clincher. And I would suggest not eating breakfast tomorrow morning. Why is that? Asked Sakura. Because you'll just throw it up. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a pale Sakura, a brooding Sasuke, and a contemplative Naruto. Another test. And if I fail, I'm going to be separated from Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought to herself. This is a test of love. Another test won't make any difference for me. It'll be easy. Sasuke thought as he looked over at his two teammates. So long as these two don't get in my way. Another test, this one to see if we can actually become genin. Naruto frowned in thought. He said not to eat, but I read that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, especially if we want to have enough energy to fight. He also said to be there at 5. Is all of that a trick? Part of the test? Perhaps he'll expect us to come late because he was tardy today and then he'll come on time tomorrow. Naruto shook his head. He was starting to think too much and it was giving him a headache again. The eating part is easy enough to ignore, but I'll have to talk to Anko about whether or not she thinks Kakashi would be late. I'm out of here. Sasuke muttered as he stood up. Oh, Sasuke-kun, maybe we can spend some time together, to make a plan to pass Kakashi's test. Sakura said in a hopeful voice. Sasuke turned around and stared at her for a full minute. I don't need a plan to pass this test. All you'll do is hold me back. I don't need worthless teammates like you and the dope to get in my way. Sasuke walked off, leaving a dejected Sakura. Naruto grit his teeth a bit. Who the hell does he think he is? Always belittling people. He looked over at Sakura. A part of him still held onto his small crush and wanted to help her. But another part, the part that had been slowly coming out since the Mizuki incident, wanted her stew in her own misery for a change. In the end he sighed, giving her a small pat on the shoulder as he walked past her. I'm sure he didn't mean what he said, he told her. Naruto? Sakura asked in surprise. But Naruto didn't pay any attention as he jumped off the roof and made his way towards his special training ground. Naruto continued tree hopping as he looked around the forest of death. He stopped at the next tree branch and sighed. I wonder where she is? He asked himself. He had been looking for over an hour and had yet to find a trace of her. Just then Naruto's senses went on high alert and he rolled to left as a kunai lodged itself where he had been. Naruto pulled out a kunai as he came to his feet and looked around. Several more kunai came out of the trees to his left, and Naruto used his kunai to block them, before tossing his kunai into the tree. The kunai came back a few seconds later, but Naruto was already running towards that spot. He pulled out several shuriken and tossed them at the figure hidden in the brush. Going through a few hand seals, he called out a jutsu. Shuriken Kagebushin no Jutsu. 5 shuriken became 25 shuriken, and they all impaled the figure below. Naruto landed on the branch and narrowed his eyes as he saw a pile of mud. He jumped into the air when several snakes shot out of the tree bark. Rebounding off the surface of the tree, he pushed chakra into his legs to land on the next branch up. He spun around as he heard a whooshing sound and blocked a kunai that came his way. He looked at the person attached to the kunai and smiled. Do you have to greet me this way every time I come here? He asked. Anko smirked. Of course I do. I've got to make sure to keep you on your toes, otherwise you'll just die out in the field as some nameless loser. I knew you cared for me, Naruto said with a grin. Don't look too into Gakkai. Anko replied with a similar look. I'm just protecting my reputation. After all, what would people think if you died and they found out I trained you? Who knows? Naruto said with a shrug. Though, they would probably think you did it on purpose and praise you for finally killing the demon. Now there's an idea. Anko said, pushing him back a bit. Maybe. Naruto grinned. However, I'm not that easy to kill. Oh. Anko raised an eyebrow. I'm pretty sure I could kill you right now if I wanted to. You'd think that, wouldn't you? Naruto asked with a smirk, mouthing a word that made Anko's eyes widen. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion destroyed the top of the trunk the two were on. Naruto came out from hiding behind a bush on the ground level. Did I get her? He wondered out loud. His question was answered when a pair of snakes wrapped around his torso and held them. Not quite. A voice sounded in his ear. The snakes turned him around to see Anko grinning at him. Not bad, Gakai, but you should never let your guard down after a move like that. Always assume your opponent escaped, and plan your next move. Naruto grunted as Anko's snakes squeezed him hard enough that he felt his ribs creak. At least she did not make her snakes bite him like the last time he had made a mistake when they sparred. I'll try to remember that. Good boy, Anko said as she put him down. So how was your meeting with Kakashi? Not bad, Naruto said, rubbing his now sore ribs. He smirked. You were right about him. You should have seen the look on everyone's face, especially his face, when I mentioned his pawn addiction. Anko gave a sadistic grin. I know. It's a little depressing that I can't rub it into his face without him finding out that I was the one who told you all of this. Still, we might be able to have more fun with him this way. Naruto commented, thinking of all the fun he could have messing with his sensei's head using the knowledge Anko gave him. We're taking a test tomorrow, Naruto said, changing the topic. Ah yes, the genin graduation. Anko nodded. Did he say anything about it? Only to meet at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. and to not eat breakfast. Naruto replied. Anko chuckled. Wow, it's no wonder so many people fail his test if he gives instructions like those. What are you gonna do about it? Naruto frowned in thought. Well, I'm definitely not going to skip breakfast. If the test is as hard as he says it is, and he's as good as you told me, I'm going to need all the energy I could get. Anko nodded her head, pleased to see the blonde was getting smarter. Ever since she saw the books his Kagebunshin were reading, Anko had taken to testing the knowledge and ability to analyze information properly during their spars. If he got one of the questions she asked wrong, or if he was unable to analyze her body language and look underneath some of the statements she made, he would get punished. This normally just consisted of her kicking his, but even worse than she would have otherwise. Anko went under the motto that the best way to learn anything was to inflict enough pain on someone that they would never forget. It seemed to work well because Naruto would always remember what she told him or what his clones read, for fear that she would stomp a mud hole in him if he failed to meet her expectations. As for the time, to be honest, I'm not sure. If he's as intelligent as you said, this may just be part of the test. We'll show up late, thinking that's what he's gonna do, then he shows up early and berates us for being late. Anko scoffed. Trust me on this, Kakashi may be smart enough to pull that off, but he lacks the motivation to try that hard. She looked at him and shook her head. Never figured you for such a heavy thinker. She teased. Hey, I think. Naruto shouted at her, his glare only causing her to laugh. That's it. Naruto lunged at Anko while she just smirked. The rest of the day Naruto spent it trying to beat Anko, with no luck whatsoever as she proceeded to beat the crap out of him. The next morning Naruto woke up at 7 a.m. rather the 5 a.m. Kakashi had told him to wake up at. Hopping out of bed he stretched himself out, making sure that his body was in working order after Anko beat the crap out of him last night. Sighing, he made a clone to go and make breakfast while he went to take a shower. Naruto rinsed himself off, turning off the water and stepped out of the shower. He grabbed a towel and dried himself off when his reflection caught his eye. Looking at the mirror, Naruto frowned in thought. He wasn't sure if his eyes were seeing things, but he looked a little more muscular than he had last week. I can't get seeable results from just this week, can I? He wondered as he looked over at his back, arms and chest. Even before he started really working towards getting stronger, he had always done a decent amount of exercise, so there should be no serious change in his body's physique. Though, he had recently started eating healthier, so maybe that had something to do with it. That and maybe the QB had some hand in fixing his body now that it had the necessary nutrients to actually increase his physical growth. What Naruto did not know was that it was in fact the QB's yokai that was increasing his growth rate. Because he had been unable to get a decent meal from anywhere except Ichiku's, and their food was not healthy in the least, Nearly half of the yokai circulating through the seal and into his body went into keeping his body as healthy as possible with the little amount of nutrients it had. Now that he was eating a decent mix of carbs, proteins and fats, the Kyuubi's yokai had more to work with, thus allowing for it to increase his body's strength and physical attributes more easily. Eventually the blonde just shrugged it off as seeing things in the mirror and went into his bedroom room and got dressed. Naruto walked into the kitchen as he finished tying on his headband. He sat down at his table as his clones served him breakfast, grumbling about lazy but originals before dispelling. Grabbing a fork, Naruto began to eat, scrambled eggs with a side of bacon, toast and orange juice, just about the only thing he could make that didn't taste like crap at the moment. As he did, he thought about how the test would go. Enko didn't give me any information on what Kakashi's test was. But she did warn me that he was smart and would probably try and trick us in some way. I'll just have to be prepared for anything. He stood up as he finished his breakfast, placing his plate in the sink. He looked over at the clock and saw that it was 7. Deciding that he should go to the training ground now, Naruto walked out of the door, locking it before jumping to the rooftops. He arrived at training ground 7 to see his 2 teammates already there. Sasuke was leaning against a tree, his face etched in a scowl as he did his usual brooding. Sakura was sitting a little distance away from Sasuke, looking like she wanted to talk to the raven-haired boy, but was not sure what to say. "Morning, you two," Naruto greeted, causing the 2 other genin to turn their heads. "Naruto baka, why are you so late?" Sakura yelled as she stood up, glaring at him. Naruto blinked and tilted his head to the side. "I'm not late." Sakura's left eye twitched. "Not late? You dash." "Sakura," Naruto said, holding up a hand, stopping the girl from talking. "Do you see our sensei anywhere?" The girl blinked in confusion, wondering what that had to do with anything. "No," Sakura said slowly before she scowled. "But what has that got to do with you being late?" Naruto sighed. "And they called him the dead last. Our sensei is not here, therefore I am not late. Remember what I told you yesterday? Kakashi is always 3 hours late to everything barring a rank and above missions or direct orders from the Hokage. That means we technically still have at least 15 minutes before he shows up. Now, if our sensei is not here, how can I be late?" Sakura looked at him for a moment, unsure of herself. It didn't last as she scowled at him for making her look bad in front of her Sasuke-kun, but she did not reply as she sat back down. Naruto sighed in relief as he went over to one of the trees, sitting against it as he pulled out his book on Fuinjutsu. Opening it up, he smiled as he began reading. The subject itself was easily one of the most interesting and fascinating studies he had started to read, his clones had ever read. And for some odd reason, reading about seals relaxed him. The art of Fuinjutsu, he had read, had a total of 3 levels. The first was that of a novice. This was the lowest level of a Fuinjutsu user, and the one he himself was currently at. During this level, the most important things for an aspiring Fuinjutsu user was how to write kanji well. The importance of having perfect handwriting could not be underestimated in this art. Naruto had learned the hard way that one wrong brush slide could have explosive results. After one was able to get perfect kanji, they were to work on increasing the speed of their strokes by creating basic seals like containment scrolls and a few others that the beginner's book gave examples of. The second level was that of a journeyman. At this level, a Fuinjutsu user must work on increasing his or her repertoire of seals. This was done by people making long journeys across the world and copying all of the seals they found along the way. Hence the title journeyman. Most people never progressed past this level because they simply lacked the motivation to make long journeys simply to collect seals. At this level, Fuinjutsu users would also begin modifying basic seals and working on creating some of their own. The third and final level was that of a seal master. This was the level that very few ever reached. Naruto only knew of 2 people who had reached this level before. Jiraiya of the Sannin, who wrote the very book he was reading, and Namikaze Minato, the man who sealed the Kyuubi inside of him. At this level, the Fuinjutsu user dedicate themselves to the creation of original and highly complex seals. Naruto had read that the masters of old were so talented that they had been able to create the summoning contracts for the many summoning animal clans that ninja use today. And Naruto had read that the Yondaime had been able to create a jutsu that allowed him to teleport from place to place in an instant through the use of seals. Naruto was absolutely giddy at the prospect of what seals could do once he reached the level of a master. Unlike Nin and Genjutsu, which was inflexible due to the fact that they had to use hand seals, sealing had no limits on what it could accomplish. Anything was possible so long as one found the correct formula of seals and brush strokes. The only limit was the user's imagination. Himself. It was because of this and his interest in the subject that Naruto had taken to reading these books himself, rather than have his clones read them. For a few minutes no one spoke. However, Sasuke took some time out of his brooding to spot Naruto reading. "What are you reading, Dobe?" Sasuke asked, curiosity at what could possibly interest the Dobe into reading, and scoffing at the thought of the blonde loser actually being able to read. Hearing her crush's words, Sakura looked over to see Naruto reading as well and scoffed, thinking he was trying to impress her. Naruto looked up from his book, blinking for a moment before he shrugged and went back to reading. "It's a book on Fuinjutsu." Sasuke waited for Naruto to elaborate. When the blonde didn't, he scowled. "And? What do you mean, and?" asked Naruto, flipping a page in his book. "It's a book on sealing, beginner's level 2. Not much more to it than that." Sasuke scoffed. "Like you could ever understand something as complicated as sealing." "Yeah, that's right. Only Sasuke can understand something as complicated as that. Stop trying to impress me, baka." Sakura berated Naruto, hoping that it would put her in Sasuke's favor. Naruto growled a bit at the insults, but took a deep breath to keep himself from attacking his soon-to-be teammates. He was already expecting something like this to happen, so it was not as hard to remain calm as it would have otherwise. Feeling calm again, he looked over at Sasuke and smirked. "Now there's no need to be jealous, team. Go back to your brooding." Sasuke scowled but didn't say anything as he went back to plotting the many ways he would kill Itachi. Brooding. "Naruto baka. Don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that." Sakura yelled, shaking her fists at him menacingly. Naruto grunted a bit but did not reply. He was beginning to realize that with these two, there was no way for him to win. "I guess I just have to prove I'm better than I used to be through my actions," he determined. "That's fine by me. I was always more an action kind of guy anyway." A few minutes later there was a poof of smoke near the 3 training logs, and Kakashi appeared within. "Good morning, everyone." "You're late," Sakura yelled, pointing at the man, and causing all 3 males to wince. "Sorry, I got lost on the road of life," Kakashi replied in an uncaring manner. Sakura turned red and was about to reply when Naruto beat her to it. "I know what you mean," Naruto said, putting his book away and grinning at his scarecrow-like sensei. "That DMN road has so many twists and turns, it reminds me of a roller coaster." Kakashi gave Naruto an eye smile. "Well, I'm glad to see someone understands me." Both Sakura and Sasuke twitched. Kakashi ignored them as he reached into his pouch, pulling out a clock which he set on the training post in the middle. Reaching back into his pouch, he pulled out 2 bells, which he attached to his pants, and then pulled out 2 bento boxes. "Now then, I am sure you're all wondering about your test." Kakashi paused for a moment as he gave them an eye smile. "The test is simple. You have to get these 2 bells from me. Those who don't get a bell will be sent back to the academy for remedial training." This statement was accompanied by 3 different reactions. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and grit his teeth, determined to get a bell. Sakura paled a bit, her confidence wavering. Naruto, however, frowned in thought as he felt something off with that statement, like he was missing something. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," Sakura shouted. "Thank you, Captain Obvious." Naruto mumbled so low only Kakashi could hear him. The blonde had gone home last night and thought long and hard on his crush for Sakura. Why he had it in the first place, and why he continued to chase after her when all she ever did was hit him. He had determined that he was going to do his best to get rid of his crush, and felt that the first step was to note her flaws, rather than see why he thought she was perfect. He chalked her ability to state the obvious as one of her flaws. Kakashi shrugged. "Then I guess that means at least one of you will fail. And whoever doesn't get a bell will also be tied to one of these posts and will be forced to watch as the others eat their meals in front of you." 2 stomachs gurgled at that announcement, both Sakura and Sasuke now realizing why he told them not to eat. Naruto looked at the other two with a smile. Naruto, Kakashi said with a frown beneath his mask. I thought I told you not to eat. The other two genin looked at him and glared. Naruto just shrugged. Actually, you said, I suggest you don't eat. Naruto said, putting quotation marks in the air. So I figured you weren't ordering us not to eat, and considering if I didn't eat I wouldn't have the energy to fight you, I thought it would be better if I followed my own advice. Who is this kid? Kakashi asked himself, narrowing his eyes. He's absolutely nothing like the reports said. This is getting ridiculous. Someone in the staff had to have messed up because there is no way he could have changed in such a short amount of time, is there? I'm going to have to talk with Hokage-sama about the blatant neglect the academy instructors have shown after the test. I suppose I did, Kakashi said, deciding to let the situation slide. Now then, you can use kunai and shuriken. Remember to come at me with the intention to kill or you won't get a bell. But sensei, what if you get hurt? Sakura asked in shock. Naruto snorted at thinking any of them could actually hurt a jonin. Meanwhile, Kakashi chuckled. Trust me, I think I'm good enough to avoid getting hurt. He looked at the three of them. Now then, get ready, set, go. The three genin shot off, disappearing into the grove of trees. Well, at least they know how to hide. Kakashi thought to himself, only to sweat drop as a shadow came over him. You know, compared to the others you're a little weird, Kakashi said as he looked at the genin. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man. Something's off about this test. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, masking his surprise with interest. Oh, he asked. I've never heard of a three-man squad before. Naruto said, looking at Kakashi. A squad always has three genin and a jonin sensei. Could he have figured it out? Kakashi wondered but shook his head. No, he knows something is suspicious, but not what. Well, aren't you just full of surprises? Kakashi said. However, that's not going to help you get a bell. I guess you're right, Naruto said with a shrug. So, can I have a bell? Kakashi blinked a bit. No, you can't. But good try. I've never had someone use that approach before. Well, it was worth a shot, Naruto said, before rushing Kakashi. He stopped when he saw the Cyclops reaching into his pouch. A weapon? He wondered, only to sweat drop as Kakashi pulled out a book. Is that Aika? Asked Naruto in curiosity as he looked at the familiar book. Kakashi looked up from his book and I smiled. Why, yes it is. Are you a fan? Not really. But I know that Ajisen likes it. And I have a friend who read me a few parts. He blushed as he remembered Anko reading him a few of the more explicit scenes. Your friend has good taste, Kakashi said, flipping a page of his book. Now then, why don't you come and attack me? He turned his attention back to his book. Don't worry, I doubt your ineffectual attacks will even bother me. Naruto shook his head, not rising to his sensei's bait as he charged Kakashi. He reached into his pouch and pulled out several kunai, tossing them at Kakashi before he went through a few hand seals. Kunai kage bunshin no jutsu, he shouted, making the 4 kunai he threw turn into 20. Kakashi dodged a few of them and caught the others with his left hand, never taking his eyes off the book. Naruto closed the distance between the two of them, launching a jab at Kakashi's face. The jonin blocked it with one of his hands, leaning his head back as Naruto came at him with the elbow of the arm he blocked. Attempting to close the distance even more, Naruto tried to come at the jonin with a kick from the left. Kakashi ducked under it, and Naruto spun around and tried to give him a heel kick, but the jonin merely swatted the attack away. Naruto was put slightly off balance but recovered quickly, channeling chakra into his limbs to increase his speed. He thought about taking his weights off, but decided against it in case he needed a trump card. The increase in speed seemed to surprise Kakashi, but not enough to actually give Naruto an opening to land a hit. However, when a few of the hits got too close for comfort, Kakashi jumped back and put his book away. Looks like I'm not going to be able to read, he's better than I thought. Well, this is unexpected, Kakashi said in a mild tone. Looks like I'm not going to be able to read. So I guess I'm better than you thought, huh? Naruto asked with a smirk. Maybe a tad, Kakashi admitted. Don't get me wrong though, you still SCK. Naruto received a tick mark but calmed down. Remember, I can't let emotions run too high. He's better than me, and by getting angry I'll be sloppy, he'll be able to defeat me that much more easily. A thought crossed Naruto's mind. Then again, he probably expects me to get angry. He grinned as a plan began to form in his mind. You won't be saying that when my fist meets your face. Naruto yelled as he charged at Kakashi. Maybe some of the reports were right after all. Kakashi thought as he swatted the blonde's fist away. When Naruto came in with his other fist, Kakashi grabbed onto it and locked the blonde's arm in place. You know, getting angry is the first step towards losing. Kakashi commented in a lazy tone. Naruto smirked. And getting close to me was the stupidest move you could make. Boom. Kakashi's eyes widened as Naruto exploded and forced the copy ninja to use a karawimi. He's nose bunshin daibakuwa? Kakashi questioned. I thought he only knew the kage bunshin, someone had to have taught him that. He didn't get time to think anymore as Naruto jumped onto the tree branch he had landed on. Naruto came at him with kick that Kakashi ducked under. However, his eyes widened as another Naruto tried to knee him in the face. Kakashi was able to block the attack in time, but it still surprised him. Kakashi jumped off the tree, with Naruto right behind him, coming at him with a knee, punch, elbow combo that Kakashi managed to dodge. Another Naruto came at Kakashi from his blind side, attempting to steal the bells, but Kakashi heard the bells jingle when the clone Naruto got a finger on them. He grabbed onto the Naruto behind him, forcing him in front as the other Naruto launched a punch at him. There was a poof of smoke as Naruto ended up hitting his clone. When the smoke cleared, he saw that Kakashi was gone. He glanced around wearily as he looked for the one-eyed sensei. You should never let your opponent get behind you. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard Kakashi's voice behind him. Konoha Hiden Taijutsu Oji, Sannin Goroshi, Konoha's hidden taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Kakashi shoved his chakra-encased fingers up Naruto's but only for Naruto to explode, forcing Kakashi to jump away from the blast, though he still got singed. Another Bushin Daibakuwa? Kakashi thought in surprise. Was I fighting that the whole time, or did he use karawimi to replace himself? Looking around, he saw that Naruto was not in the clearing. He's a lot better than I expected. He shrugged. Well, whatever, I still have 2 more genin to test, and even with this surprise, I doubt they'll understand the true meaning of this test. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, going off to look for Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke found himself seething as he watched the fight that had just gone on. The dobe had done far better than he had thought he would. And what were those techniques? Weapons replication, solid clones, exploding clones. Where was the dobe learning all this? I should be the one with those jutsu, not him. PS2, Sasuke. The raven-haired genin stiffened as he turned around and saw Naruto crouched down behind him. How did he get behind me? I didn't even sense him? What do you want, dobe? Sasuke hissed, still feeling jealous of the blonde's abilities. Naruto frowned at the attitude his teammate had but shook it off. Listen, don't you think something's funny with this test? What do you mean? Asked Sasuke, frowning as anger and jealousy was replaced with curiosity. I mean, 3 genin going after a jonin. Naruto said as if it was obvious. A jonin is an elite ninja. There is no way a genin can ever hope to defeat a ninja of that caliber. I think we should work together. Sasuke's eyes widened at the suggestion. Work together? With Naruto? He scoffed. I don't need your help, loser. I can do this on my own. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Now listen here, team. This isn't some average jonin we're facing. That man is Hatake Kakashi, an A-rank ninja who is said to have copied over 1,000 jutsu. There is no way you, I, or anyone genin can defeat him. Hell, there's no way even 3 genin together can defeat him. But if we work together, then we at least have a shot at getting those bells. Could the dobe be right? Sasuke asked himself, frowning a bit as he wondered if Naruto might actually be onto something. If our sensei really is that strong, then. He shook his head. What was he thinking? He was an Uchiha, an elite ninja. He could get the bells on his own. I don't need your help. Sasuke stood up and glared at his teammate. I can do this on my own. Naruto clenched his teeth as he watched his teammate leave. Damn it. Why is he so set on doing this by himself? I know he saw my fight. Surely he can't think he has any chance of winning? Shaking his head, Naruto stood up and left in search of his other teammate. Truthfully, he did not have much hope that she would be willing to work with him without Sasuke, but he wanted to at least try and get her to cooperate. Sakura stared in shock as the fight between Naruto and Kakashi finished. Who knew that Naruto could actually fight like that? What was going on? The blonde had always been an idiot, the dead last at the academy. There was no way he could be that good. But there he was using jutsu that she had never even heard of before, much less seen. Could Naruto really be that strong? Of course not. Shinaro! Inner Sakura shouted. There's no way Naruto Baka is that strong. It's obviously some kind of trick to get you to think he's strong and fall in love with him. Shinaro. Yeah, you're right. Sakura agreed with her inner self. Well, it's not gonna work. My heart belongs only to Sasuke-kun. The pinkette stood up and left to find her crush. Maybe if she helped him get a bell she would gain his notice. And then they would start going out, and soon after that they would get married and she would have his babies. Her delusions set in place, Sakura began to carefully walk through the forest, stopping when she heard a twig snap. Sakura looked around and froze when she saw Kakashi standing a little ways away, reading his book. I don't think he saw me. Sakura thought to herself. She was about to continue when a voice spoke up behind her. Pest, Sakura. Turning around, she saw Kakashi looking at her. Then he disappeared in a swirl of flower petals and Sakura saw black. She woke up a few seconds later and sat up. Where am I? Sakura's eyes widened as she remembered the last thing she saw was Kakashi, and she began to look around frantically. What happened? Where's Kakashi-sensei? Sakura. Sakura turned around at the familiar voice. Sasuke-kun dash. She stopped and her eyes widened as she saw Sasuke, beaten, bleeding, with his left arm missing, his leg bent at an awkward angle as he leaned against a tree. Sakura, he said in a strained voice as he lifted his head up, and she saw that he was missing an eye. Essayist-kun? Sakura's eyes widened and she didn't the only thing she could. Kaeya! She yelled, before her eyes rolled up in the back of her head and she fainted. Kaeya! Sasuke's head turned to the sound of the scream. That was Sakura. He thought to himself before shrugging, she had probably just been stupid enough to get caught by their sensei. He was not surprised by this turn of events. The girl was nothing but a useless fangirl. The raven-haired genin-to-be turned his head when he saw Kakashi, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Maybe I went a little too far. Kakashi said. Though she was said to be the best at genjutsu, he mumbled at the end. Sasuke scoffed. I'm not like those two. Kakashi I smiled. Say that after you get a bell, Sasuke. Sasuke smirked as he threw several kunai at Kakashi, who dodged to the left. Sasuke waited for a moment, expecting the trap he had set to go off. He ended up frowning when nothing seemed to happen. If you were expecting that wire trap to get me, you're going to be disappointed. Kakashi said, after having Naruto surprise him with his improved abilities, he had decided to keep his guard up with the others. Perhaps that was why he had used a genjutsu of a little higher quality than normal on Sakura? He shrugged. It was still a D-ranked one, so he could not be blamed if she was incapable of breaking it. Sasuke scowled as he rushed Kakashi, throwing a punch at the jonin. Once again Kakashi decided not to let Sasuke do anything, grabbing the genin's arms and then throwing him towards a tree. Sasuke twisted around and bounced off the tree, shooting back towards Kakashi as he went through several hand seals, ending on the tiger seal. Kakashi's eyes widened. A mere genin can't do that jutsu. It takes too much chakra. Katan, Gokaiku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke SED in a deep breath and blew out a fairly large fireball, sending it crashing into Kakashi. Sasuke landed on his feet as the fireball dissipated and frowned when Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. That should have at least left some ashes. So where is he? To the left? To the right? Above? Sasuke looked up to see that Kakashi was not there. Below. A voice spoke up from under Sasuke's feet. A pair of hands shot out of the ground and grabbed Sasuke's feet before pulling him down, burying him up to the head. Sasuke looked up to see Kakashi crouched down next to him with an eye smile. I'll admit you're not bad. However, I would say Naruto is about as good as you are. Sasuke sneered as Kakashi stood up. Yeah, you may stand out, but you know what they say, the nail that stands out the most always gets nailed down the hardest, or something like that. Kakashi walked off with Sasuke watching him. There's no way that loser is better than me. Sasuke thought with a sneer. I'll show him the true power of the Uchiha. He looked down at his predicament and grimaced. Just as soon as I get out of this. Kaieya! Naruto stopped on a tree branch as he heard the scream, recognizing it as Sakura's voice. Did Kakashi get to her already? He took off again, increasing his pace. She should be alright, Kakashi's not allowed to kill us. Naruto soon came to the clearing where the scream originated from. Stopping for a moment as he saw Sakura lying in the middle of the clearing, twitching occasionally as she foamed at the mouth. Running up to her, Naruto kneeled down and lifted the upper half of her up and tried to shake her awake. Sakura, Sakura, Naruto said, sighing in relief when Sakura gave a groan. What? Where? Sakura asked as she saw the blur in front of her. Nice of you to join us again. Naruto joked. However, Sakura paid no attention as she remembered seeing Sasuke on his deathbed. Sasuke! She screamed, shooting up and smashing her head into Naruto, who fell on his back and tried to blink the stars out of his eyes. Sasuke, where are you? Don't worry, I'm coming to save you, Sasuke-kun. Sakura stood up and ran out of the clearing in search of her precious Sasuke-kun. Oh wow, that head of hers is like hitting a brick wall. Naruto thought with a groan. Standing up he sighed. I really should expect this stuff to happen by now. Yet, every time I managed to get surprised. It looked like he would be doing this on his own. But that was okay. He had a plan to beat Kakashi, it would just take a little knowledge of the man and some deception on Naruto's part. Kakashi continued walking back into the clearing, reading his book as he thought about how his team had done so far. He was honestly disappointed in them. Sakura had fallen for one of the most simple genjutsu he had when, according to her reports, she was supposed to be the best on the subject of genjutsu. Sasuke, he had to admit, was good. He had managed to set a decent trap that might have worked had he not taken the fight more seriously from the beginning, and his taijutsu form was good. But the boy was simply too arrogant, believing that he could actually go head-to-head with a Jonin. Naruto had been the surprise, using tactics and jutsu that Kakashi did not know he had possessed. His taijutsu was also decent, just a little below Sasuke's, but he also used deception, making him better than Sasuke, who simply fought head-on. Not only that, but he had tried to get his teammates to work with him. Kakashi didn't think the boy knew that the whole point of the test was to work as a team. But Naruto at least recognized that he could not fight a Jonin one-on-one with any hope of winning. As Kakashi entered the clearing, he stopped and noticed there was another person already there, standing near the training posts. It was a woman with long black hair and red eyes that held an exotic quality to them. She was wearing makeup that consisted of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow, just enough to enhance her already beautiful features. Her outfit consisted of a red mesh blouse that had one long sleeve on the left and no sleeve on the right. Over this was a very broad material that resembled bandages and had a rose thorn pattern running along the center of them. Her hands were wrapped up in bandages and she wore a Konoha headband on her head and regular blue shinobi sandals. Kakashi could easily recognize this woman as one of his fellow Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. Kakashi! Kurenai greeted as her red lips curved into a smile. I've been looking for you. Kakashi narrowed his eyes in thought as the beautiful red-eyed Jonin walked up to him. Kurenai is supposed to be testing her team right now, there is no way this can be her. Running through some calculations, the Cyclops determined who this really was and what was really going on. This must be Naruto using his infamous Oiroku no Jutsu I've heard so much about. Kakashi appraised the transformed Naruto as the blonde walked up to him. I have to admit, the henge is nearly flawless. However, it's only an illusion and should only take a simple touch to dispel. He decided to go along with Naruto to see what he would do. Kurenai-san, I thought you would be with your team. I'm going to be testing them in a little while. Kurenai replied. But I wanted your advice first. Ah. Kakashi nodded his head as if that explained everything. How can I help you then? Kurenai gave him a smile. Well, I want to give my team a challenging test, but at the same time I don't want to make it impossible for them. And you want me to help? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You do know that I'm not the best person to ask something like this. Kakashi smirked beneath his mask. Of course you would know this if you were really Kurenai, Naruto. Kakashi moved his hand up to dispel the henge, only to freeze as his hand landed on the red-eyed woman's beak. These are real. Kakashi thought, his one eye widening. But that's impossible. There's no way this can be real unless... He paled. Unless this isn't a henge but really is Kurenai. His hand subconsciously twitched, squeezing Kurenai's BRT, causing her to let out a squeak. Kurenai snarled as an angry look crossed her face. Grabbing a now fearful Kakashi by the front of his shirt, she pulled him so close that Kakashi could feel her body pressing against his. It was making him both extraordinarily frightened, being so close to her now rage-filled eyes, and also extraordinarily hot, having her BRT smashed against his chest. You! Kurenai growled as Kakashi looked at her, turning from pale white to red, and back to white again as arousal and fright began to combat each other for the look on his face. You! Kurenai's face leaned into Kakaki's, her lips near his ear. Pervert! She whispered in a stuck voice. Kakashi's one eye widened even further. His face turned completely red, even though most of it could not be seen, and steam began pouring out of his ears. Then his eyes rolled up in the back of his head as he passed out, falling to the floor as Kurenai let him go, a trickle blood appearing from inside his mask and began spreading across the fabric. There was a puff of smoke surrounding Kurenai, before it cleared to reveal Naruto standing there with a frown. Wow, I didn't think that would actually work. Guess I shouldn't underestimate just how powerful this technique is against perverts. He frowned a bit as he touched his chest. It had felt really creepy and gross having Kakashi touch his chest like that in his female form. I'm going to have to look into that, that was just... He shuddered a bit before shaking the feeling off. Naruto shook his head as he grabbed Kakashi and began dragging him over to the training posts. A groggy Kakashi woke up to find himself leaning against the training post. Standing up, he frowned as he looked around for Kurenai, and wondering why he could not find her. Did I dream all that? He shook his head at that, knowing it was too real to be a dream. Nor could it have been a genjutsu, as he was pretty sure none of his possible genin candidates had the ability to use genjutsu to that degree. But he knew it could not have been Kurenai, especially because his man bits were still intact. He quickly checked himself, sighing in relief when they were indeed still there. If it had been Kurenai, he was sure she would have done something horrible to him. Her hatred of perverts was well known. But then what had happened? He sighed. He would have to figure this out later. Beside him the bell rang, signifying the test had come to an end. He looked down to see his bells securely fastened to his pants. Shaking his head in disappointment, he looked up to see Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke coming out of the forests with varying emotions of disappointment and anger. Well, Kakashi started. I have to say I'm disappointed in you three. You all failed to retrieve a bell. Are you sure about that, sensei? Naruto asked, holding up two bells and jingling them. Kakashi's, Sasuke's and Sakura's eyes all widened at what they were seeing. When did the dobe get a bell? Sasuke wondered, seething at the thought that the dead last had been able to do what he could not. I don't believe Naruto Baka actually managed to get a bell from Kakashi-sensei. Sakura thought in shock. I don't believe it. He probably stole it from Sasuke. Shinaro. Inner Sakura ranted as she held a chibi Naruto by the throat and began squeezing the life out of it. Kakashi looked down at the bells attached to his pants, watching as they went up in a puff of smoke. He must have switched the bells out with a henged Kage Bunshin, but that wouldn't make sense. Henge is only an illusion jutsu, there would be no way to do that unless... Kakashi's eye widened further as he remembered his encounter with Kurenai. That was no henge. That was an honest to kami transformation. But that's not possible, is it? True transformations shouldn't be possible, Even using a thick layer of chakra to create a physical body should not be possible. The difference in mass would and weight would mean he didn't just create a chakra construct and place it over himself, but actually transformed into the object he hinged into, copying both its weight and body mass. I really need to talk to Hokage-sama about this. Regaining his composure, Kakashi looked over at his 3 genin. Well, it seems you did get the bells after all. Congratulations, Naruto. Sasuke grit his teeth in anger as he saw Naruto smirk, while Sakura looked both shocked that Naruto got the bells and disappointed that she had been useless. Now, however, you need to decide who to give the bells to. After all, only 2 of you can pass. Naruto smirked as he tossed a bell to Sasuke and Sakura, surprising everyone. I'll give mine to both of them. You do realize that if you do that, you'll be going back to the academy. Kakashi tried. He has figured it out. The Jonin thought to himself. There's no other explanation for this. An extra year won't hurt me any. Naruto said with a shrug. No, Sasuke said, surprising the others as he tossed his bell back to Naruto. You got the bells, not me. You deserve to pass, and my pride as an Uchiha will not let me accept this when I didn't actually get one myself. I refuse to accept charity from the dobe. Then I think I should be the one who goes back, said Sakura, looking rather depressed as she threw her bell to Sasuke. All I did was fall into a genjutsu. Sasuke-kun tried to get a bell, and Naruto got both bells, so I can't accept it, even if I can't be with Sasuke-kun. You two need to relax, Naruto said with a smirk as he tossed his bell to Sakura. I have a way to make sure we all pass. Everyone watched as Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a little orange book. I made sure to get some added insurance. Naruto turned to look at a wide-eyed Kakashi and grinned. Either you pass all of us, or I'll have Sasuke show you what a Katan Jutsu can do to paperback. No, not the precious, Kakashi shouted, getting on his knees as he looked at Naruto pleadingly. You don't need to worry, you all pass. Please just give me the precious. Naruto grinned as he tossed the book to Kakashi, who snatched it from the air. The 3 genin sweat dropped as Kakashi started to lovingly nuzzling the book against his cheek, mumbling about the precious and don't worry, you're safe now, precious. Sensei? Naruto asked, a little uncomfortable with the awkward scene before him. You kind of freaking me out here. Kakashi coughed as he stood back up, pocketing the book and acting as if he had not just been snuggling a book as one normally would a lover. Ahem, well, I guess all of you passed then. You can thank Naruto for that, since he seemed to understand that this test was about teamwork. The other 2 genin looked over at Naruto, who flashed them a grin and shrugged. Honestly, he had not really known the test was about teamwork. He had only realized that without help, he normally would have never been able to get a book. Thank Kami for perverted weaknesses. Anyway, meet me here tomorrow over at the bridge at 8 a.m. and we'll begin our first mission as Team 7. Kakashi gave the group an eye smile. Sakura gave a large smile as she realized that she was still going to be on a team with her Sasuke-kun. Sasuke, despite feeling put off at not having actually gotten a bell, smirked as the feeling of having passed pushed his other feelings away for the moment. Naruto grinned, excited at the prospect of telling what happened here to Anko. Right, well, I will see you all later. I have to report to Hokage-sama that we are now a team. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hey Sasuke-kun, do you want to go out on a date with me to celebrate? Asked Sakura. No, Sasuke said as he walked away, Sakura following after him and pestering him for a date. Seriously, I just saved them from failing and they still ignore me. I didn't even get a thank you for essentially passing them. Ungrateful BSTRDS. Naruto frowned, shaking his head before making his way to the forest of death. No doubt Anko would want to hear the tale of how he defeated the legendary Hatake Kakashi. Sarutobi sighed to himself as he saw that Kakashi was still not here. Why don't you all start? Kakashi will probably be several hours late anyway. Sarutobi motioned for them to begin. Shiranui Genma stepped forward. Hokage-sama, Team 1 failed. As he stepped back, Aoba stepped forward. Team 2 failed as well. They simply don't understand the principles of teamwork. On this went as Teams 3 through 6 failed as well. Go on, Karina-san, since Kakashi isn't here yet, Sarutobi gestured for her to have the spotlight. Kurenai stepped forward. Team 8 passed. Asuma went after her, taking a puff of his cigarette. Team 10 passed as well. He took a step back as a puff of smoke erupted in the room. Sorry I'm late, Hokage-sama. A black cat crossed my path so I had to take the long way around, Kakashi said as he appeared from within the smoke. Several groans were heard at Kakashi's terrible excuse. Really, you would think a ninja as famous as Kakashi would, at the very least, be able to come up with more plausible excuses. Sarutobi just sighed as he shook off his annoyance. Just give me your report. Team 7 passed. Kakashi said with a shrug. For a moment there was such a complete silence that one would almost think they had walked into a grave. Not even the crickets chirped as everyone stared at the Cyclopean Jonin with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Kakashi noticed the looks he was receiving and sweat dropped. What? I'm not that bad, am I? He asked. A resounding yes rang in the room, causing Kakashi to rub the back of his head sheepishly. Sarutobi looked at Kakashi for a moment before nodding. Very well then. All of you are dismissed. One by one the Jonin began to leave in their own unique way, from Sunshin Sto simply walking out the door. However, Kakashi stayed where he was, snapping his book shut as soon as the other ninja left. I take it there is something you still wish to discuss, Kakashi-kun? Sarutobi asked, grabbing a pipe from within his desk. Yes sir, I wanted to talk to you about Naruto, replied Kakashi. Sarutobi nodded as he used a Katon Jutsu to light his pipe, taking a few puffs. I suspected as much. He's not quite what you thought he'd be, is he? Kakashi shook his head. He's so far from what I thought he would be that I wasn't even sure that was Naruto. First he was much quieter than I had been led to believe. He seems to still have his moments of hyperactivity, but they seem to be leaning more towards smart but remarks more than anything. Second, he was a lot better than the report said. I'd say that he was on par with Sasuke in skill, if not a tad better. Third, he was far more intelligent than he should be. I came in expecting him to be a loud-mouthed brat with no control over his emotions and no intelligence whatsoever, screaming about being Hokage and ramen. But not only was he able to keep his calm during our battle and managed to use a good amount of deception on me during the test, he also used several jutsu that he should not know, that I know he couldn't have learned, even from the scroll of forbidden sealing, and managed to get the bells. Sarutobi nodded as he listened to Kakashi. All of this is very true. I have to question the competence of the academy staff. Kakashi continued. It seems they let their hatred of the Kyuubi get to them and gave me false information about Naruto's abilities. Sarutobi shook his head. While that information definitely has some bias in it, none of it was actually false at the time. Kakashi looked startled. At the time, sir? Sarutobi blew out a puff of smoke. You know of the Mizuki incident. It was not a question, but Kakashi nodded anyway. Nobody can learn such a terrible truth about themselves, one that had been kept secret from them for their whole lives and remain the same. I suspect that Naruto used his hyperactivity and general goofy attitude as a way to keep himself from falling into despair because of the loneliness he had felt his whole life, thanks to the foolishness of the village. At first it likely was more of an act than anything, but over time he had been that way for so long it simply became who he was. However, the Mizuki incident forced him to reevaluate his life and I suspect, force him out of the mask he has forged for himself, so to speak. Kakashi's eye lit with understanding as he nodded. He knew well about metaphorical masks. After all, he was wearing a mask by emulating his long-dead friend Obito, who gave his life to save Kakashi's during the Third Great Ninja War. But if that's the case, then how did he get so strong in such a short amount of time? Asked Kakashi. Even if he had a complete 180-degree change, it would still take more than a week to learn most of those techniques. At least 2 months, even for a genius. You know the secrets of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kakashi. Sarutobi commented, making the elite ninja's eyes widen. Of course. Kakashi mumbled. That makes sense. Kage Bunshins pass on the knowledge they learn to their creator when they dispel. And with Naruto's reserves. A powerful technique for learning indeed. Sarutobi nodded his head. and one I suspect only he can use to its full potential. Kakashi nodded. Yes, with Kage Bunshin, his actual potential for learning is nearly unlimited. It would only take a few days to learn what would take others weeks, months for something that would take years. He frowned for a moment as another thought crossed his mind. However, that still doesn't explain how he knew some of those jutsu. Kage Bunshin I can understand, but kunai Kage Bunshin? Bunshin Daibakuwa? Even with the Kage Bunshin no jutsu at his disposal, it would be impossible to learn those techniques on his own. Ah, Sarutobi said with a small smirk. Now here's where things get interesting. It seems that one Arkunoichi, one Mitarashi Enko has taken a shine to young Naruto. That's how he knew all those things about me. Kakashi realized, remembering Naruto's little rundown of him during their first meeting, then he paled. Oh no! With those two together? Sarutobi nodded. A most interesting pair if I do say so myself. Interesting? Kakashi questioned in a slightly incredulous tone. With Naruto's penchant for pranks, and Enko's sarcastic humor and lust for blood, those two are a walking disaster. Perhaps. Sarutobi admitted with a shrug. However, Naruto has matured quite a bit since graduating. I don't think there is anything to worry about. So you're saying I should leave them be? Asked Kakashi. Naruto is my genin now, I don't want her dash. Kakashi, Sarutobi said, his voice hardening a bit. I do not want you interfering with those two. It may seem strange, but I think their friendship will do each other some good. Both are outcasts with only a few friends, and both understand one another. The old Hokage paused to take a puff from his pipe. As for Enko training Naruto, the council wants you to train Sasuke. It's the whole reason you were selected for this squad. And while I do not approve of favoritism, we both know that the council will not let this go, and I have no desire to listen to pointless bickering. He had already argued with the council on this subject for hours. He had of course already planned on having Kakashi be Sasuke's sensei, and Kakashi had requested Naruto. Not only due to his rivalry with Sasuke, but also because Naruto was the son of Kakashi's sensei, the Yonadaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. However, the council wanted Kakashi to neglect Naruto's training in favor of the Uchiha. Sarutobi had fought over this subject for hours, needing to remind them that he was the Hokage, and only he could tell his Jonin what to do. However, he also knew they would bring this up again, and needed to appease them in some way. Sarutobi held up a hand, stopping Kakashi as he was about to speak. Your hands will already be fairly full, and while I am certainly not saying neglect the other two, I am telling you to focus on Sasuke, give the two some direction, help them where you can, but give Sasuke more general attention. We both know that the boy is a flight risk. Kakashi nodded at that, having listened to the boy talk about himself and hearing his desire to kill his older brother, Itachi. The Cyclopean Jonin knew the boy would be easily seduced to betray the village if offered power. We need to keep him preoccupied until he can get comfortable and familiar with you and his teammates. Hopefully he will begin to think less about revenge and more about protecting the village. Sarutobi emptied out his pipe and put it back in his desk. But if he's a flight risk, teaching him would be dangerous. Kakashi commented. He already planned on teaching the boy some things, and if he proved to be competent, some of his more powerful jutsu. But that was only if Kakashi was sure Sasuke would not use them against his comrades, something he was not sure the young Uchiha would do or not with the boy's current state of mind. Sarutobi nodded. Yes, it is. That is why you will not teach him anything dangerous until you are sure he can handle the responsibility. Kakashi nodded. I understand, Hokage-sama. I have one more question. You wish to know about Naruto-kun's transformation, yes? Kakashi nodded. Understandable, given that his technique should in all essence be impossible. Sarutobi sighed. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for you, though I do suspect that the Kyuubi's yokai may have something to do with his ability to transform into something down to the letter. That would make sense. Kakashi mumbled. Maybe Kyuubi's yokai enacted some kind of change in the composition of Naruto's chakra, and allowed the blonde's body to literally take on the shape of another being or object. Are there any more questions? Kakashi shook his head. But you are dismissed, Sarutobi said. Kakashi nodded as he left, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi sighed as he put out his pipe, turning his attention back to his paperwork, only to see the stack had somehow doubled during his discussion. How did it get so big? Sarutobi glared at the paper, wishing fervently that he could burn it with a katan jutsu. It's mocking me. He bristled. He could practically hear it telling him that he would never defeat it. Curse you for making take up this mantle again, Minato. Ha ha ha. Anko held onto her gut as she laughed. Oh, Kami. She wheezed, trying to regain the breath she had lost from her small fit. She sat up as she got herself under control, snickering a bit as she looked at Naruto. So let me get this straight. You hinged yourself into Nai-chan and made Kakashi pass out via blood loss and took the bells and his pawn. Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, pretty much. That's absolute gold gaki. Sweat Sage, I wish I was there to see that. Anko snickered again. Though, you'd better not let Nai-chan hear you used her for something like this. She's been known to genjutsu men for doing less. And believe me, her genjutsu for perverts are horrible. You're not going to tell her, are you? Naruto asked, paling at the thought. Anko tapped her chin as if thinking about it. Nah, she said with a grin. You're much too fun for me to lose, yet. That really doesn't inspire much confidence. Naruto deadpanned. Relax, Gak, I won't rat you out. Anko said, grinning as she grabbed onto him and set him on her lap. You know I'd be so depressed without my fox plushie. Hey Anko! Naruto shouted, blushing as the scantily clad Kunoichi rubbed her cheeks against his. As Anko continued her nuzzling, she ended up rubbing against Naruto's whiskers and, much to Naruto's horror and Anko's surprise, he started purring? Did you just purr? Anko asked, blinking as she stared at him. Pito. Naruto stuttered, attempting to get away from the now madly grinning woman. Not that there was anywhere for him to run in the forest of death. Kawaii. Anko squealed as she grabbed Naruto and held onto him tighter than before, suffocating the poor boy between her rather bountiful assets. It was just another day for Uzumaki Naruto. However, as Naruto began turning blue and red from embarrassment and lack of oxygen, he felt that his adventures had only just begun. Omake, perverts and pranks. Kurenai snarled as an angry look crossed her face. Grabbing a now fearful Kakashi by the front of his shirt, she pulled him so close that Kakashi could feel her body pressing against his. It was making him both extraordinarily frightened, being so close to her now rage-filled eyes, and also extraordinarily hot, having her beer smashed against his chest. You! Kurenai growled as Kakashi looked at her, turning from pale white to red, and back to white again as arousal and fright began to combat each other for the look on his face. You! Kurenai's face leaned into Kakaki's, her lips near his ear. Pervert! She whispered in a stuck voice. Kakashi's one eye widened even further. His face turned completely red, even though most of it could not be seen, and steam began pouring out of his ears. Then his eyes rolled up in the back of his head as he passed out, falling to the floor as Kurenai let him go, a trickle blood appearing from inside his mask and began spreading across the fabric. There was a puff of smoke surrounding Kurenai, before it cleared to reveal Naruto standing there with a frown. Wow, I didn't think that would actually work. Guess I shouldn't underestimate just how powerful this technique is against perverts. He frowned a bit as he touched his chest. It had felt really creepy and gross having Kakashi touch his chest like that in his female form. I'm going to have to look into that, that was just... He shuddered a bit before shaking the feeling off. Naruto was just about to drag Kakashi over to the training posts when inspiration struck him. He looked down at Kakashi and grinned. Mischievously. Kakashi woke up with a groan, wondering what had hit him. He tried to move a hand up to his face, only to realize that he could not move his hand. Come to think of, none of limbs are moving. Kakashi opened his eyes and paled at what he found. He was currently tied up with grade and ninja wire in such a way that he could not even wiggle. But that was not the worst of it. No, what the worst part was that he was hanging over the female side of the hot springs. He also recognized several of those girls, those ones being Inuzuka Hana, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugao. Even worse, all of his Ika books were hanging with him. A little ways away, the Naruto Kagebunshin who had been left there grinned when he saw Kakashi wake up. He took out a kunai and cut the 2 wires, letting both Kakashi and his books fall into the water. Kakashi hit the water with a splash, coughing and sputtering as he came up. As he felt the bonds from the ninja wire loosen, he became acutely aware of the killing intent being directed at him. He paled as he looked up and saw all of the girls leering down at him. He took a quick gaze at their beautiful bodies, knowing he was already a dead man. Hey girls. Great day to go to the hot springs, eh? Yes, it was a great day, Kakashi. Kurenai replied, her eyes narrowing and her hands getting ready to do the hand seals for one of her worst genjutsu. Until you had to ruin it. Hana growled, her nails lengthening into claws. Yugao pulled out a sword from somewhere on her persons and pointed it at Kakashi's throat. You've disappointed me, senpai. And now ladies, can't we talk this out? Kakashi pleaded. Oh, we're through talking. Kurenai said. Neiban genjutsu, Chiken wasudo akumu, secret genjutsu, pervert's worst nightmare. Soon screams began to echo across Konoha as Kakashi was subject to getting chunks of his body clawed out, getting cut with Yugao's blade and being forced to have a lap dance in a gay bar by Kurenai's genjutsu. Enko grinned as she watched the fireworks, before turning back to the Ika books she had found. Oh Manisher, I love the way your PP is searing inside my PP. Cried Engo as her lover Manisher plowed into her. I know you love it, you're my little cum slot Engo dash, hey wait a minute. Enko stopped reading as she reread the names. Yep, there was no mistaking it, that was her and Kakashi with just a small difference in the lettering. Oh, that does it. No one writes about Mitarashi Enko without her consent and gets away with it. Somewhere in Hai no Kuni, Jiraiya felt a shudder of fear run down his spine. Sanaijishu. Several snakes shot out of Enko's sleeve and latched onto Kakashi's ball, causing his screams to become even louder. Several hours later, Kakashi would be found lying outside of the hospital in a heap with several thousand lacerations, claw marks running down his face, neck and chest, black and poisoned testicles, and muttering the words, "It's not real, it's just a genjutsu. Just a genjutsu. Ketten, Gokaiken no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, AB Rank Katan Jutsu." The user creates fire chakra within the throat and exhales it to create a large fireball. This is a sensory jutsu normally used for distraction or wide-scale destruction. It is also used by the various hunter ninja squads of different villages in order to burn the remains of missing ninja that have betrayed the village. Konoha Hiden Taijutsu Oji, Senin Goroshi, Konoha's Hidden Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Death, S-ranked Kenjutsu. One of the deadliest jutsu known to man. This jutsu consists of you getting behind your opponent and shoving chakra-enhanced fingers up their rectal cavity. This causes opponents to fly into the air and extreme pain in their butt, as well as untold embarrassment. Day after genin graduation exams. Naruto pulled out another weed, throwing it onto a growing pile beside him. He looked over at his teammates, who were both doing the same thing, then over to Kakashi, who was reading his pawn. Naruto growled in frustration as he went back to pick up another weed. I'm going to kill Enko for not telling me about these D-rank missions. The blonde promised himself as he continued. When they had first gone to get a mission, Naruto had been excited at the prospect, hoping that it would have taken them to some faraway land where he would protect a princess, or storm a fortress full of evil missing ninja. But no, here he was pulling weeds. One of the most humiliating thing he could have imagined, and the new bane of his existence. Good job, team, Kakashi said, snapping his book shut as they finished their task. Let's return to Hokage-sama and report our success. Our success? Naruto asked with a snort. I hope you're not implying that you had anything to do with the success of this mission. Naruto spoke the word mission with disdain. How anyone could call these chores missions was beyond him. Of course, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Someone had to make sure you were all working properly. Naruto grunted as he, Sasuke, and Sakura followed Kakashi back towards the Hokage Tower. Tell me again, what exactly do completing these chores accomplish? asked Naruto in a sarcastic voice as they entered the Hokage Tower. Naruto, I thought you would know about this. Kakashi chided as he flipped a page of his book. These missions help you with teamwork. Naruto's eye twitch. How does pulling weeds help our teamwork? We didn't even do anything as a team for this. Shut up, Baka. I'm sick of hearing you complain. Sakura shouted, raising her fist to hit him on the head. Naruto, however, was not in the mood to get hit by his abusive teammate. He caught her wrist and glared at her. Do not hit me again, Sakura. I haven't done anything to you to deserve getting hit. He had been slowly realizing that Sakura had never been any good for him, and he was in a foul enough mood that any feelings he may still have for her were pushed away. Sakura looked shocked as Naruto let go of her wrist. It soon turned into a glare, however, as they entered the Hokage's office. Thankfully, she did not attempt to hit him again. Team 7. Sarutobi said, looking up from his paperwork with a smile. He was glad for the distraction he now had from dealing with every Kage's worst enemy. I take it your mission was successful? It would have been if it was actually a mission. Naruto grumbled to himself, but still loud enough for the others to hear. Quiet, Naruto Baka. Sakura hissed, though she did not. Hit him. Do you want to get us in trouble? Sasuke was silent. He actually agreed with the dobe. These missions were not worthy of an Uchiha. The two adults just ignored the blonde's comment. Yes, the mission was a success, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said dutifully as he continued reading his pawn. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the mission scroll with the signature from the person who paid for this mission on it. Not taking his eyes off his book, Kakashi handed the scroll over to Sarutobi. Excellent, all of you shall receive your pay then. Sarutobi handed Kakashi 4 envelopes with the mission payment. Now then, you are all dismissed. The three left the Hokage Tower and made their way back to training ground. When they got there, Kakashi handed them their payments. Now that we have completed a mission, I'm going to start our training, he told them. The 3 genin all perked up at that. Naruto and Sasuke excited at the prospect of actually learning something. What are you going to teach us? Asked Naruto, jumping on the ball of his feet, his shinobi calm forgotten. Is it going to be some new jutsu? Or maybe some super powerful fighting style? Or perhaps it's how to dash? Calm down, Naruto, Kakashi said. Realizing what he was doing, Naruto took a deep breath before he stopped bouncing. Good. Now for this training, I want the 3 of you to stand in a circle. I'm going to BLNDFLDU and give you a ball. Then you're going to have to toss it to your other 2 teammates. Kakashi explained, chuckling at the reaction he got. What the hell kind of training is that? Asked Naruto, his right eye twitching violently. That has got to be dumbest, most but backwards training I have ever heard of. HN. Sasuke said, nodding his head in seeming agreement. Now, this is an important training session that I went through as a genin. Kakashi chided. Now come on. The 3 followed Kakashi, standing in a circle or a triangle, since a circle was impossible with just 3 people. Kakashi tied a blind fold around each of them. He unsealed a ball from a scroll and gave it to Sasuke, before moving to stand in the middle. Okay, I want you 3 to begin, Kakashi said. Sasuke grunted as he threw the ball. Dobe, he said, getting Naruto's attention. Naruto used his enhanced senses to catch the ball before throwing it to Sakura. Sakura tried to catch the ball, but it did not manage to catch in time before it hit her chest. Oh, Naruto Baka, watch how hard you throw, she yelled, throwing the ball back at him twice as hard. It was only thanks to his chakra-enhanced senses that he managed to catch the ball. It still stung his hands though. Oh, it's Sakura. You don't need to throw the ball so hard as retaliation. Sasuke, Naruto called, lobbing the ball over to him. Sasuke held his hands up to catch the ball. However, Kakashi decided now was the time to interfere. Catching the ball, he threw it lower than Sasuke had his hands, hitting the raven-haired boy in the stomach. What the hell, Dobe? Sasuke shouted. Once again, Naruto got the ball thrown at him harder than last time. This time it was thrown too fast for the blonde to catch, and he ended up getting smacked in the head. Gah! Naruto held onto his head as the ball rolled away. Damn it, team. I didn't throw it that hard. Kakashi picked up the ball and handed it to Naruto. Try again, Naruto, and this time try not to hit someone. Naruto frowned as he wondered how to throw the ball. It was obvious that neither Sakura nor Sasuke seemed to have gotten the idea of using chakra to enhance their hearing, otherwise they would have been able to catch the ball. That meant he needed to think of a way to make it easier. Sakura, I'm gonna roll the ball to you, Naruto said as he rolled the ball to where his nose told her he was. Sakura bent down as the ball rolled to her. She missed as it hit her feet, but at least he didn't hit her. Sasuke-kun, I'm rolling it to you, Sakura said, following Naruto's example for the moment. Kakashi said, actually impressed with the innovative way to complete the exercise. Now this is an interesting way to do this. I never thought of completing the exercise this way. It seems Naruto is full of surprises. Kakashi let them do it this way for a while before interfering again. This time when Sasuke rolled the ball to Naruto, Kakashi picked it up and threw it, hitting the blonde in the head. Hey! What the hell, team? You're supposed to roll it. Naruto yelled as he landed on his butt. What are you talking about, Dobe? Sasuke grunted. I did roll it. Then Naruto paused for a moment as he realized what was going on. Kakashi! Kakashi chuckled. It seems you've caught on. You three can take your blindfolds off, the exercise is over, Kakashi said as he picked up the ball. The three genin took off their blindfolds off. Now who can tell me what the exercise was about? He asked, looking at the three of them. For a moment no one answered. It was an exercise on teamwork. Naruto said, yes. Kakashi nodded. But there was more to it than that. A teamwork exercise on trust? Asked Sakura, a little unsure of her answer. Close. Kakashi said. Be more elaborate in your explanation. Sakura tried to think about it. You wanted us to come up with a way to trust our teammates by passing along that ball. We were blindfolded because if we could see the ball it would have made the exercise pointless, since it would no longer require us to have faith in our team, she asked tentatively. Very good. And why did I interfere? Asked Kakashi. Because you wanted to sow dissension among the ranks, grunted Sasuke, not wanting to be upstaged by the walking brain that was Sakura. Excellent, well done you three. Kakashi gave them a nice smile. Now tomorrow we'll meet here again to go on more missions. But it's still early, whined Naruto. Aren't we going to do more training? Kakashi shook his head. No, I feel you guys deserve a break. He had actually thought about teaching them some more, but he was not really sure what to teach them yet. And he had no clue what he should teach them. With Sasuke being something a loose cannon, he figured the best thing to do would be to teach teamwork. That way Sasuke would be able to ease in with the others and they could work more efficiently as a team before he taught them anything. You're right. Naruto thought bitterly, his right eye twitching. More like you're too lazy to actually truly train us. I'll see you all tomorrow, team, Kakashi said as he disappeared via Sunshin. With Kakashi gone, Sakura turned to Sasuke. So, Sasuke-kun, would you like to go on a date with me? No, Sasuke said, walking off. Sakura watched him go with slumped shoulders. She turned around to Naruto, wanting to make herself feel better by denying him the chance for a date. However, much to her shock, Naruto walked right past her. I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura, he said, leaving Sakura to stand on the bridge in shock. She didn't even ask me out on a date, thought Sakura. Could it be that she had finally pushed him away? I should be happy, right? If that was the case, why did it feel like she had lost something? The moment only lasted for a few seconds before she shook her head. She didn't need that baka anyways. Nodding to herself, she walked off, hoping to find Sasuke-kun so she could observe him. It was a little while later that Naruto opened the door to the Hokage's office. Hey Aja-san, can I speak to you for a second? He asked as he walked in. Sarutobi looked up and smiled. Of course, Naruto-kun. What can I do for you? Well, I was reading about elemental manipulation in a book I just got, and I was wondering how to find out about my element, since the book only mentioned it in passing. Naruto said, Elemental affinity? Sarutobi asked in surprise. That's a Jonin-level skill, Naruto-kun. Are you sure you're ready to learn about that? Naruto shook his head. It's not so much that I'm going to any kind of training for my element. I actually want to know my affinity so I know which elemental jutsu to learn. I have a few scrolls with a jutsu from each element that I got from the library, but figured it would be better to learn ones from the element I have an affinity for. Ah. Sarutobi nodded his head as he pulled a drawer in his desk open. That does make a lot of sense actually. Lucky for you I happen to have some affinity paper right here. The aging Hokage pulled out a small slip of paper, handing over to Naruto. Just channel some chakra into it to learn your affinity. If it's fire it will burn. Lightning will crumble. Water will soak. Earth will turn to dust. And wind will cut the paper. Naruto nodded as he cut the paper. What happened shocked both of them. The entire paper was torn to shreds. So wind? Naruto said, sounding almost like a question. Interesting, it seems you have an unusual affinity for someone born in Hai no Kuni. And a powerful one at that. Sarutobi commented. Of course his father was also a wind type. But for the paper to just get torn to shreds like that, his affinity must be off the charts. So is that good? Asked Naruto as he looked over at the old man. It's neither good nor bad really. Sarutobi answered with a shrug. Wind is the rarest affinity here in Hai no Kuni. In fact I only know one person here who has that affinity. Really? Who? Asked Naruto curiously. My son, Sarutobi Asuma is a wind user, answered Sarutobi. He's the Jonin sensei of Team 10 isn't he? Naruto remembered seeing the man pick up Shikamaru, Choji and Ino at the Genin orientation. The Sandaime nodded in confirmation of the boy's question. Maybe when I get started on elemental training I can ask him for help? Indeed you can, I believe he trains his team at Training Ground 10. Sarutobi informed the blonde. Naruto snorted in amusement. So Team 7 trains at Training Ground 7, and Team 10 trains at Training Ground. I'm guessing all of the Genin squads have the same training ground as their team number dictates. How cliché. Sarutobi chuckled. I suppose it is. Now I'll see you later, I need to get back to my paperwork. Sarutobi glared at the pile of papers as if hoping it would burn. Naruto's sweat dropped. Ajisen, he said, getting the old man's attention. Why don't you just use Kage Bunshins to do your paperwork? Sarutobi blinked at him owlishly. I mean, they pass on their memories to the user after they dispel, right? So, Kage Bunshin. Sarutobi muttered. Naruto and the two Umbu currently hidden in the room, sweat dropped as Sarutobi began banging his head on the table. Stupid, 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 stupid. The minute that's how he completed his paperwork so fast. The Sandaime sat up and shook a fist at the picture of the fourth Hokage, which the old man could swear was grinning at him. Diamen you Minato. Right? I'm just gonna leave now. Naruto said, moving towards the door cautiously as Sarutobi cursed out the fourth with every vulgar word he knew. As soon as Naruto got to the training ground he held up his hands in the ram sign and called out his most useful jutsu. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instead of the usual 100, Naruto created an extra 50. Already having their orders, 100 of the clones spread out and began working on their assigned tasks. Naruto turned to the extra 50 he had created as he pulled out 5 scrolls from his left kunai pouch. I want you guys to split up into groups of 10. Choose a jutsu and work on it until you run out of chakra. Yosage. The 50 blonde copies said simultaneously as 5 of them grabbed a scroll. While they went off to practice their jutsu, Naruto began his exercise routine. He was a little disappointed that he would only get to do this after his team meetings, mission and team training, knowing that it would cut into his time. Realizing this, Naruto added an extra 5 pounds to his weights again before starting. After his workout, Naruto got about to cooking dinner, unsealing some of the fish his clones had caught a few days ago. He sat down as he began to cook them over the fire pit. Don't even try it, Anko, he said suddenly, causing the person who had been sneaking up behind him to pout. How did you know it was me? Anko asked as she moved around him and sat down next to him. Naruto shrugged. I figured it would only be a matter of time before you showed up. I just kept channeling chakra to my ears and listened for someone arriving. Since you're the only one who comes here. He trailed off as his fish finished cooking. Anko pouted. It's no fun if you can hear me coming. I guess that just means you need to be stealthier, Naruto said as he took a bite of his fish. Maybe, Anko replied, snatching one of his fish from him. She ignored the glare Naruto sent her as she began to eat. So how was your first day of missions? She asked. You knew that I was going to be stuck doing those chores, Naruto said, his glare doubling in intensity as Anko grinned at him. You didn't think you would start off rescuing princesses, did you? Asked Anko her grin increasing as she saw Naruto's look. You did, didn't you? Shut up, Naruto said with a blush. Anko grinned at him. You're gonna have to make me do that, and you're 50 years too soon for that to happen. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her, though there was no actual malice. You wanna bet? Anko just stood up with a smirk. All right, since you're so set on this, I suppose I've got enough time to kick your butt. 2 weeks later, after breakfast, Naruto headed over to his training ground and created the usual 150 clones. With his clones working, Naruto did his physical training. He had gotten quite a bit more skilled recently in all the spheres he had applied himself. His chakra control was a lot better. Naruto's clones had finally managed to float a leaf on each finger. After that, he made them spin counterclockwise before switching direction. When his clones had been able to split their attention so that his clones could spin leaves clockwise and then counterclockwise every other leaf, Naruto had started them on tree climbing. Right now they were able to walk 3-4 ths the way up and run all the way to the top. Anko had decided to give him some advice by saying that he had not actually mastered this technique until his clones could fight while standing on a vertical surface for at least an hour. Both his skills Tai and Bujutsu had increased. Naruto no longer had any trouble keeping up with Anko in a fight, at least he hadn't until Anko had upped her skill, making the blonde realize she had been going easy on him the whole time. She had said that he was still at Genin level, but if he gave it a month or two could possibly increase his skills to Chunin at the rate he was learning. His jutsu had made some decent improvement. Naruto had managed to learn 2 of the 5 jutsu he had set out to learn. The Futon, Day Tappa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, a simple C-rank jutsu where the user SEK'd in air and blew it out to create a great force of wind that was used to knock opponents off their feet. The Futon, Rapusho, Wind Release, Wind Gale Palm, another C-rank where the user channel wind chakra to their palms and release it in a move. This could be used for either increasing the speed of thrown weapons or to knock opponents off balance. Because his clones had learned those jutsu, Naruto had delegated the 30 that finished the jutsu to work on the other ones until he had gotten them down. Despite the progress he had made in those shinobi aspects, Naruto felt that his Fuinjutsu was where he had taken his largest leap in ability. Naruto's handwriting was finally good enough to begin working on seal creation. He had already made several that he had applied to his home. Like a basic security seal on his door that could only be unlocked through the use of his chakra, and a heating seal on his shower head to create hot water for his shower. Naruto had also managed to place resistance seals on himself. The seals located on his wrists, biceps, calves, thighs, chest, and stomach. The resistance seals had a total of 100 levels of resistance. Each level the amount of resistance would double. So at level 1 it felt like he was wading through water, and at level 2 it would be like wading through a thick mud. Honestly, he could not really understand why the seals bothered having so many levels. Right now he was at level 1, and it was ridiculously hard just to move. Naruto had found out that he needed to constantly channel chakra into his limbs to strengthen them enough to move through his exercises. Though the blonde assumed that the idea was to slowly wean yourself off of using chakra in order to increase one's natural speed. And if this was just level 1, he did not even want to imagine what level 100 would be like. The resistance seals were all connected to a master seal that controlled the resistance seals on his body. It was located on his right bicep and connected to his resistance seals with linking seals, which looked like chains that went to the resistance seals. Naruto had also ended up using a special genjutsu seal he had learned from the intermediate book to keep it invisible so others would not notice he had them. He had also ended up created several containment seals, explosive tags, and even a trap tag that released kunai when it detected a foreign chakra within a 15-foot radius of it. Finishing up his training and eating lunch, Naruto created more clones to continue working while he headed into Konoha. Making his way down one of the streets of the village, Naruto ignored the hostile glares he got as he made his way towards the Higurashi weapons store. As he entered the store, Naruto was surprised to find Tenten manning the cash register. "Hey Tenten," Naruto greeted, causing the bun-haired girl's head to snap up. "Naruto," Tenten greeted as she came around the desk and walked up to him. "Not with your team today?" Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side. "It's my day off." Tenten shrugged before looking at him pointedly. "You know you haven't visited since that first time you came in here." Naruto blinked and took a step back at the small glare she was giving him. "I just got enough money to buy more equipment, so you have to have a reason to come to the store and visit?" Tenten asked, crossing her arms. "Of course not. It's just that." Naruto stuttered, not really sure how to deal with girls. As far as the opposite SEC went, he had only dealt with Enko and Sakura, and one of them was completely psychotic, while the other liked to try and abuse him. Tenten laughed and waved a hand in front of her face. "Relax, I'm just kidding." "Oh," Naruto said lamely, not quite sure what to make of her joke. "So what are you here for?" Tenten asked. "Would you believe me if I said I was here to visit you?" Naruto asked with a grin. "Nice try." Tenten chuckled. Naruto snapped his fingers. "Well, I'm here for some more equipment. Standard ninja tools for AC rank mission." Naruto said, getting down to business. "You're going on AC rank? Already?" Tenten asked in surprise. Most genin don't go on C rank missions until they had at least 4 to 6 months experience. "No." Naruto shook his head, wishing that he could be going on AC rank. "I just figured that the amount used for one should be enough for me to practice with for now." "Well, that stuff should be easy to get," Tenten said as she and Naruto went around grabbing the equipment he wanted. "So I take it you have your Jonin sensei now?" Tenten asked. After a while, Naruto nodded. "Yep. My sensei is a guy named Hatake Kakashi." Naruto looked over at Tenten as she stopped. "You okay, Tenten?" "Kakashi, huh?" she asked, looking at Naruto as he nodded. "I can't believe it," she muttered. "Believe what?" asked Naruto in confusion. "Kakashi is the eternal rival of my sensei," Tenten said as she quoted the words eternal rival. "Really? That's interesting. Who's your sensei?" Naruto asked. "My sensei is Gai Meito," Tenten said as she restarted gathering Naruto's equipment. "He's a decent sensei if a little eccentric." She shuddered a bit at the word. "He specializes in taijutsu, and he's good, he's really good. He turned my teammate who is the dead last of our class into a force to be reckoned with." "Taijutsu, huh?" Naruto asked, looking interested. "Hey, do you think I can join you and your team for a training session?" "Well, I don't see why not," Tenten said with a shrug as she led Naruto over to the cash register. "But aren't you supposed to train with your own sensei?" She rang up all of the equipment he had bought. "That will come to 4,000 yen. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out Gamachan, his frog wallet. "I would train with my sensei if he actually trained us." He scowled. "So far all we've really done are teamwork exercises as he calls them." He handed her the money. We occasionally spar with each other, but he usually stops us after like 15 minutes, and he doesn't even correct any mistakes we have in our form. The man is one of the laziest jonin I've ever met." Tenten raised an eyebrow as she put the money away. "What exactly are teamwork exercises?" she asked. "Well, I remember we've had to toss a ball to each other blindfolded. Then there was this one time he chained us together and we had to find him in the forest in order to get the key to escape." Naruto shuddered. "It took us nearly an hour to find him." "That's it?" Tenten asked, receiving a nod. "Then it sounds like your sensei is either really lazy or really stupid." She snickered a bit as Naruto muttered, "Or both," under his breath. "Our team had already started on tree climbing by now." "Yeah, I had to do tree climbing myself," Naruto said as he sealed up his supplies in one of his personalized sealing scrolls. "So I usually get away from my team at 3 p.m. Then you're in luck since my team usually stays out until 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Tenten said, "Cool, So I'll see you tomorrow? Naruto asked. Yeah, that sounds fine. Tenten said, we train at training ground just to warn you. Thought one of my teammates and my sensei are weird. Naruto gave Tenten a grin. My sensei reads pawn in public. I think I can handle weird. See ya, Tenten. Naruto waved goodbye as he left. Tenten waved after him, getting back to manning the cash register when he left. The next day, Naruto headed over to Training Ground 9 after he finished meeting his team. When he got there, he was greeted to the odd sight of a man and what could pass off as his clone hugging each other behind a sunset. Tenten meant it when she said her sensei was weird. And what the hell is with the mini-clone? Tenten. Naruto called out as he tried his best to ignore the two men hugging. Tenten and her other teammate, a boy with long brown hair, gray pupilless eyes and an off-white robe, looked over at him. Hey Naruto. Tenten said with a smile. Glad you could make it. Naruto gave the girl an amused grin. Well, miss this. He pointed over at the still hugging guys. Yeah. Tenten blushed in embarrassment at her teammate and sensei. I told you they were weird. Remind me to never doubt you again. Naruto joked. YSH, who is this person who is joining our youthful group? What the hell? Naruto spun around and saw the clones were no longer hugging each other and were instead looking at him. Now that he got a better look at the pair, Naruto noticed their clothes in more detail. Green spandex with orange leg warmers and their headbands being used as belts. The only difference between the two was that the taller one had a Jonin flak jacket while the smaller one did not. Another thing he noticed was, Dear Kami-sama, I think those eyebrows are moving. Naruto thought as he looked at the eyebrows that were sitting just below their bowl-cut hair. Did they decide to super glue a pair of caterpillars above their eyes? Guy-sensei, this is Naruto. Tenten said in way of greeting. He asked if he could join us. Why is it? It is most youthful of you to join us as we fan our flames of youth. Guy shouted, giving Naruto the nice guy pose, complete with sparkling teeth. Yes, Naruto. It is always nice to see others who wish to join us as we fan our youthful flames, the guy clone shouted. Right. Naruto took a step back, slightly scared by the two shouting shinobi. He was starting to wonder if maybe going to train with Tenten and her team was such a good idea. Tenten's mouth twitched into an amused smile as she noticed Naruto's discomfort. Naruto, these are my teammates, Rock Lee. Naruto pointed to the guy clone who gave him a nice guy pose, complete with shining teeth, and did Naruto hear them ping? And this other one is Hyuga Negi. Naruto's attention was then directed to the other one. You know, your eyes look like a classmate of mine's. Naruto said as he looked at Negi. Neji raised an eyebrow. Oh. It's some dark, weird girl named Hinata. Are you related to her by any chance? Naruto asked, frowning when he noticed Negi stiffen at the name. Why don't we start training? Tenten suggested, knowing who Naruto was talking about and Neji's problems with her. Tenten, you are absolutely right. Guy shouted. Come, let us burn in the flames of our youth. Right. Naruto said before turning to Tenten. Do you use close-range weapons? He asked. Tenten smirked. I work at my parents' weapon shop. What do you think? She reached into her pouch and grabbed a scroll. Unsealing a standard yet well-made katana. It may not be my specialty, but I'm still pretty good with close-ranged weapons. Naruto grinned as he took his bow staff from his back. Well then, let's see who's better with their weapon. Tenten returned his grin as she ran at him, attempting to hit him with a vertical slash from the left. Naruto spun his staff, knocking her sword away and coming in with a jab. Tenten leapt back as Naruto came at her, making quick jabs and spinning attacks with his staff. Naruto made sure to keep out of range of Tenten's sword, something the weapon-using girl noticed. On Naruto's next swing, Tenten locked her blade with his staff, keeping the bow staff pointed towards the ground as she dragged her blade across it. She came at Naruto with a slash. Ducking under the attack, Naruto brought his now free staff up and tried to hit Tenten with the end of it. Tenten spun to the side, using her sword to push the staff away before coming right in. Naruto dodged the move of Tenten's sword, putting his staff on the ground and using it as leverage as he attempted to kick her. Not able to bring her sword to lock, Ten ducked under the attack and jumped back. The two eyed each other as they continued trading blows, neither one really getting the upper hand. Naruto had a reach advantage since his staff was longer. But Ten was more skilled in her weapon, having been training with weapons since she was a child. As the two continued, Lee and Guy had stopped their own sparring to watch the pair. "You're good," Naruto grunted as he blocked a series strikes. "You're really good." "Thanks," Ten said with a grin as she moved back when Naruto began twirling his staff around in an offensive formation. "For someone who just started 3 weeks ago, you're not bad yourself." "What can I say?" Naruto shot back, ducking under a swing before sidestepping another. "I'm a natural." He made another offensive spin as he tried to knock Ten's blade out of her hand. It ended up backfiring as Ten managed to time her attack to his, knocking him off balance. Ten went into a leg sweep, tripping Naruto and causing him to land on his back with an oof, as he got the air knocked out of him. "Natural or not?" Ten said as she stood over Naruto, grinning as she pointed her blade at his throat. "You've still got a long ways to go to beat me." Naruto looked at the blade currently being pointed at his throat. He tilted his head to see Ten grinning down at him. Then he looked back to the blade. "I'll win next time," he declared. "I'm sure," Ten replied as she held out a hand to help Naruto up. "Naruto-san, that was a most youthful fight you had with Ten," Guy said. "Yes, Naruto-kun, that was such an amazing fight," Lee cried, drying his eyes on his sleeve. Before Naruto even knew what was happening, Lee got right in his face, tears pouring out of his bug-like eyes like a waterfall. "Ooh, we must have a spar to test our flames of youth against each other. I challenge you to taijutsu contest, and if I cannot defeat you, I will run 600 laps around Konoha. And if I cannot do that, I will carry several boulders on my back as I climb the Hokage monument." "That's an excellent idea, Lee," Guy shouted. "Way to stoke your flames of youth. I shall help you with this endeavor. If you fail, I will do 6,000 push-ups on my thumbs." "Ojai-sensei," Lee cried as he looked at his sensei. "Lee." Tears began pouring from Guy's eyes as he looked at his student. "Vi-sensei." "Lee." "Jai-sensei." "Lee." As the Jonin and his student began hugging, Naruto finally got the full effects of the sunset genjutsu, complete with a sandy beach and crashing waves. Naruto looked down at the sand that had somehow appeared under his boots. Crouching down, he picked up a seashell and skipped it across the water. "Holy shit, this is real!" Naruto shouted, shock, surprise and more than a little fear etched onto his face. Ten nodded. "I tried dispelling it the first few times. It never works. My Byakugan can't see through it." Niji added his eyes, somehow not able to get off the two man-hugging clones. "What the hell kind of genjutsu is this?" shouted Naruto as he continued watching what had to be the most unusual and creepiest scene ever. He couldn't help the shiver that ran down his spine. 1 week later. A week after his first meeting with Ten's team, and things had started to get busy for the blonde. Naruto had decided to train with Team 9 every other day, leaving his clones to work on what he had assigned them that day. While he went over to training ground, it was then that Naruto had realized just how much more he had to grow in order to get stronger. Naruto would come home every night he spent with them battered and bruised, or cut up and slashed, depending on whether he fought the force of nature known as Lee or Tenten. Both of them were only genin, but they were so far ahead of him it was nearly laughable. He vowed then on that he would train even harder to beat them. Of course, he also had to deal with Enko on the other days, at least when she wasn't on missions. The snake-summoning Tokubetsu Jonin had been rather put off when she had gone into the clearing and found out that Naruto had gone off to train with another group of people. She had of course conceded that for pure taijutsu, Guy was a better teacher. Of course, that was only after she had nearly fed Naruto to her snakes for training with others. After that, Enko had decided that since Naruto was learning hand-to-hand combat from someone else, she would work on his stealth, detection and trap-setting skills by playing extreme death tag in the Forest of Death. Naruto's fear of the place had been heightened that much more as Enko seemed to attack him with a new amount of viciousness, though whether from being put out at having Naruto with others, or just because she felt like torturing him was unknown. Of course, not all things were as painful as that. Naruto's clones continued to make great progress in their work. His tree-climbing clones had finally managed to battle for a full hour without falling, which was quite the accomplishment considering they had much smaller reserves than Naruto himself, especially with the amount of clones Naruto made each day to train with. He now had them working on water walking, though progress with that was much slower than tree climbing had been. Due to not just his clones, but also gaining experience against other fighters, both his taijutsu and bujutsu had risen a notch. Being forced to fight Lee, who was blindingly fast, had made it imperative for Naruto to train his eyes in order to even see the blur the green-clad genin left behind. As well as make more clones to help him perfect his taijutsu, it still was not good, but Naruto had deemed it enough that he had started working on another style alongside Muay Thai. And since he was with Konoha's Green Beasts, as the duo called themselves, he had begun to learn the Gakken style they were practitioners of. His bujutsu was also going good. Like his taijutsu, Naruto would fight against a live opponent to help him. It turned out that Tenten was really good at not just swords for close range, but also using a staff, Najitana, and just about any other close-range weapon. Naruto had learned to fight against a variety of different weapons and had begun experimenting with other weapons to use for himself. Naruto's Fuinjutsu had also skyrocketed. While he was no master, and was not even at an intermediate level in his practical usage of Fuinjutsu, he could now break down the fundamental seals in all the basic sealing arrays, turn them inside out, and understood some of the more complex seals enough for him to modify them in order to suit his needs. Naruto was currently trying to come up with several of his own seals, ones that he hoped would revolutionize sealing, though progress was much slower and more environmentally hazardous than simply copying and modifying seals. There was also his jutsu clones. They had finally finished learning the last two he had set out to learn. The Futon, Kamikaze Seiken, Wind Release, Fist of Divine Wind, AB rank jutsu where Naruto focused wind to his fists and moved them out. The jutsu caused tremendous amounts of blunt force trauma, often leaving a large Naruto-sized crater shaped like his fists in the rocks he had used to practice the jutsu. The Futon, Kaze no Yabe, Wind Release, Wine Sword, was AA-ranked jutsu that Konoha had gotten thanks to its alliance with Suna. This jutsu created a pinpoint slashing strike, where the user had to emit wind chakra from their fingertips and materialize it into an invisible wind sword that would, depending on the power output, do anything from create cuts on an enemy's body, or slice them all the way through. This jutsu was the hardest one for Naruto to learn. He had only just got it down, and even then he still had some problems controlling the blade. He had theorized that the only reason he could even use this attack was because his affinity for wind was unnaturally high. His other jutsu was the Futon, Kaze Senbon, Wind Release, Wind Senbon, another B-rank jutsu where Naruto formed several dozen Senbon out of wind and launched them at an enemy, turning anything into a pin cushion. The amount of Senbon he could create depended on his control of his wind chakra. Right now he could only make around 12 to 15 Senbon. Naruto had been able to find these particular jutsu when he had managed to sneak into the Jonin section of the library. It was actually disappointingly easy to gain access to that section since they did not even post guards in the library, and the only people he needed to worry about were the custodian and the Jonin who came there. Which there was a surprisingly small amount of Jonin who seemed to go to the library, something Naruto chalked up to either laziness, arrogance, or both. Not that he was ungrateful, because the wind element was so rare in Konoha that there were very few jutsu for them, and most of the jutsu they did have were higher ranked than others, due to the fact that wind was almost a purely offensive element and very dangerous to use when untrained. Of course, Naruto was not quite satisfied with just learning a jutsu, and so, wanting to master them, he had set his clones to work on them again. This time the 50 he had created for jutsu learning would only work on them one at a time, starting with the Futon, Daitapa, the first jutsu he had learned. However, Naruto's work was partially slowed down by his team training, which had not changed from the teamwork, exercises, and minimal sparring Kakashi had them do. He had started them on a few other things, but most of it was theory on battle tactics and the like, which he was already studying himself. Still, he supposed it was good to review, and Kakashi had offered him several unique perspectives on some of the tactics the blonde had studied from the Third Great Ninja War. The only other thing he had to do with his team were the missions they went on, much like the one he was on now. This is Raven, I'm in position. Blossom, I'm ready. This is Blondie, I see the target and am waiting to take him out. This is Scarecrow, move in and capture the target. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura all jumped out from their hiding spots as they ran towards the target. Said target screeched and hissed as it ran, only to be intercepted by Sakura. It made a mad turn the other way, however Naruto began launching kunai at it to turn it around, directing it towards Sasuke, who used ninja wire to trap it. Naruto leaned down and picked up the now struggling cat. This is Raven, we've caught the target. Sasuke said into his headset. Confirm pink ribbon on right ear. Came Kakashi's reply. Blondie here, pink ribbon on right ear confirmed. Naruto said, looking back at the cat to see it had gotten loose from its bonds. Hey Sasuke. Chen. Sasuke turned around as Naruto threw the set-off cat at his face. Miru. The cat screeched as it began to claw at Sasuke's face. Origrig. Sasuke's screams were heard all around Konoha. Several minutes later, 2 twitching genin and 1 grinning genin were standing in the missions room with their sensei. Mission to capture pet cat Tora complete. Kakashi said, opening the cage where the demo cat had been placed in after mutilating Sasuke's face. Kakashi grinned a bit beneath his mask as he got to watch his own team suffer from the same horror he went through as a genin. Oh, thank you so much. Madam Shinji, a rather large woman in expensive clothing, said. She grabbed the cat before it could flee. My dear Tora-chan, how I missed you so. I was so worried about you. I don't know what I would do without you. Wow, it's no wonder that cat runs away so much. Naruto thought as he watched the woman squeeze her cat to death. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Thought Sasuke, laughing manically at the cat's plight. Serves that cat right for hurting my Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought. Stupid cat. Next time I'll make mincemeat out of ya. Inner Sakura shouted as she made several punching motions. Excellent job, Team 7. Sarutobi said as the woman and her cat left. How about another mission? I have painting the fence for Katara-san, walking the Inuzuka dogs, or we could dash. No, Tora, came a scream from outside, signifying that the cat ran away again. Sarutobi blinked before continuing. Of course there is always catching dash. No. Sasuke interrupted with an angry glare, having finally lost his Uchiha cool. No more of these chores. I'm an Uchiha, and I demand you give me a mission worthy of an Uchiha. That's right. Said, defending her crush. Sasuke-kun deserves a better mission. Oh boy. Kakashi thought with a sigh. This won't end well, though I would have expected something like this from Naruto, not Sasuke. How did I get such a mixed-up team? Naruto's sweat dropped as he looked at his 2 teammates. He turned his attention over to his sensei, who now looked distinctly uncomfortable, though it was hard to tell with his face nearly covered. Looking over at the table, he noticed Sarutobi looking somewhere between amusement and anger. And finally Irika, who was working the missions department, looking like he was about to blow a gasket. Treat Hokage-sama with some respect. Irika shouted, slamming his hands on the table. You're all only newly graduated genin. Everyone starts out doing this work. And it takes experience before you can start taking higher-ranked missions, Uchiha or not. What experience? Sasuke asked sarcastically. The most experienced mission we get is catching that thrice-med cat. I deserve a better mission. Sasuke Kakashi tried. Every mission to the village is important. Irika yelled, cutting off Kakashi. You need to get over yourself and remember your duty. My what? Sasuke yelled as he shook in rage. How dare these people tell him about his duty? His duty was to kill his clan's murder. But he couldn't do that unless he was stronger. And he couldn't get stronger by running these errands. Before things could degenerate even more, Naruto decided to speak up. I sort of agree with Sasuke team. Everyone paused to look at him, causing Naruto to flush a bit. Well, not about everything. But I do think we are ready for a C rank mission at least. We've gone on 31D ranks and have done plenty of teamwork exercises, so we know that we can work together. At least until the mission or training is over and then we ignore each other. Well, Sakura ignores me and Sasuke just ignores everyone. However, he did not mention that part out loud. Sarutobi puffed on his pipe for a moment before looking at Kakashi. Do you believe they are ready, Kakashi? He asked. Kakashi looked over at his students and thought. Well, I'm pretty sure that Sasuke and Naruto can handle themselves outside of the village. Despite his outbursts, Sasuke is normally cool and composed, and Naruto has shown considerable maturity since coming onto this team. Sakura might be a bit of a problem, but then again, a C-rank mission has little chance of ninja confrontation. What kind of mission is it? Asked Kakashi. An escort and protection detail. You are to protect the client heading back to Nami no Kuni. Sarutobi replied. Kakashi thought about it a little more before nodding. Very well, I think we can accomplish a mission like this. Really? Asked Naruto, getting a little excited at the prospect of going outside of the village. So who are we protecting? A princess? A celebrity? Some kind of noble? Calm down, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi chuckled a bit at the boy's enthusiasm. You can send in the client now. Naruto and the others turned to the door. Almost as soon as it slid open, the stench of alcohol slammed into the blonde, who nearly gagged, forcing him to cut off the chakra he had begun to subconsciously send to his nose. Shaking his head to clear, he looked at the man who had walked in. Said man was a 40-something-year-old man with a graying hair and beard, rectangular spectacles on his eyes, and a pot belly. He was wearing wooden sandals, beige shorts, and an off-white and alcohol-stained shirt and a straw hat. What the hell? It's just a bunch of snot-nosed gawkies. The man exclaimed in annoyance, taking the bottle he had in his hand and chugging down several gulps. He's certainly not what I expected. Naruto thought to himself, his left eye twitching erratically. I mean, look at him. The one with the black hair in the shape of a duck's but looks more like Sir Broodsalot than a ninja. And that pink-haired girl looks like his little where? A cyclops, scarecrow. And some midget. The man said after lowering the bottle. You expect me to believe these are ninja? I believe it when I see it. The man brought the bottle to his lips again. However, before the bottle even got to his mouth, a blade of wind came at him, slicing the bottle off right below the man's hand. The bottle fell to the floor and shattered, spraying the man's feet with alcohol. Gah! Naruto, you're not supposed to attack the client. Kakashi scolded in a bored tone. Though inwardly he was studying the blonde. That was a futon. Kaze no Yabe, wind release. Wind blade, he's obviously been learning some new jutsu, and those hand seals were actually pretty fast for a genin. Though I wonder where he got that jutsu? Attacking him? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. I think you're misunderstanding. If I had actually attacked him, he would be dead. I was merely giving him a demonstration of our skills. After all, he did say, he'll believe it when he sees it. Sarutobi brought a hand up to pull his hat down over his head. With all that's happened and the maturity he's shown, I sometimes forget that Naruto is still just a 12-year-old boy, albeit one who's been through more than most people even twice his age. Meanwhile, Irika slammed his head on the table in embarrassment. Right. Tazuna stuttered a bit as he looked at the clean cut of his bottle. He threw the piece he was holding away and looked at the group. Anyways, my name is Tazuna, and I am a master bridge builder. You will escort me back home to Nami no Kuni, where I am building my next bridge. Somehow, despite his drunken stupor, Tazuna managed to straighten himself. I expect all of you to protect me, even it costs you your lives. I wonder what he means with that statement? Naruto questioned. For a C-rank mission like this, there should be no real danger other than bandits. Of course, it could just be the ramblings of a drunken old man. Right then, Kakashi said as he tried to get things back in order. Why don't we all meet at the East Gate in an hour? Naruto frowned. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? He suggested. Everyone turned to look at him. Why do you suggest tomorrow, Naruto? Kakashi asked, curious to see what his blonde student came up with. Well, first off, it's several hours past noon. If we leave now, we'll be forced to make camp before we even make it several miles from Konoha, since Tazuna's a civilian and I doubt he can run or tree hop to Nami no Kuni. And second, the man is drunk as F-. A drunk is much harder to protect than someone sober. Less reasonable too. He looked around to see everyone staring at him like he had grown a second head. What? He asked. Nothing. Kakashi said quickly, covering his surprise at the reasonable suggestion. Just a surprising suggestion is all. But I do believe you are right. So then, we'll meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the East Gate. Naruto nodded. Sounds like a plan. Well, I think I'm gonna prepare for tomorrow. Laters. Naruto tossed a wave over his shoulder as he left, heading for his home to get packed for his first adventure outside of the village. The next morning. It was the next morning and Naruto was up bright and early going over his equipment. He knew he was probably overstressing things, but he felt that being over-prepared for something like this was better than being under-prepared. After all, it was his first mission out of the village, and it was important to make a good impression on their client. Even if said client was an old drunk like Tazuna. Like, Anko's paranoia is getting to me, Naruto thought with a frown as he looked at all his equipment. He shrugged the thought off. Paranoia could only be a good thing for a ninja. Let's see, kunai scroll, check. Shuriken scroll, check. Ninja wire, check. Smoke pellets, check. Flashbangs, check. Food and camping equipment, check. Customized explosive notes. Naruto grinned as he patted the scroll holding his modified explosive notes. Double check. Finding all of his containment scrolls ready to go, Naruto grinned to himself and sealed all of the scrolls into a larger master scroll, which was then sealed into a containment scroll on the left-hand side of his chest. Finished with his preparations, Naruto had only one more thing to do. Naruto formed a ram seal and created a mental image in his mind. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, getting a puff of smoke. When it cleared, it revealed two Naruto clones that were already transformed into Kiin and Akira. Naruto channeled chakra into a containment seal on his left hand and unsealed an ink brush and some ink. Alright, turn around you two. Naruto ordered. Knowing what Naruto was doing, his clones turned around. The blonde went up to Akira and pulled her shirt down to expose the back of her neck. Sticking his tongue out in concentration, he began to write the only truly complex seal that was of his own make. It was a seal that he had modified from a basic containment seal. This seal was designed to hold chakra instead of an item of some kind, and continuously release it into the person or object to help reinforce them or it. In this case, it would continuously send chakra into his clone and allow it to last longer than a day, that way it could go work while he went on this mission. It had been something he had been working on since he first got the idea of using henged Kage Bunshin to earn extra money. Knowing that his missions would take him out of the village, Naruto had realized that if he wanted his clones to keep their jobs, he would need to find some way to make them last longer when he was out of the village. When Naruto finished, he checked, double-checked, and then triple-checked the seal to make sure none of the ink was messed up. Satisfied, he channeled enough chakra to create 30 Kage Bunshins. It would be enough to last for a month, give or take a day. He repeated the process with Kiin, before nodding to himself. Alright, done. I want you guys to keep a low profile while I'm gone. Don't do anything stupid. Don't worry, Akira said in her soft alto tenor, giving her creator a beautiful smile. You can count on us. Right? Naruto said with a nod. He had created these clones with a specific personality in mind that was nothing like his. Having read a few stories, Naruto created Akira from a few of the girls he had read about in some of his manga. She was made to be sweet, kind, and dependable, always willing to help out others. Kiin was created based off of what Naruto thought Sasuke's personality would be like if he ever got that emo stick out of his butt. The process of creating clones that were in truth nothing like him had actually been rather complicated, at least the mental process had. In order to create the clones like that, Naruto had been required to immerse himself in the mindset of the personality he wanted to impose on his clones, and then create the clones. It had required a long and drawn-out process of changing his mindset. He had only been able to really make them perfect around 2 weeks ago. It did not help that he had also been forced to use a sealless henge on them in order for them not to freak out. He had learned early on that if they were not transformed into who they were, the clones would start to hyperventilate before dispelling, though this problem mainly came from Akira. Not that he could blame her. If Naruto were to wake up and suddenly find himself as a girl rather than a guy, he would freak out too. Well then, I'll see you guys later, Naruto said as he left his apartment and made his way towards the gate where he was supposed to meet his sensei. Like Naruto, Sakura was busy packing the things she felt would be important for her mission. Clothing, extra shampoo and conditioner, a loofah, her makeup, that cute little dress that she had been hoping to wear for Sasuke-kun. You know, the important things. When she finished packing, Sakura hefted her backpack over her shoulder. She walked downstairs and headed towards the door. I'm going out on a mission, Mom, she said, not waiting for a reply as she left, heading down the street in high spirits. Maybe now that we're going out of the village, Sasuke-kun and I can have some time alone together, Sakura thought with a giggle. Uchiha Sasuke was packing his own belongings in his room in the clan head's home of the Uchiha compound. Despite the Uchiha compound being completely barren and lifeless, he continued to live it in. Of course, he had been offered a place outside of the compound. However, he wanted this place to be a reminder of what he was, an Avenger. I'm finally getting a mission that can help prove myself as an Uchiha, he thought. I'll prove my strength and use this as a stepping stone to get stronger so I can get my revenge against Itachi. After he finished packing his stuff, Sasuke lifted his pack and left his room and then the house and clan compound all together, heading for the east gate. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all found themselves waiting around the front gate with their client Tazuna. Like always, they had been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Where the hell is your Jonin-sensei? Tazuna spoke in a disgruntled voice as he paced back and forth. I thought ninja were supposed to be ready in a timely fashion. Naruto sighed as he flipped another page of his book, Intermediate Level Ceiling Theory and Composition, by Namikaze Minato. I should have realized that Kakashi-sensei would be late. I wonder why I thought he would be on time just because it was our first C-rank mission as a team. He'll be here to Tazuna-san, however Kakashi-sensei is always at least 3 hours late to anything. In fact, if he could, I'm sure he'd be late to his own funeral. Tazuna looked over at Naruto with incredulous expression. You can't be serious, can you? I'm afraid he is. Sakura said miserably, for once agreeing with Naruto. Just once I wish he was on time. She thought. Maybe we need to beat the crap out of him to teach timely manners. Inner Sakura ranted. HN, Sasuke said Didr grunted. Naruto flipped another page of his book. Anyways, he should be here in 3-2 now. Yo! Kakashi said with a wave as he appeared in a puff of smoke. You're late. Sakura screeched, forcing everyone within a 50-foot radius were forced to grab their ears in pain. So what's the excuse this time, Kakashi? Asked Naruto as he stood up. Did a black cat cross your path, forcing you to take the long way around? Close, Kakashi smiled. There was actually a herd of black cats on my doorstep, so I had to wait for them to leave, then walk around my house 3 times before taking the long way around. You know, to stave off the bad luck. Liar! Sakura yelled, once again knocking everyone off their equilibrium as their ears rung in pain. Anyway, let's get going, Kakashi said, picking out his ear as he began to leave. The others soon followed him, however Kakashi stopped when they got several feet from the gate when he noticed they were missing one. Naruto? Kakashi asked as Naruto had turned around and was looking at the gate. Something wrong? Naruto shook his head. No, nothing's wrong. It just feels strange. This is the first time a Weaver set foot out of the village. He looked like he was about to continue, but shook his head and turned to face the others. Well, let's get going. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously as the blonde passed before shrugging and heading out. The team began moving through the countryside of Hai no Kuni. Naruto in front, Sakura and Sasuke on the left and right respectively, and Kakashi taking up the rear. For a while Naruto looked around at the environment, taking in all the sights he could. However, as time wore on, his excitement about being out of the village began to fade. True, he was out of the village, but everything looked the same. All he saw were trees, trees and more trees. Eventually the green simply lost its splendor. Of course, we're still in Hai no Kuni. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. I should have suspected this. Deciding to amuse himself, Naruto looked behind him towards his teammates. Sasuke was brooding like he usually did, something that Naruto realized would probably never change. Kakashi was reading his pawn like normal, the only noise coming from him being the occasional perverted giggle. And Sakura was chattering away, trying to talk to Sasuke and convince the raven-haired Avenger to go out with her. Yet even that stopped when she seemed to realize that Sasuke wasn't even paying attention to her. Naruto sighed. Gah, this is so boring. I thought being out of the village would be cool and exciting. He knew he shouldn't be thinking that way. Shinobi were supposed to always remain calm, cool, and collected, something Naruto had been striving to do ever since the Mizuki incident. But even he had his limits. And right now his were reaching the breaking point. Trying to find some way to pass the time, Naruto reached into his pouch and was about to take out his book again, when he stopped. Having spent as much time as he had with Anko in the Forest of Death, Naruto had developed what he had taken to calling his danger sense to a finely honed point. Even the most minuscule trace amounts of killing intent could be detected by him. And right now there was a bit leaking from somewhere. Looking around, Naruto tried to find the source of the killing intent. It wasn't quite large enough to pinpoint, being fairly minuscule, so he was forced to really rely on his eyes. As he continued walking, he spotted a puddle in the middle of the road. Odd, it hasn't rained for several days, Naruto thought with a frown. He looked back to see Kakashi eyeing the puddle before moving on. Naruto shrugged and turned back towards looking in front of him, wondering if he was just being paranoid. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto whirled around when he heard the shriek, and saw Kakashi with a pair of shuriken-linked chains, which were being held by two figures. The two ninja, who were obviously ninja by the headbands on their heads, yanked the cables, resulting in Kakashi getting torn to shreds, sending body parts and blood flying everywhere. For a split second Naruto hesitated as he entered his first real battle. This gave the two shinobi, both of whom were wearing water-breathing apparatus, tattered black cloaks and a pair of wicked-looking claws with shuriken chains attached to them, to charge forward. He watched as Sasuke threw a shuriken and kunai into the chains, making them stick to a tree, then running up towards the pair before he jumped up and kicked both of the two ninja attached to them in the face. The pair released their chains and charged. Thankfully, Naruto had been expecting some kind of attack, so even though he was surprised, he managed to snap out of the fugue state he had been in from seeing his sensei die. One of the Chunin charged at Naruto, attempting to take him out with his gauntlet-covered hands. Naruto ducked under the claw swipe and struck the gauntlet's wrist, redirecting the attack. This seemed to surprise the man, allowing Naruto to get in close. Before the Chunin had a chance to react, Naruto was in his face, grabbing his head with both hands before bringing the man's face down and smashing it into his knee. The man was sent stumbling back in a daze, his face mask dented from Naruto's blow. It was because of the man becoming slightly disoriented that Naruto was able to close the distance again, smashing several hard punches into the man's ribcage. When Naruto sent a chakra-enhanced double punch to the chest, the man flew backwards, smashing into the tree that was behind him and falling to the ground. Naruto stared down at the unconscious man in a slight stupor. However, he was snapped out of it when he heard a voice somewhat behind him. Yo! Turning around, Naruto saw Kakashi standing there with the other ninja that had attacked them placed in a headlock. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive, Sakura said in relief as she lowered her kunai. Of course, Kakashi said, pointing over to where he had died. Naruto and the other genin saw the remains of a log. He used a kawarimi, Naruto realized with some shock. Then that means the blood and guts we saw was some kind of genjutsu to make it look like he had been violently killed. But what for? Excellent job in defeating the enemy, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi said, turning his head towards Naruto. Are you okay? I saw you freeze up there for a moment. Huh? Naruto blinked a moment before the question registered. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I was just surprised that you had died against these two. He gestured to the two unconscious Chunin. Kakashi nodded. I'm glad to hear that. Also, you might want to take care of that wound. Kakashi pointed to a cut on Naruto's forearm. Kiri ninja have been known to poison their weapons. I must have gotten it when I swatted that guy's attack away, Naruto thought, cursing himself for being so careless. Sighing, he pulled out a kunai and without any hesitance stabbed himself right in the wound to let the poison bleed out. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura screamed as she and everyone else widened their eyes at seeing Naruto deliberately injure himself. Naruto just looked up at them and tilted his head. What? I'm just bleeding the poison out. Yeah, but now you might die of blood loss, Kakashi deadpanned. Haha. Naruto laughed as he tore the now ripped bandages off his arm and pulled out some extra bandages that he kept in his pouch. Oh, you don't need to worry about measly little wounds like this, sensei. I've had wounds worse than this. Naruto shuddered as he finished wrapping his bandages around his forearm. Far, far worse, he mumbled, remembering all the times Anko had tried to up his resistance poisoning by having her snakes bite him, as well as the innumerable injuries she had inflicted on him to help his pain tolerance, as she called it. With his hand fixed, Naruto walked over to the two unconscious Chunin, pulling out some ninja wire as he did so. I'll take care of these two, Naruto said as he grabbed both Chunin by their wrists and dragged them over to a tree, where he proceeded to tie them up. URG. One of the Chunin groaned as he woke up as Naruto finished tightening the ninja wire around them. He blinked and looked around before realizing he was tied up. Well, welcome back to the land of the living, Naruto said with a joyous grin. Did you have a nice nap? The Chunin glared at the blonde. How did you know of our ambush? Are you talking to me? The blonde asked. 'Cause if you are, I can honestly tell you that I knew next to nothing about your ambush. Naruto shrugged. All I could feel was your killing intent, but I couldn't sense where it was coming from. Kakashi-sensei seemed to be on to you though. Naruto paused for a moment as he looked over at Tazuna, who was looking more nervous than usual. Though them being here is starting to make sense, that must be why Tazuna has been so nervous, thought Naruto, having watched the man pacing nervously out of the corner of his eye while the group had been waiting for his sensei. It wasn't that hard if you know what to look for, Kakashi said with a shrug. Since it hasn't rained in nearly a week, there was no way that a puddle could have lasted very long on a clear day, much less 7. Wait a minute, Tazuna said, looking a bit disgruntled as he glared at Kakashi. If you knew these ninja were going to attack us, then why did you leave it to the kids? He asked, feeling a bit irked. I could have taken them out before any trouble started. But then I wouldn't have learned anything, Kakashi said as he turned a mild glare onto the man. I wanted to know who their target was, and what they were after. What do you mean? Tazuna asked with a stutter. I mean, I wanted to know if they after us, ninja attacking ninja. Or if they were after you, the master bridge builder, Kakashi said as his eyes narrowed. When you made your request to Konoha, you asked for standard protection from bandits and highwaymen and the like. You never mentioned that ninja were after you. If we had known this, it would have been designated a B-rank mission or higher. Tazuna looked down in guilt under Kakashi's withering gaze. Our mission was to simply get you to your destination and guard you while you built your bridge. If we had known we would have been fending off attacks from ninja, we would have staffed a different squad and charged for the cost of a B-rank mission. Even if you had your reasons for doing it, lying about a mission is unacceptable. As it is, this task falls beyond the boundaries of the mission we were given. We should go back, Sakura said, the idea of fighting enemy ninja frightening her. This is too much for us. We're not ready for missions like this. Naruto looked over at Sakura with a frown. You can go if you want, but I'm staying. Everyone looked over at Naruto in surprise. It doesn't matter if he lied about the mission, the fact is we've already accepted it. As Konoha ninja we can't go back on our word. Not only would that be disgracing ourselves in Konoha, but it could also cause people to lose faith in our village if we run at the first sign of trouble. Naruto looked over at Tazuna. You don't have to worry about me leaving, even if they do. HN. You think you could protect him yourself? Sasuke snorted. Please, you would be lost without someone like me watching your back. I won't let this opportunity slip by. I will prove my strength here. So that mean you're in team? Asked a grinning Naruto. Sasuke just looked at the blonde with a smirk. HN. Kakashi looked between the two genin and sighed. Why was it that they only seemed to get along when it looked like a fight was brewing? I guess that means we're continuing. Still, the next enemy we run into won't be low-level Chunin. It will be a Jonin like myself. In the middle of a large forested area, there was a large fortified structure being held between two trees. Inside that structure, two individuals were having an important meeting. In a room, a tall man with bandages covering half his face lounged in a large throne-like chair. To his left was one of his subordinates, awaiting his instruction. In front of him was a rather short fat man in a business suit, with frazzled gray hair and sunglasses on his face, despite how dark it was inside. "What?" the short-suited man shouted. "You're telling me you failed? I paid a lot of money to hire your group. I thought you were supposed to be some hotshot former ninja assassins. If this is all you're capable of, quit your whining." The tall man growled as he hefted a large Zambada-style sword up with one hand, even though it was nearly as tall as he was. Bringing it around, he pointed it at the now pale businessman. "Next time I'll be going to finish them myself. And this sword, Kubikiri Hocho, head cleaver, will be the last thing they see." "Are you sure about that?" asked the now nervous man. "It seems that the target has a high-level ninja guarding him, and now that the Akuma brothers have failed, they'll be on guard for another attack. It will take some extreme skill to—" "Just who do you think you're dealing with?" the man growled, not lowering his sword as he glared at the small fat man. "I am Momoichi Zabuza, the Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist." It was later in the day, and Team 7 along with Tazuna had found a small clearing off the road to Nami no Kuni to rest for the night. Kakashi had made his students split up and prepare the camp. Sasuke had been charged with getting lumber and starting a fire, while Sakura had been ordered to prepare the tents. Naruto was the one who had gotten them some food, catching a few fish from a nearby stream. After dinner, Kakashi looked at his students. "Since this mission is now more dangerous than we initially thought, we are going to be taking 2-hour watch shifts. Naruto, you're going first, Sasuke you go second, Sakura will go third, and I will go last." This was a standard watch procedure, letting the students go first so they could have more sleep when they started off again. "Sure thing, sensei." Naruto stood up and went to perch himself on a large rock a little ways away so he could keep watch. "The rest of you make sure to get some sleep while you can." Kakashi began moving to his tent. Soon everyone else had started heading off too. Naruto put his hands up in the ram seal as he sat down cross-legged, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A few clones puffed into existence only to scatter as soon as they were formed, moving off several dozen feet away in all directions and hinging into random objects and animals. Closing his eyes, Naruto began using a unique exercise he had learned in a book on chakra concepts and theories. The exercise was called Chakra Myaku, Chakra Pulse, and as the name suggested, the user sent out a pulse of chakra in all directions. This gave Naruto something akin to a 360-degree view similar to the sonar pings a bat used with sound waves. This had two purposes. The first was to allow Naruto to remain alert to everything around him, and the second was to use it as a basic chakra control exercise by slowly lowering the amount of chakra used while maintaining the amount of distance he could pulse his chakra. It wasn't quite as effective in the middle of a forest as it would be elsewhere since the foliage reduced its efficiency. However, that was what the clones were for. "Can I help you, Ajisen?" asked Naruto as Tazuna climbed onto the boulder he was sitting on. His eyes were still closed and he had not bothered to even look in Tazuna's direction as he remained perfectly still, something that had taken nearly 2 weeks to accomplish. "Shouldn't you be in bed by now? An old goat like you needs their rest." "Hardy har har gaki." Tazuna grumbled a bit about disrespectful brats for a few moments, causing Naruto's lips to quirk upwards in a small smirk. He was silent for a moment before letting his curiosity get the better of him. "I was just wondering, why did you agree to come with me knowing I had lied?" "Isn't that something you should be asking Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto. "Your sensei wasn't the one who first agreed to continue the mission," Tazuna pointed out. Naruto conceded the point with a nod. He was silent for a few moments and Tazuna was unsure if the blonde would talk or not. Finally, "Forsaking and abandoning people in need is both dishonorable and cowardly. Below courage there is nothing." Those are the words from the Yondaime Hokage. Finally the blonde opened his eyes and looked over at Tazuna. "They are words that I do my best to live by." 3 days later. When Team 7 got to the coast, it was to find a thick fog had rolled in. Tazuna had led them to a man who had been willing to offer them passage across. And now the 6 of them were inside a motorboat to cross the waters and head into Nami no Kuni. Currently the motorboat was off however, and the boatman was rowing, so as not to attract attention from anyone that may want to cause their group harm. Naruto, who was at the front of the boat, was staring into the thick fog. There's something odd about this fog, he thought to himself. Even for morning fog it seems to be really thick. Of course, since this was his first time being in a coastal region, he supposed he might just be overthinking again. This fog is pretty thick, Naruto commented out loud, wondering what the others thought of it. Yeah, it's actually hard to even figure out where we're going, Sakura said, actually agreeing with Naruto. I mean, the only thing I can even see is the water. She looked off the side of the boat and into the rippling water. We'll be able to see the bridge any minute now, the boatman said in a quiet voice. As soon as you set foot on the other shore, you'll be in Nami no Kuni. As if on his words, the fog parted where they were going to reveal the bridge. The group looked up as the shadow of it loomed over them. Even at the angle they were seeing it at, the large unfinished bridge was a sight for the group of genin. Naruto whistled. All right, I have to admit I'm impressed, Tazuna-san. Thank you, Tazuna said with pride in his voice. I mean, I didn't think a drunk old man like you was capable of building something like this, Naruto continued. Tazuna's shoulders slumped a bit. That wasn't very nice. Naruto snickered. You guys need to keep it down, the man hissed. The whole point of moving through the dense morning fog is so that we wouldn't be spotted. But it doesn't do any good if they hear us. Why do you think we're going like this? Turning off the motorboat and rowing? Naruto looked over at the boatman with a frown. And who would they be? He asked. Naruto. Brings up a good question, Kakashi said as he turned to Tazuna. I think we've been more than patient enough, Tazuna-san. Before we reach the pier, I need you to provide some answers. The men who are after you, I need to know why. His voice took on a deeper tone, signifying how serious he was. And if you don't tell us, I'll have to end the mission when we drop you ashore. That was the technical limit of this assignment, protecting you until you reach Nami no Kuni. Guarding you until you finish the bridge was left to my discretion. Tazuna unslumped himself and looked up at Kakashi. All right, I'll tell you. No, I want to tell you. You are correct. This is beyond the scope of your original mission. The man who is after my life is very short man, who casts a very long and dangerous shadow. A very short man? Questioned Naruto with a look of curiosity etched on his face. So we're facing off against someone who would be better off in a circus or something? Kakashi ignored Naruto's jibe as he looked at Tazuna. A man with a dangerous shadow? Who is it? You know of him. At least I'm sure he heard of him, Tazuna sighed. His name is Gato. Gato? Gato of Gato Transports and Shipping? Kakashi asked, a slight widening of his eye the only sign of shock. The Gato? Rumors place that man as one of the richest men in the world. Yes. The very same, Tazuna spoke with a slight nod. On the surface, he appears to be nothing more than a legitimate businessman. However, underneath that, the man is one of the rulers of the criminal underworld. He is known for using gangs and hiring ninja to ruin countries and initiate hostile takeovers of other business. He uses his business as a cover for his black market operations, smuggling drugs, contraband, even slaves. This guy is starting to sound like a great douchebag, Naruto commented with a slight growl at hearing the man smuggled slaves. He came to Nami no Kuni a little over a year ago. Tanza ignored Naruto's comment as he gave Kakashi more information. He had used his wealth and violence to enter our country, and before we even knew what was happening, he had managed to seize control of all our shipping and transport. That makes sense, Naruto mumbled, getting the attention of everyone else. He blushed a bit but continued nonetheless. Nami is really nothing more than a string of islands. They have no other way to trade and receive supplies other than their shipping routes. By taking control over that, Gato effectively controls everything. The night before Team 7 had set out on their mission, he had gone over to the library and gotten a geography book and had looked up any information he could on Nami no Kuni. Anko had told him one of the times after their spars that it was important to gather any information he could before a mission began, because there was always a chance that the mission could go to shit, and anything he learned about the mission, whether it was about the client, the climate, both geographical and political, the terrain, or any number of seemingly useless information could prove to be the key that got him and his team out alive. It was at times like these that he was thankful Anko had quite literally beat information into his head. Since when did Naruto get so smart? A shocked Sakura wondered. I've never heard him talk like this. He's merely trying to make Sasuke-kun look bad. Inner Sakura shouted. Don't fall for his tricks. He merely wants you to think he's better than Sasuke-kun. Shinaro. Yeah. You're right. Well, it's not gonna work. Stupid baka. Sakura nodded her head in agreement with her inner conscience. Listen to the dobe, trying to sound intelligent. Sasuke snorted, not wanting to admit, even to himself, that he was jealous of how quickly the Naruto caught that fact. Why does he even bother? All it does is make him look like a fool. He really has come a long way, Kakashi thought to himself. He seems to have put in a lot effort to change himself from how he used to be. The incident with Mizuki can actually be considered a blessing in disguise with how much Naruto has grown. I think you'd be proud of him, sensei. The Gaki is right, Tazuna said with an imperceptible nod. On an island nation, the man who controls the sea controls everything from finance to government to our very lives. Anyone who even attempts to stand up to him disappears. However, even Gato has fears, and the one thing he fears is the bridge. Which of course is why Gato is after you, Naruto said with a nod. Once the bridge is complete, it will connect Nami to the mainland, and you won't need ships to get supplies. Since you're the master bridge builder, you're in Gato's way and he wants to off you. That means that this Gato is the one who hired those ninja, Sasuke said, already planning on what he would do when more ninja showed up. This is my chance to prove my superiority as an Uchiha. That still doesn't answer my question, Kakashi said as he looked at Tazuna pointedly. If you knew this was going to happen, knew that Gato was dangerous, why did you lie about the mission? That's kind of obvious, isn't it? Naruto asked rhetorically as he thought over some of the things he had read on economics and political maneuvers that could be applied to this situation. If Gato has been here for over a year, that means he's had a year to place a chokehold on all imports that come into Nami. And if he's even half as corrupt as Tazuna is saying he is, then chances are high that he's placed ridiculously high taxes on everything. I doubt this country even has enough for a B-rank mission. Am I right, Tazuna? Asked Naruto, turning to look over at Tazuna. No, you're right, Tazuna said. Our country has never been a major metropolis, and since Gato has come, our country has been reduced to nearly nothing. We are poor to the point of emptiness. Even our nobles have very little money, and what they and the rest of us have hangs in the balance of building the bridge. Tazuna sighed. As it is, we poor people are the ones who are paying for this mission. We simply don't have the money to afford a B or higher rank mission. They were too expensive. Tazuna looked up at the group of Konoha ninja. If you drop me off and abandon me when we get ashore, there will be no bridge. Gato will no doubt kill me before I can even get home. A thick silence hung over the ninja as they digested everything. I don't think you need to worry about that, Tazuna Ajizan, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention. I think it was pretty stupid thing to lie. About the mission. You knew you would be up against a man who was not adverse to hiring ninja, and that he could afford to hire ninja that were far more skilled than a group of genin. Had you gone to Hokage Gigi and been honest, he would have been able to arrange some kind of agreement to give you a team of chunin or even jonin and set up some kind of payment plan. Tazuna looked down at hearing that. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. That being said, I can at least understand why you didn't say anything. You had no way of knowing whether or not we would have helped you if you had been honest, and since we've already agreed to take this mission, and since Imo the Wonder King over here, Naruto hiked a thumb up to point at the scowling Sasuke, was so adamant about us getting a mission, we can't afford to go back without a large black spot on our record. Once again everyone was silent as Naruto spoke, sounding so different than what Sasuke and Sakura remembered him being at the academy. Well, I suppose we can continue the mission, Kakashi said at last. However, if at any point I feel we're out of our league and I order us to abandon the mission, you three will follow my orders to the letter. Are we clear? He asked in a commanding voice. The three genin nodded at their sensei's words. Thank you, Tazuna mumbled as he looked at the group. The boat continued to move silently as they made their way closer to Nami. "We're almost there," the boatman said. "Just under this archway and past the mangroves and we'll reach the pier." Everyone snapped to attention as they made their way under a large archway, passing through it and coming out on the other side to a small inlet lake. There were several buildings around the bank, and a few sparse trees located around and in the water. As they got closer to the shore, the group found that the buildings were mostly run down, with rot and fungus spreading along them. Some of the buildings even looked burnt out, no doubt from Gato's thugs using violence to bring the population under Gato's heel. The boat made it to the dock and the Konoha ninja plus one master bridge builder got off. After Tazuna and the boatman exchanged farewells, the group set off again. For the most part it was silent, only the breathing of the group being heard. Naruto was taking point again, while Sakura and Sasuke were located on either side of Tazuna. Kakashi was taking up the rear, his book safely stashed away in his pocket due to the seriousness of the situation. As they continued moving, Naruto stopped and looked into a bush that rustled a bit. "Naruto?" Kakashi asked, looking at his student. "Something wrong?" "No." Naruto shook his head and continued moving. They stayed moving again, with Naruto paying extra attention to their surroundings. As they continued walking, Naruto paused and threw a kunai into a bush, startling the other genin and Tazuna. "What the hell, Naruto?" Sakura hissed. "Why do you have to try and scare us like, huh?" Naruto walked right past Sakura and moved the bush branches aside, only to see a small white rabbit shaking like a leaf with a kuna stuck right above its head. "Naruto baka! Look what you did to this poor rabbit!" Sakura finally yelled, grabbing the rabbit and attempting to soothe its rattled nerves. "Achin, stop trying to act cool, dobe," Sasuke commented. "It only makes you look even more like an idiot." "Shut up, team," Naruto said, not giving Sasuke the chance to respond. The blonde turned to look at Kakashi. Sensei, I could be wrong about this, but isn't a rabbit's fur supposed to be brown this time of year? We have the same type of hair in Konoha, and they have a brown coat this time of year." He should know, after all, he had skinned at least 30 of the critters. "Yes, it is," Kakashi said, his mind a whirlwind of activity. "A white rabbit at this time year means it was raised indoors. That could only mean that someone used it for a koarimi." Both Naruto and Kakashi, who had been using chakra to enhance their senses, heard a whoosh. "Get down, hit the dirt!" The two shouted at the same time. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke and Tazuna, pulling them to the ground, while Naruto did the same with a shocked Sakura. The group looked up to see a large Zambuta stuck in a tree with a man standing on top of it. Said man was shirtless, with 2 cameo-style armbands and pants. His face was half covered in bandages up to his nose, and his headband was tilted slightly like Kakashi's, except not covering his eyes, holding up spiky black hair. The symbol of Kiri displayed on the headband with a slash mark running across the center. Well, if it isn't Hatake Kakashi," the man said, in rough-sounding voice. Kakashi stood up and glared at the man. "Momoichi Zabuza, the Kiri no Oni. I never would have expected someone like you to be working for scum like Gato." Zabuza shrugged. "It pays the bills. Besides, it's all worth it if I get to fight an opponent like you. You know, back when I was in Kiri, you were listed as an A-rank ninja with a kill-on-sight order in our bingo book. Hatake Kakashi, the man who copied over 1,000 jutsu. I had no idea that our sensei was so famous," Sakura thought. "Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, why don't you hand over the old man and I'll let you and your genin squad go," Zabuza suggested. "I'm sorry, but you know we can't do that," Kakashi glared at the missing ninja. "It wouldn't look very good for Konoha if we just let you have him without even putting up a fight." Zabuza shrugged. "Don't say I didn't try diplomacy first." Grabbing onto the hilt of his blade, Zabuza kicked off the tree. He landed on the lake a little ways away, and made a hand sign. "Let's see how well you can do, Kakashi, Kirigakure no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Jutsu." A thick mist spread across the land, blanketing the already misted area so heavily that no one could see more than a few feet in front of them. "Defensive formation U3. Kakashi ordered his genin squad, causing them to surround Tazuna in a frontal triangle formation with Naruto as the point. Sasuke on the left and Sakura on the right. Zabuza is a master of the Muon Satsujin Jutsu, silent killing technique. If you're not careful, you'll be dead before you even know it. Protect the bridge builder and leave Zabuza to me. Kakashi turned back towards the lake and began to lift up his headband. It looks like I'm going to need this. The Sharingan. Zabuza's voice came from within the mist, his outlined form barely even visible. It's an honor to be facing it so soon. How did Kakashi-sensei get that? Sasuke thought in shock. Only members of the Uchiha clan, my clan, can possibly have the Sharingan. If Kakashi-sensei is using the Sharingan, then this guy must be really strong. Naruto thought to himself, Ding, I wish I had gone over that bingo book Enko gave me. At least then I would know a little bit more about this guy. Still, we both know that the Sharingan is useless if you can't even see. The mist began to thicken even more, making Zabuza disappear completely. Damn it, this mist cuts down the Sharingan's effectiveness. Kakashi cursed, trying to peer into the mist. 8 points. Came the disembodied voice of Zabuza, causing the 3 genin and Tazuna to freeze as an intense killing intent filled the air. The liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, jugular artery, brain, kidney and the heart. Now, which one shall I choose first? Naruto cursed. This killing intent is unreal. Way more than anything Enko ever produced. And it makes it even worse with this mist. I can't see and I can barely think straight. The blonde began shaking a bit before catching a hold of himself. Got to remember what Enko taught to counteract the affects. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed out his chakra to counter the killing intense effects like Enko told him to do. He instantly felt a little better, though it was still affecting him some. This killing intent, Sasuke thought, struggling to breathe against the killing intent the 2 jonin were producing. Is this what a high-level battle between 2 jonin is like? This suffocating feeling, Sasuke began bringing a kunai to his throat. I don't think I can take much more of it. Sasuke, calm down, Kakashi said as he noticed the trouble his genin were having. I won't let any of my comrades die on me. Sasuke seemed to calm himself down, lowering his kunai. You're all talk, Kakashi. Zabuza appeared right in the midst of the genin and Tazuna. Just as he was about to cleave them all with Kubikiri Hocho, however, Kakashi appeared right next to Zabuza and stabbed him in the gut, only for the Zabuza that he had stabbed to turn into water. Mizu Bunshin, water clone. Kakashi exclaimed right before Zabuza appeared behind him and cleaved him in half, causing Sakura to scream. However, much to Zabuza's surprise, Kakashi turned into water as well. It's over, Kakashi said as he appeared behind Zabuza and brought a kunai to the other ninja's throat. I see, Zabuza chuckled as he turned his head to look at the copy ninja. You created and switched yourself with a Mizu Bunshin when you made your speech, didn't you? That eye of yours is quite impressive, however. This battle is far from over. Zabuza swung his sword arm around, forcing Kakashi to duck under the powerful swing. Planting his sword into the ground, the Mist Ninja used the leverage it granted him to launch a powerful kick in Kakashi's face. Kakashi flew through the air with Zabuza following after him. The silver-haired Jonin threw some Makibishi spikes as he fell into the water, forcing Zabuza to stop. Makibishi spikes? Zabuza sneered beneath his mask. Come on, Kakashi, are you even trying? Kakashi broke the surface of the water and gasped for some air. There's something wrong with this water. Now I've got you. Zabuza appeared right next to Kakashi, going through a set of hand seals, Suiton, Sur no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Prison Jutsu. Kakashi cursed as he found himself trapped within a water prison. He looked over at his students and began to make orders. Take the bridge builder and go. Oh, they not going anywhere, Kakashi. Zabuza chuckled as he made a Mizu Bunshin to deal with the genin. Get out of here. Kakashi yelled at his students. This battle was over the moment I got caught. He can't seriously think we can run, does he? Sasuke wondered. Even if we managed to escape now, he would just kill Kakashi and come after us. Sasuke ran towards the Mizu Bunshin in an attempt to surprise it. However, as soon as he got in range, the Zabuza clone kicked him in the ribs, sending the young raven-haired genin flying back. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled in shock and fear at seeing her crush hit so easily. Sasuke gasped out in pain as he landed on the ground and the air was forced from his lungs. He was about to get up when Zabuza appeared next to him and stepped on him, making the raven-haired genin scream in pain as the Kiri-nuke-nin began to grind his foot into Sasuke's ribs. "You kids think you're ninja?" Zabuza sneered at the pathetic sight of Sasuke under his foot and screaming in pain. "None of you are worthy of the title ninja. When you have stained your hands with as much blood as me, then you can be considered ninja. When you dash. Futon, Renkuden." Zabuza's speech was cut off as a cannonball-sized ball of wind smashed into the Mizu Bunshin, forcing it to disperse back into water molecules. "You all right, Sasuke team?" Naruto asked as he ran over to his teammate and pulled the raven-haired genin up. "Yes," Sasuke said, only slightly put off that Naruto had just saved him. "Listen, I got a plan. When I tell you, I want you to launch the biggest fireball you can," Naruto said, looking over at Zabuza. "So we're going to be working together now?" Sasuke asked with obvious sarcasm. "Just get ready to launch your fireball," Naruto said, ignoring the sarcasm in Sasuke's voice. "No brows Ajizan. Are you done rambling now? What did you call me, you brat?" Zabuza seethed at the blonde who dared mock him. "You heard me, you eyebrowless freak," Naruto shouted with a grin. It seemed Zabuza was sensitive about his lack of eyebrows. "You know, if you're sensitive about your lack of brow hair, I know someone who can help you with that. He's got more than enough eyebrow to spare." "You little piece of shit. I'll kill you," Zabuza shouted as his face turned red. He created half a dozen Mizu Bushins. The Mizu Bunshins surged forward, running across the water. "Sasuke, I could use that fireball," Naruto yelled. Sasuke nodded as he went through some hand seals and in a deep breath. "Katan, Gokukyu no Jutsu." A large fireball came out of Sasuke's mouth. Before the Mizu Bunshin could jump out of the way, Naruto finished his own hand seals. "Futon, de Tapa." Sking in his breath, Naruto blew out a large gust of wind that hit the fireball, turning it into a large firestorm. The Mizu Bunshin didn't stand a chance as the hailstorm of fire hit them, dispelling them and evaporating the water used. Zabuza cursed as he was forced to release the water prison and drop into the water as the massive firestorm washed over his position. "Did we get him?" asked Sasuke as he looked into the water. Naruto scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous. A jonin of his caliber would take far more than that to defeat." "You're right about that, brat," Zabuza shouted as he jumped out of the water, charging over to the two genin. Before he could close the distance, Kakashi jumped in front of him. "Your fight is with me," Kakashi said, his sharing an eye glaring at the Kiri-nuke-nin. Zabuza glared at Kakashi before jumping back and placing his Zanbat on his back. "Fine by me. I'll just kill the brats after I kill you." He began going through several hand seals, moving faster than any of the genin could follow. However, Kakashi could see them and was managing to copy hand seals that Zabuza was doing with relative ease. "Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu." Both Kakashi and Zabuza shouted at the same time. Two large water dragons with glowing yellow eyes formed in front of the two shinobi, clashed against each other with a loud roar, canceling each other out. Zabuza growled as he started doing more hand seals. As he did, however, he saw Kakashi begin doing his own hand seals. "What's this? It's like he can dash. Read my mind." Kakashi finished, copying Zabuza's hand seals at the same time Zabuza himself was doing them. Zabuza snarled as he attempted to speed up his hand sealing. "I won't let some dash. Copycat monkey like you beat me." The two shouted at the same time. As they continued hand sealing, Zabuza stopped and stared as he found something behind Kakashi that shocked him. "Is that me?" as his own figure appeared behind Kakashi in a wavy apparition. "Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Water Vortex Jutsu." Kakashi shouted, sending a huge vortex of water at a shocked Zabuza. Zabuza was blasted through the air and only stopped when he hit a tree with enough force to the bark. Before anything else could happen, several kunai were launched at the Kiri-nuke-nin, hitting him in his arms, left leg and torso. Zabuza coated up blood, staining his bandages as it leaked out of his mouth. A presence above him made him look up to see Kakashi crouched down on the tree branch with a kunai in his hand. "Can you see the future?" Zabuza asked, not quite sure why he had asked that, only that it seemed to fit with what he had seen. "Yes," Kakashi said, his mixed eyes staring at Zabuza, "and I see your death." Before Kakashi could finish Zabuza off, several sunban pierced the man's neck. Zabuza's eyes rolled up in the back of his head as he fell to the ground. "You were right," said a voice that came from Kakashi's left. Turning, he saw a young person whose gender was hard to tell due to the blue robes that covered her form. On the person's face was a mask that Kakashi recognized as a hunter ninja mask from Kiri. This was going to be his final battle. Kakashi grunted as he leapt off the branch and made his way over to Zabuza, checking the man's pulse. "He's dead," he mumbled, turning to look at the hunter ninja. "You're a hunter ninja from Kiri?" The hunter ninja bowed. I would like to thank you for stalling him for me. I have been after Momoichi Zabuza for a long time." Kakashi sighed as he brought his headband back down over his Sharingan. His genin squad came up behind him, looking at the hunter ninja curiously. The hunter ninja disappeared in a swirl of water, reappearing next to Zabuza's fallen body. Bending down, the hunter ninja picked up Zabuza, pulling the man's arm over her shoulder. "Now if you'll excuse me, this body has many secrets, so I need to go and destroy it." Naruto frowned as he watched the hunter ninja disappear in another swirl of water. "I get the feeling I'm missing something here. Kakashi-sensei." Turning around, Naruto saw Kakashi fall face first onto the ground, his one visible eye closed. Rushing over to him, Naruto placed a hand on his neck. "He's alive," Naruto said to Sakura, who had come up to them. "He's just unconscious. Signs indicate chakra exhaustion." Sighing, Naruto stood and brought his hands in the ram seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones puffed into existence and lifted Kakashi by the arms and legs. "Tazuna-san, we need to get to your home now. Think you can lead us there?" asked Naruto. "Yeah," Tazuna said as he tried to get his bearings. "It's just this way, follow me." "Sasuke, you take point," Naruto said. Sasuke looked at him for a moment before deciding to comply. Normally he wouldn't, but being point would allow him to prove his superiority, in his mind anyway. The three Konoha genin followed Tazuna as he led them to his house, with the two clones carrying the unconscious Jonin following close behind. Kirigakure no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Jutsu. A C-rank supplementary jutsu. Normally used by Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village, Ninja, this jutsu creates a thick fog by having the user saturate her chakra into the moisture in the air. Some of the more experienced practitioners of this jutsu can create a mist so thick that even Dojutsu like the Sharingan and Byakugan can be fooled. Mizu Bunshin, Water Clone. C-rank clone jutsu. The user infuses chakra into the water in order to create a clone in the user's likeness. Unlike regular clones, this one is not an illusion but a solid copy made from water. The clone is always created with 10% of the user's strength no matter how many are made. Unlike Kage Bunshins, this clone does not pass experience onto the user when dispelled. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release. Water Dragon Jutsu. An A-rank attack jutsu. The user creates a water dragon that will attack the enemy it is directed against. This jutsu is one of the few water attacks that are truly devastating, normally tearing through a person as if they were paper. The size and strength of the jutsu is relative to the control one has over water elemental manipulation and the amount of chakra they put into it. Suetun, Sur no Jutsu, Water Release. Water Prison Jutsu. A B-rank supplementary jutsu. This jutsu is used to capture opponents by placing them in a circular prison made of water. In order for this jutsu to be used, the one casting it must always have at least on part of their body in the water in order to continuously channel chakra into it. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release. Great Water Vortex Jutsu. An A-rank attack jutsu. Creates a powerful vortex of water that can blast anything and everything in its path. This jutsu is extraordinarily destructive and can cause mass amounts of property damage and/or blunt force trauma to an opponent. After the battle, the group arrived at Tazuna's house. Said house was a decent-sized two-story house that was sitting on a dock just a little over the ocean. As the group walked up to the house, Tazuna banged on the door. "Tsunami! It's me, open up!" The group could hear a quick shuffling of feet on the other side before the door opened, and a beautiful woman in her mid to late 20s with dark blue shoulder-length hair and brown eyes could be seen. She was wearing a pink sweater and a blue skirt. "To-san," the woman said in relief as she saw him. "Thank goodness you're all right." "Of course I'm all right," Tazuna said with a large relieved smile at seeing his daughter. "It's all thanks to these ninja here." Tsunami looked over Tazuna's shoulder to see the group with him. "Thank you very much," she said with a bow before she noticed the group of triplets carrying Kakashi, who was still completely out of it. "Oh my. Is he all right?" she asked. "He's fine," Naruto said, deciding to take charge for the moment. "He just has a bad case of chakra exhaustion. Speaking of, is there anywhere we can let him rest?" "Of course," Tsunami said as she opened the door the group to enter. "I will show you to the bedroom where you can put him." Naruto nodded as he and the other genin followed Tsunami up a set of stairs and into a hallway. She opened the first door on the left and let the Naruto clones in. Walking over to a closet in the room, she opened it and grabbed a bedspread that she set out on the floor. "Here you are," she said. "Thank you," the clone in the front replied as they set Kakashi down. With their job done, the two clones dispelled surprising Tsunami, who looked at the smoke where the clones had been in surprise. "What the?" "Kage Bunshin," Naruto answered as he leaned against the wall next to window, making the woman turn to him. "They're just solid copies of myself." Figuring it was some kind of ninja thing, she nodded her head as Sakura sat down next to their sensei. "Are you going to be all right, sensei?" she asked. "Yeah," Kakashi said in a somewhat strained voice, having woken up sometime in the past few minutes. "I just won't be able to move for a week or so." "What?" Sakura said in surprise. "It's because of the Sharingan," Naruto said as the others looked over at him. "It's an amazing bloodline, but because Kakashi-sensei isn't an Uchiha, it puts a great deal of stress on his body, since it's not built to harness the Kekkei Genkai's full potential." Sakura and especially Sasuke looked surprised by Naruto's knowledge. Sakura looked from her blonde spiky-haired teammate to her sensei. "The Sharingan sounds like an amazing bloodline, but if it puts that much stress on the body, I guess you have to think before using it." "Dope," Sasuke said, getting the blonde's attention. "How do you know so much about the Sharingan?" Naruto looked over at Sasuke and shrugged. "I've been reading a lot lately." Naturally, reading about Konoha's most famous clans was one of my subjects. While there is little about how the Sharingan works, I know the basics. Like how the eyes are able to see through and copy any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu and be able to turn any technique back on the original user. Aside from that, Kekkei Genkai come from specific families, or clans. If someone who is not a member from a clan gets a bloodline such as the Sharingan implanted in them, it simply can't be used properly. I'm guessing that's why Kakashi-sensei has to keep his eye covered, right, sensei? Kakashi tried nodding, but when he found it impossible, just spoke. "That's right, Naruto. I'm pleased to see you're studying so hard." Naruto gave an embarrassed laugh as he rubbed the back of his head in a sheepish manner. The group was silent for a little while after that, thinking about all that had happened and what their next move should be. "Well, at least we defeated that strong ninja this time," Tazuna said with a relieved laugh. "So we should be safe for now." "By the way, who was that masked kid?" asked Sakura. She had remembered reading something about ninja who wore those masks before. "That's the mask worn by Kirigakure's special hunter ninja team," Kakashi answered. "They are also known as body erasers. Their duty is to completely dispose of a body without a trace. A ninja's body within it has many secrets that can be revealed with a proper examination of a medical ninja. Things like ninjutsu, different chakra types, herbs, and many other secrets that will reveal things about the village. For example, if I died, the secrets of the Sharingan could be revealed. If you're not careful, there's the danger that the enemy will steal your jutsu." Naruto nodded to himself. He had recently read about the hunter ninja forces. Konoha had its own force of hunter ninjas, designed to hunt down missing ninja and kill them before they could become a problem. That's why the hunter ninja are around. The rest of the group turned towards Naruto. In order to protect the secrets of their village, hunter ninja have the jobs of going into the world and hunting down the missing ninja of their village. They're specialists who guard their village's secrets. So that Zabuza has been chopped up and disposed of? Sakura asked with a pale complexion as she spoke. Scary. Naruto shook his head. I'm not so sure. What do you mean? Asked Sakura as she looked over at Naruto. What are you not sure about? Naruto frowned as he remembered what he had read about hunters. When a hunter ninja disposes of a body, it's supposed to be on the spot. That way no one has a chance to discover the secrets they might hold before they can get rid of it. They usually cut off the head and then burn the body with a katan jutsu. However, his mind went back to their encounter with the hunter ninja. However, that ninja didn't do that. Instead, he left with the body in tow. On top of that, he used Sunban to kill the target. Having spent as much time as he had with Tenten, Naruto knew a lot about ranged weaponry. After all, when someone is throwing weapons at you and has a huge FTSH for said weapons, one tends to learn more than they initially bargained for, and it didn't look like he was carrying any kind of heavy equipment that could decapitate a person. It seems odd that a hunter ninja would be so ill-equipped to deal with the disposing of a body. You're absolutely right, Naruto. Kakashi said, sounding proud that his genin had been able to figure all of that out. I've been wondering about that myself. And I have a theory. Within the forest, just a little ways from where Zabuza had fought the Konoha ninja, the hunter ninja looked over Zabuza's body. Reaching into a pouch, the hunter took out a tool kit and unrolled it on the ground. The ninja grabbed a pair of clippers and brought them towards Zabuza. First, I'll cut off the mouth cloth and drain some of the blood. The ninja mumbled, carefully bringing the clippers to bear near Zabuza's clothed face. Just before the hunter could cut the cloth, Zabuza's hand shot up and grabbed the hunter's arm. That's all right, I'll do it myself, Zabuza said in a slightly gasped breath. Oh, the hunter said, sounding both surprised and amused. You've already come back to life. Zabuza grunted as he grabbed the Sunban in his neck and gave them a yank. You sure are rough, he grunted as he pulled them out. Oh, you're pretty rough yourself, pulling them out like that. You may really die if you pull them out so carelessly, the hunter said. Zabuza just gave a non-committal grunt. How long are you going to wear that stupid mask? He asked. I like this mask, the fake hunter replied. It reminds me of the old days. Despite that, the fake hunter reached up and pulled the mask off, plus it was useful for this act. If I hadn't saved you, you would have definitely been killed. Zabuza glared at his partner and decided to let the fake hunter know just what he thought of the hunter's selection of pressure points. If you were going to put me into a temporary death, you didn't have to aim for the neck, you know. You could have used a safer acupuncture point. The Kiri missing ninja put the cloth back around his mouth. You're brutal as always. His partner merely smiled. You're right. But we both know how you would get angry if I scarred that flawless body of yours. And the neck doesn't have much muscle, it's easier to hit the acupuncture point there. The fake hunter examined Zabuza's vitals to see how much damage was done to him that both the fight and the temporary death state had given him. The man had a lot more wounds than usual due to who he was fighting, but the hunter determined he would live. You shouldn't be able to move much for about a week. But, knowing you, you'll probably be up and about sooner. Zabuza at his partner out of the corner of his eye and smirked. You're so pure and clever, that's what I like about you. Of course, his partner smiled, I'm just a kid after all. The fake hunter ninja stood up and looked around. The mist has cleared. Looking down, the fake hunter ninja asked a question, will you be alright next time? Zabuza's eyes narrowed and let out something akin growl. Next time I will defeat the Sharingan. What do you mean Zabuza's alive? Sakura screeched, causing everyone to hold their ears and the windows to rattle. Keep your voice down, Sakura, Kakashi said before clearing his throat. Think about it, the hunter ninja used Sunban to kill Zabuza. But unless it hits a vital organ, the probability of actually killing someone is low. It's an item used by doctors in acupuncture. Hunter ninja have a thorough knowledge and understanding of the human body. So putting a person in a momentary death-like state would be easy. Let's look at the facts. First, he carried away the body of the much heavier Zabuza. Second, he used a weapon that has a low probability of killing. So basically what you're saying is that Zabuza is alive, Sasuke stated, though it almost sounded like a question. Kakashi nodded. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. The announcement that Zabuza was alive seemed to have varying levels of effect on those in the room. Sasuke was smirking, thinking he would get another chance to fight a strong opponent and prove himself as an Uchiha, as well as brining himself one step closer to Itachi. Sakura looked around in worry, not feeling anywhere near as confident as her crush. She knew that she had no chance of helping in a fight like this. Naruto was surprisingly deep in thought, replaying what he had witnessed in Kakashi's battle with Zabuza. He knew that he had no chance against a man who could go toe-to-toe with his sensei. What's more, Kakashi had almost been defeated, and were it not for the timely intervention of him and Sasuke, Zabuza underestimating then and a sheet load of luck, they would have definitely lost. Don't you think you're overthinking this? Asked Tazuna, now worried that really strong ninja might actually be coming back. I mean, hunter ninja are supposed to kill missing ninja. One of the shinobi rules is to always prepare for the worst possible scenario, Kakashi stated. And even if Zabuza is dead, it just means that Gato is likely to hire an even stronger ninja. Either case point to the fact that we need to prepare. But what can we do? Asked Sakura, frightened of even the thought of seeing Zabuza again. This whole mission had gone from bad to worse for her, and she was starting to feel completely overwhelmed. I mean, we're just genin, and you can barely even move. Hee. Kakashi chuckled as if he somehow found this whole situation funny. You guys will be doing some training. Training? Sakura said in surprise. Sensei, what's a little training gonna do? Our enemy is someone you struggled against, even with the Sharingan. He's trying to get us killed. Inner Sakura shouted. Sakura, who saved me while I was trapped in that water prison? Kakashi asked in a slow tone. The question was rhetorical, but it was obvious was point he was trying to get across. You guys have all improved a great deal. The Cyclopean Jonin looked over at Naruto and gave him an eye smile. Naruto, you've improved the most. Naruto blushed in embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I have a lot of people who've helped me. Everyone looked over at him, wondering who was helping him. He just seemed to be a lot better. Sakura thought begrudgingly. And smarter. The way he was talking, it's almost like he's a completely different person. Of course, Sakura was still convinced that Naruto was an idiot who was simply trying to act smart in order to make her Sasuke-kun look bad. I can't believe the dope managed to do so well, thought a miffed Sasuke, recognizing that what Kakashi said was true. He must be getting some kind of help, otherwise there would be no way the dope could have gotten this good. Who is it though? And why does he have someone teaching him privately, while I, an Uchiha, does not? Obviously this is just training for you guys to get better, Kakashi continued, unaware of the thoughts two of his genin were having. Even if I train you, you won't be able to best Zabuza without me. But sensei, if Zabuza is alive he could attack at any time. Sakura protested. So should we be training? Don't worry, Kakashi assured her. You have to remember Zabuza was injured too, more so than I was. On top of that, he was put into a death-like state. His body will take a while to recover from something like that. So we'll train until then. Finally, Naruto said, breaking out into a grin. I didn't think you were ever gonna train us, sensei. Naruto, I have trained you guys. Kakashi defended himself. Yeah, in teamwork exercises, and even then you continue reading that pawn of yours. Naruto shot back. I'm talking about training to up our individual skills. Teamwork is important, Kakashi said with a small shrug. I don't deny that teamwork is important, sensei. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. However, we both know that individual ability is just as important. If we can't even fight properly on our own merits, it won't matter if our teamwork is flawless. And you know that had Zabuza not underestimated us because we were kids, Sasuke and I would have been killed before we even had time to blink. Kakashi conceded that point with a nod. Naruto was right, individual skills were important. However, the silver-haired Jonin had wanted to pound the idea that teamwork was the most important aspect of a shinobi. Why do you guys even bother? Everyone turned to the source of the new voice to see a depressed-looking little kid of about 6 to 8 years of age. He had blue coveralls on over a yellow shirt and a fishing hat on his head. "Oh, Nari. Where were you?" Tazuna asked in greeting, holding out his arms as Inari ran to give him a hug. "Welcome back, Grandpa," Inari said, before glaring over at the Konoha ninja. "Inari, say hello to these people," Tsunami said, placing her hands on her hips. "They're the ninja that protected Grandpa." "But Mom, they're just going to die." Everyone looked surprised and/or angry when Inari said that. Tazuna and Tsunami just sighed. "There's no way they can beat Gato." "Man, this kid's more emo than you are, Sasuke team," Naruto commented, grinning when he received an angry grunt from his Uchiha teammate. "Listen here, kid, there is no way some idiotic, rich, midget BSTRD is going to be killing us. When Gato tries to get your grandpa here, I'm going to beat his butt back to the age of the Rikudo Sannin." There Naruto goes again. Kakashi's sweat dropped at his blonde student's shift in attitude. Genius one moment, loudmouth the next. It's almost like he has some kind of two people inhabiting that body or something. PFT, Inari huffed. "You must be some kind of idiot, thinking you can go against Gato." Inari turned around and made his way to the door. "If you don't want to die, you should leave." "Nari, where are you going?" asked Tsunami in a worried voice. "I'm going to look at the ocean," Inari said before leaving, slamming the door shut on his way out. "I'm sorry about that," Tazuna said in a depressed voice as he looked over at the Konoha ninja. "Whatever, that kid needs to get his sheet together," Naruto commented. "Seriously, anyone who broods more than Sasuke team, the emo king of brood over here, has a serious problem." "Shut up, Naruto baka," Sakura yelled as she attempted to hit him. Naruto sighed as he caught the pink-haired girl's fist. How long would it take for her to get he was not going to allow her to hit him anymore? "Seriously, Sakura, haven't I asked you to stop hitting me like 200 times already? I'm not going to let you hit me anymore. I'm not your personal punching bag." Naruto let go of Sakura's fist, seeing as how she was too shocked to do anything. "I swear she never changes. Even after this has happened, Kami only knows how many times." In the past month his crush had been getting less and less appealing. Naruto did not really know why he no longer really cared for Sakura, except that the more time he spent with her and the more time he spent with her and Sasuke, the less he seemed to like her. Of course, it could have been her abusive personality and the fact that she always hit Naruto, but he had been dealing with that for years. He assumed that it was because he was spending time with girls that seemed to actually enjoy being with him. Tenten and Anko actually took time out of their days to talk to him. Oftentimes when he was done training with either one of them, they would stay out a little longer and just talk. Sometimes they would even go out to get something to eat, though that consisted mostly of ichirakus. The blonde shook his head and banished the thoughts. "Anyway, I think I'll be going to get some rest." "In that case, there are a few extra rooms for you on the right if you want to take one of them," Tsunami said helpfully. Naruto gave her a smile. "Thanks." He left Kakashi's room, moving to one of the ones Tsunami had said was open. As he passed by Inari's room, he heard crying. Curious, he stopped and channeled some chakra to his ear. "To-san." Naruto frowned when he heard Inari's sobbed whispers. Sighing, he began walking to one of the open rooms again. The next day, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke followed Kakashi, who was using crutches, outside to begin their training. As they stood in the clearing, Kakashi turned around to look at the three. "Okay, we will now begin our training," he informed them. "About demon time, sensei," Naruto grinned, masking his excitement. "I've been waiting for you to get your sorry butt into gear." No need for such language, Naruto," Kakashi said with a sweat drop. "I think Anko's really being a bad influence on him. Now, before we begin training, I want to talk to you about chakra." Kakashi continued on with his lesson. "Why even bother asking us that?" Naruto asked. "We already know about chakra." "Well, since you seem to know it so well, how about you explain what chakra is?" Kakashi suggested. "It's the energy we use to create jutsu," Naruto said in an uncaring manner. "And," prompted Kakashi, trying to get more out of the blonde. "And Nope, that's it. Naruto said with an indifferent shrug. Kakashi's sweat dropped again. Definitely a bad influence. Right, well, I suppose we should just get to training. Kakashi decided it would just be best to get started. So what are we going to do? Asked Naruto. Kakashi gave all of them an eye smile. You are going to be learning tree climbing. Sasuke and Sakura face faulted. Meanwhile, Naruto resisted the urge to sigh. How is climbing a tree supposed to help us get stronger? Sasuke asked with his perpetual scowl in place. So he doesn't know tree climbing yet? Naruto thought with a smirk. This should be fun to watch. I'm glad you asked, Sasuke. Kakashi smiled at his raven-haired student. Aside from the simple fact that you'll be able to fight on a vertical surface, tree climbing also helps in your chakra control. Kakashi crouched his way over to one of the trees in the clearing. Bringing up a hand sign for focus, he channeled chakra to the bottom of his feet. He put one foot on the tree trunk, then his other foot. Soon enough he was walking up the tree, seemingly defying gravity. He stopped when he climbed onto a branch and hung upside down. Looking down he saw Sakura and Sasuke looking shocked, while Naruto looked bored. Could he already know this exercise? Kakashi asked as he stared at Naruto. The feet are considered to be the hardest place to channel chakra to. Therefore, if you can master tree climbing, you can master any jutsu, theoretically at least, Kakashi explained. Hey sensei, I already know this exercise, Naruto informed them, causing Sasuke's eyes to narrow and Sakura's to widen. I see. Well then why don't you show me? Kakashi gestured to a tree on his left. Naruto shrugged as he walked up to the tree, subconsciously channeling chakra to his feet as he began to defy gravity and climb up. He continued walking until he was a little higher than Kakashi and then like him hung upside down on a branch. Naruto looked over to Kakashi and gave him a cheeky grin. See? You may now bask in the greatness that is Uzumaki Naruto. Well, it looks like you've got a head start on chakra control. Kakashi figured this must have been one of the many things that Anko decided to teach him. Very well, since you seem to be so good at it, you can teach it to your teammates. What? Sakura and even Sasuke yelled. Naruto narrowed his eyes at how his sensei was trying to dump his work on him. Or how about I leave a Kage Bunshin with them and you help me with something I've been working on? Kakashi actually looked surprised at the suggestion. However, he thought about it for a second before nodding. With his chakra nearly depleted, he could not do much more than what he was doing now, but he may be able to give his students some advice. Very well, I don't see a problem with that. Though I need to see what you're working on in order to help you. Nodding his head, Naruto released the chakra from his feet and flipped over in air, landing on his feet in a crouch. That's fine, sensei. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones appeared beside Naruto before bringing themselves over to each of his teammates. These clones of Naruto's will help you learn this exercise, Kakashi said as he threw two kunai at the two genins' feet. Use those kunai to mark your progress. I suggest you start by running. Nodding to himself, he walked back down to the ground as well. So why don't you show me what you're working on? He suggested as he looked at his blonde student. Naruto nodded. All right, but we should probably go somewhere else. That way we won't be a distraction to the other two. Naruto didn't wait for an answer before he started walking. After a few seconds, Kakashi shrugged, pulling out his book and hobbling along after the blonde. Sasuke watched Naruto go with a seething expression. How can the dobe be so much better than me? I've always been the best, an elite member of the Uchiha clan. Yet Naruto knows something I don't. Sasuke looked over at a tree and glared at it, as if hoping it would spontaneously combust. I won't let the dobe beat me. Picking up a kunai, Sasuke ran at the nearest tree. When Naruto was sure that he and his sensei were far enough away that the noise he made would not reach his teammates, he turned to his sensei. There are actually two things I want to work on. The first is I want to start working on my wind manipulation training. You're already training in elemental manipulation? Kakashi's one eye widened in surprise. He had not realized that Naruto was working on something so advanced. You do know that's a Jonin-level exercise, right? Naruto nodded. I know, but I already have several jutsu in my repertoire. I don't think I need any more. Rather, I want to be able to use the jutsu I do know more efficiently. That would make sense. Kakashi nodded his head. This kid is so weird. One minute he's acting like Minato-sensei and the next he's reminding me of Kushina-sen. And you say you're a wind user? He asked. Yes. Naruto took out a piece of chakra paper and made it split with his chakra to emphasize his point. I actually wasn't planning on training in this until I got back home. I was told that Sarutobi Asuma is also a wind user and I was going to ask him for some advice. But if we're going to fight Zabuza and that hunter ninja, I want some kind edge over them. Well, I don't know how far you'll be able to get. Kakashi looked thoughtful, knowing the boy would be able to get a decent start on his elemental training due to his Kagebunshin, but he would not likely be able to complete it. Chances are Zabuza will be back in action within a week. But it certainly can't hurt. Kakashi paused for a minute before continuing. Now, I'm not a wind user so I can't actually give you any tips. Thankfully my sensei was, and I got to see him training in his element on occasion. Bending down on the ground, Kakashi picked up one of the fallen leaves and twirled it in front of him. Your first step is to slice a leaf in half using wind chakra. That doesn't seem too hard, though I'm guessing it's a lot harder than it sounds since it's considered a Jonin-level training exercise, Naruto mumbled to himself. Kakashi nodded. Elemental training is a Jonin-level skill. Most shinobi and kunoichis don't even think of starting this until they've been a chunin for at least a year or two. Got it, Naruto said. He paused and looked at his sensei for a moment before speaking. I was also wondering if you could show me the hand seals for the shunshin, body flicker. Shunshin? Kakashi said, once again surprised. A shunshin was only a chunin-level jutsu, but once again it was a jutsu that people didn't bother with until they at least reached chunin. Yeah, I suppose I can show you the hand seals. Kakashi spoke. It wouldn't hurt any and Naruto may even learn it from just that. If he's anything like his parents he'll have the jutsu down before the week's end, possibly sooner. The shunshin is simply the ram seal, much like your Kagebunshin no jutsu, Kakashi explained, however unlike the Kagebunshins where you imagine multiple clones of yourself. For this you must picture yourself moving at very high speeds. I find it helps if you visualize where you want to be when you use it. Naruto nodded, thanks Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi gave Naruto an eye smile. No problem Naruto. Now then, I'm going to go check on your teammates. Kakashi said as he hobbled back towards the clearing his two teammates were still in. He's probably just going to and read his pawn, Naruto thought with a sigh before perking up. Well whatever, I've got work to do. Brining up his hands in the ram seal, Naruto began channeling mass amounts of chakra. Tajuu Kagebunshin no Jutsu, mass multiple shadow clone jutsu. Back in the clearing Sasuke's feet hit the bark of the tree. He channeled chakra into his feet and began to run up. 1 step, 2 steps, 4, 8, 10, 15. He felt the bark blast off of the tree, forcing him to mark his spot before he fell. Sasuke flipped back down and looked at his progress. 15 steps. Damn it. Why is this so hard? You're using too much chakra. Sasuke turned around and glared at the clone. What? He asked in a scathing voice. The clone sighed. He seriously could not understand how the boss dealt with this sheet every day. You used too much chakra, that's why the bark exploded. If you use too much, it pushes you off, too little and you slip off. Hey Sasuke-kun. Look up here. Their conversation was cut off as they both turned to the female voice, to see Sakura sitting on top of the first tree branch on her tree. Well, it looks like she's got good control, Naruto mused. Sasuke looked at Sakura with a glare, which did not go unnoticed by the pinkette. Oh no. Sasuke-kun looks mad, and I thought he would be impressed. What am I going to do? Sasuke team, stop glaring at Sakura and get back to work or you'll never be able to get this exercise down. The Naruto clone spoke in an annoyed voice, making the raven-haired genin turn his glare on him. Hey, don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that. Sakura shouted, defending her crush despite said crush giving her a scathing glare that looked like he was trying to burn a hole through her. Sakura! The clone who was helping Sakura shouted. I know you want to be the center of Sasuke's attention, but I need you to focus on your training. Sakura blinked in surprise. Naruto's clone was not acting anything like him. Well, not acting like his idiotic self, she corrected, remembering the way he had been talking recently. They were more like he was when talking about something he was knowledgeable in, something that was still taking some getting used to. But I already did the training, Sakura said with a scowl. Acting smarter or not, there was no way she was going to let Naruto or his clones talk to her like that. You saw me, I can already climb the tree. Really? The clone asked with a raised eyebrow. So if I asked you to walk all the way to the top and back down you could do it? Well, Sakura hesitated. Running up to this branch had tired her out as it was. She was not sure if she could actually walk to the top. Exactly, Naruto said as he saw her hesitation to answer. You may have been able to get up there, but that's only because you have such good control of your chakra. However, this also means that there is something else you are lacking. Sakura frowned, not liking how Naruto seemed to be insulting her. Are you insulting me? She asked in a threatening tone. For the love of Kami. Naruto's clone nearly face-bombed. No, Sakura, I'm not insulting you. Like Sasuke, you have both good qualities in areas where you are simply lacking. Only your situation is reversed. Sakura gave him a confused look. What do you mean? You have perfect chakra control. This is because your chakra reserves are so small, Naruto said with a shrug. It's not all that surprising. Since you come from a civilian family, larger reserves are not in your genetics like it would be if you were an Uchiha. Sasuke, on the other hand, has larger than average reserves, which equates to a lack of control. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to Naruto actually sounding smart, Sakura thought as she listened. So then, what am I supposed to do? She asked. We need to get your chakra reserves up, Naruto said as if the answer was obvious. The only way to do that is to work on chakra control exercises, but go for endurance, rather than simply learning the exercise. Now, I have a friend who helped me when I learned tree climbing. She said that, you haven't mastered tree climbing until you can fight on a vertical surface for 1 hour like you were fighting on a horizontal surface. Naruto said in quote. Sakura gulped a bit, causing Naruto to smile. Don't worry, we're not going to be doing that yet. Right now you don't have the reserves for it. What I want you to do is to start running up and down the surface of the tree. I want you to do this until you're exhausted. You can take a small break when you tire out, but once you're rested, you're going to start over again. Sakura paled a bit at what Naruto was suggesting to her. Seeing this, Naruto decided to add some incentive. If you prove that you can be useful to Sasuke, he may pay more attention to you. That seemed to do the trick as Sakura started running up the tree. As Sasuke glared at him, the Naruto clone sighed. You know, glaring at me won't help you with your tree climbing. I suggest you use a little less chakra than before. I don't need your help, Dobe, Sasuke said. He turned back to the tree and began running up it, albeit he used less chakra. For a while it seemed to be going fine until he slipped. He marked his progress and jumped back down. Looking up, he glared at his mark. It was only 5 steps above the first one. Damn it. Sakura got this in 1 try. I'm an Uchiha and I haven't even gotten half as far as she has. Sasuke thought as he glared at the tree. You need to relax, Sasuke. Naruto's voice came from behind him. When Sasuke once again turned his glare on him, Naruto sighed. Look, I'm trying to help you. I said I don't need your help. Sasuke shot back. I'm an Uchiha, this is no problem for me. That's not what it seems like from where I'm standing. Naruto shot back. I said I don't need your help, Dobe. Sasuke grit his teeth. Naruto looked at Sasuke for a moment before he shrugged. Fine, I'll just be sitting over at that tree, watching as you continue making a fool of yourself, team. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as the Naruto clone sat down and leaned back against a tree. He turned back to the tree he was working on. He would complete this exercise without the Dobe's help. He was an Uchiha. As Sasuke continued working, none of them noticed the small figure who was staring at them as it left. Within their base, the hunter ninja watched over the bedridden Zabuza, mixing some of the herbs they had. So even you have come back defeated. The hunter ninja turned his head to see Gato standing in between 2 thugs. One of them was shirtless with a black hakama and an eye patch on his right eye. His left shoulder was adorned with a vine tattoo pattern while he had barbed wire tattoos running down his arms. The other was wearing a baggy gray jacket festooned with many pockets, a pair of black shorts and a black beanie on his head. Both of them had a hand holding the sheaths of their swords, trying to make themselves look menacing. Zabuza's partner thought the pair looked pathetic with their posturing. It looks like the Kiri ninja are pretty pathetic. Gato continued as he moved into the room, feeling confident now that Zabuza was bedridden. You can't even avenge your men, how pathetic. And you call yourself a devil? Zabuza said nothing, causing both of Gato's Ronin to start unsheathing their blades. Hold on for a moment. Gato held up a hand as he continued walking up to Zabuza. He stopped at the bed and looked down at the Kiri missing ninja. Hey, there's no need to stay silent. Gato began to reach out his hand towards Zabuza's throat, but before it could get there the hunter ninja grabbed onto the businessman's wrist. Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your filthy hands. The hunter ninja snarled, giving him a glare that looked like it would burn straight through the fat businessman. Hey, let go. Let go, you f***. Gato shouted, only to scream as the hunter ninja snapped his arm, then tossed him back. The two Ronin moved their hands towards their swords. However, their eyes widened when they found the hunter ninja between them, holding their own swords against their throats. You shouldn't do that, the hunter ninja said. I'm really set off right now. Gato and both his cronies began to sweat. One more chance. Gato shouted as he stood up and shook his unbroken hand in a fist. I'm giving you one more chance to complete this. If you fail, I'll make sure that every ninja in Kiri knows where you are. Gato and his two thugs left, slamming the door on their way out. Haku, Zabuza said, getting his partner's attention. You didn't have to do that. I know, Haku said with a smile, spotting the protrusion in the sheets that showed Zabuza was holding a kunai. But it's still too early to kill Gato. If we cause a commotion right now, the hunters will be after us again. We must be patient. Zabuza sighed. I hate it when you're right. Right about what? Hearing the voice, Haku and Zabuza looked over as the door opened to see the Akuma brothers walking in. Later that night the Konoha ninja were sitting at the dinner table with Tazuna and his family. Naruto and Sasuke were shoveling food down their throats. Sakura had her head on the table and looked like she was going to pass out. And Kakashi was, much to the displeasure of Tsunami, reading his pawn. So Sasuke, Sakura, how's training going? Kakashi asked as he flipped a page of his book. He would have left since he finished eating almost as soon as the food had been set in front of him, having eaten so fast no one could even see him take off his mask, but it would be rude to leave while the others were eating. Echen. Sasuke grunted, somehow still able to make that sound despite his mouth being full of food. Ugh, Naruto's a SLV driver. Sakura groaned, not even bothering to lift her head up. Out of all the genin she had had it the hardest, since she did not have the stamina of the others. Really? Kakashi asked, turning to look at Naruto who was on his fourth serving of rice. So how was your training, Naruto? Naruto stopped shoving food down his gullet and swallowed what he already had in his mouth before answering. Well, I'm making some progress, but it's slow going. Naruto frowned as he thought of his training. I'm doing better at learning the Shunshin than elemental manipulation, however. What? He's learning the Shunshin? Sasuke questioned in his mind, just adding another reason to be mad at Naruto. That's natural, Kakashi said. After all, elemental manipulation is a Jonin-level training technique. Naruto's going through Jonin-level training. Sakura wondered in shock. Sasuke seethed even more at hearing that the dobe was learning something that a Jonin normally learned. Standing up he stomped out of the house, slamming the door closed behind him. I should have seen this coming, Kakashi sighed. I probably shouldn't talk about Naruto getting stronger in front of Sasuke. I wonder what crawled up his butt and died. Naruto looked over at the door Sasuke had stormed out of before shrugging. Though, I'm surprised it could with that 20-foot pole he's already got sticking in there. Naruto baka. Don't make fun of Sasuke-kun like that. Sakura shouted, standing up and rearing her fist back to hit the blonde. Naruto just looked at her. Do you want me to double the amount of training you're going to be doing tomorrow? Sakura's mouth snapped shut as she sat back down, not wanting to even go through the training the blonde had placed on her again, much less have it doubled. That's what I thought. Naruto nodded his head and turned back to his food. Actually, Naruto, Kakashi started. Since you seem to be much farther than your teammates, I was hoping you could go with Tazuna-san tomorrow. Naruto blinked for a few seconds before shrugging. Sure thing, sensei. It would just mean he had to wake up earlier and get his Kage Bunshin working. He looked over at Tazuna and gave the man a reassuring grin. Well, it looks like you'll be saddled with the best protection we've got, old man. I won't be letting any of Gato's thugs near you. I'm sure. Tazuna chuckled at the boy's cocksure attitude. After having seen Naruto come up with that plan to help his sensei, he no longer doubted the blonde shinobi. Everyone continued eating for a little while longer, until Sakura noticed something about the picture hanging on the wall behind Tazuna. Hey Tazuna-san, what's with that picture on the wall over there? She asked, pointing to the picture of Tazuna and his family. It looks like a piece is missing. The three family members tensed at the mention of the picture. An air of sorrow seemed to fill the air. It's my husband, Tsunami said after several minutes of tense silence, her voice sounding a little choked up. The man they called the hero of Nami, Tazuna added in a solemn tone. Inari abruptly stood up after hearing that and ran up the stairs. Inari, Tsunami said in a worried tone. The woman turned on her dad with an angry expression. Father, you know you can't talk about that man in front of Inari. What's wrong with Inari? Asked Sakura, feeling depressed for causing such obvious pain to someone else. Inari, he lost someone he loved, didn't he? Asked Naruto, surprising the others at the soft tone of his voice. That man, your husband, was important to him, right? There seems to be some kind of story behind this. Kakashi added. Care to share? Tazuna sighed as he began to tell his tale. Inari had a friend that he was real close to, a man who was a father in all but blood. They were very close, like a real father and son. Inari was always laughing and smiling back then. Tazuna paused as he clenched his hands. But Inari changed, since that incident with his father. The word courage has been stolen from the people of this land. And from Inari, ever since that day, because of that incident. That incident? Asked Kakashi. What happened? Before I get to that, I first need to tell you about the man who was called the hero of Nami, Tazuna said. Hero? Asked Naruto, getting interested hearing more about someone who had done something amazing enough to be called a hero. It was about 3 years ago that Inari met that man, Tazuna said. Some bullies were picking on him, trying to steal the dog that Tsunami and I had gotten for him. After arguing, they threw the dog into the lake, and then they pushed Inari into the lake as well. That's horrible, gasped Sakura. No more horrible than smashing your fist into someone's head for no reason, Naruto mumbled loud enough for only himself and Kakashi to hear. Tazuna ran a hand through his hair as he gave a sigh, and it was worse because Inari couldn't swim. However, right then as Inari was drowning, the pooch remembered he could dog paddle. Inari almost drowned that day, however, a wandering fisherman managed to save him. His name was Kaiza. He was a fisherman who came here to follow his dreams. After that, Kaiza and Inari became very close. It may have been because Inari's real father had died before he could get to know him, but he and Kaiza were inseparable, like a father and son. It was only a matter of time before Kaiza became a part of the family. And Kaiza was also a man the city needed. There was one time that the DMN was overrun with water and was going to flood the city. Kaiza swam out to the DMN by himself and closed it. Kaiza was called the hero of this city. And Inari could not have been prouder. Tazuna paused in his story as his face took a darker tone. But then Gato came to this city. Gato killed Kaiza, didn't he? Naruto said, causing the others to look over at him in surprise. Tazuna nodded. Yes, only it was much worse than that. Gato had Kaiza executed in front of everyone, including Inari. Gasps were heard from Naruto and Sakura, both surprised and appalled that Gato could do that. Kakashi just looked down. He already knew of the hardships of the world, and he knew things like this happen more often than others would like to admit. From that day Inari changed. He stopped believing in heroes that day. The day the whole city lost hope. Tazuna trailed off. For a moment the Konoha ninja were silent as they digested what they had heard. It was definitely a sad story hearing that a child saw his father figure murdered in front of him. Naruto stood up and began making his way towards the door. Where are you going, Naruto? Asked Sakura. If you're thinking of training, take the day off, Kakashi said. If you use up too much chakra you could die. Don't worry, sensei, I'm just going to have my Kagebunshin do some work while I sleep, Naruto reassured his sensei. Kakashi nodded while Sakura and the others looked confused. But I need to get some training in, otherwise I won't be able to prove to Inari that heroes still do exist. Shunshin, this jutsu is a high-speed movement technique, allowing a ninja to move short to long distances at an almost untraceable speed. To an observer, it appears as if the user has teleported. A puff of smoke is occasionally used to disguise the user's movements. It is accomplished by using chakra to temporarily vitalize the body and move at extreme speeds. The amount of chakra required depends on the overall distance and elevation between the user and the intended destination. Shursui Uchiha was feared as Shursui of the body flicker. Shunshin no Shursui, likely referring to this technique.